salad is now diced when it used to be in big chunks. Yeah. So I ran into Rob yesterday and we were talking about the food and everything like that. And then he said he preferred the diced. And I said I preferred the bigger pieces. And then he's like, just trust me and try it. So that's why it was in our work chat there. Rob said, he asked Neil and I if we had tried it yet. So I slid into your DMs and I asked to see if you could bring it over here, and you did. So, all right, what's your opinion? Have you had this?
I prefer the big.
You prefer the big chunks. All right. I'm going to save it for Neil so we can both have an instant opinion on it. Come, bring yours. If you haven't had it, bring some too. We can do a taste test here. All right. So thank you, Randy, by the way, for that. Neil and I will. I want to save it for him. I want to see his opinion of this as well. All right, so there's the 129 break. Long story short, guys, this is what we did yesterday. Boom goes the dynamite. That's a $3 winner at the end of the day, and we actually wind up taking more. The reason why this is important is because we can't sit here and act like we're, learn from your lessons, do certain things, if we're not going to learn from our own lessons. So now today, I still like the long, man. I like the long. What we talked about before. 125, that could come into play, but I'm not going to sit here and try to catch it. If it comes down to the very bottom, 123, 123.50, that's a different story. We can sit there because we have an out. We have 123 as our out. But instead today, I'm going to look for an initial, I explained this story, Neil. I just explained it. 127, I want to join the break. So on today's sticky note, it's just 127 right there. Join the momentum to the upside. So Neil, the story that I gave was, Neil's back. Here we go. Okay, here. No, hold on. Wait a second. We're all going to give our opinion on what we think about the diced.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go. Let's break this down. So, my initial thought is, Rob is correct. You get that burst of many different flavors. Instead of just having a piece of cantaloupe, you now get a piece of cantaloupe, grape, watermelon, everything all in one.
It's refreshing. Well,
to me, it's more refreshing.
Exactly.
I don't know if I prefer it. Randy? Kind of like a smoothie?
Like you could almost put like the little diced chunks inside of the smoothie.
Mix some yogurt or oats
like
with
chunks,
it.
Maybe?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Like this is something, like the diced, I would put it on top of like oats or a cereal or something along those lines. Or like yogurt, put it into like a yogurt or something like that. But it's good.
So we preferring which one? I prefer OG. I prefer the chunks.
No, I prefer the regular
we're
fruit
going
salad.
OG. Okay.
No, I would do this
3
on top of
OGs.
something.
Let us know in the chat if you guys have had diced fruit salad like this, or if you prefer. Maybe we. Oh, my bad. My bad.
But you don't
the
put
most
limes
useless animation of all time, and we're doing fruit salad, and we don't even hit the fruit salad.
Well, why does that animation have limes on it? Nobody puts. You're not putting limes.
No, not only that, it has avocado. I thought it has, doesn't it?
What else is in there? No, what are we doing here?
I thought there used to be. Maybe it was coconut. I don't know what we.
There's a coconut. Come on, stop.
And a lime. Dragon fruit. Oh, we're getting one more time.
No, dragon
fancy
fruit.
Here. Look at the strawberry. Oh, yeah, top left is a dragon fruit. Yes. Pineapples make sense. Was that a radish at the end? Hold on a second here.
No,
what is coming at the very end here? Nope, right there. Dragon fruit.
No, a radish would be ridiculous. That this wouldn't
almost
even make
like a lime.
Any sense.
All right. That's how he allergic raw apples. Oh, allergic to raw apples.
Oh, that's
lime juice to stop apples from going brown. Okay. What's Lucid doing?
Probably going down.
All right, we'll check this out. We got to get back to the desk here.
This part of the show is brought to you by Mumu. Looking to maximize your idle cash? Earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% on cash balances along with a 2-month commission rebate. Sign up with Mumu and trade global markets with just one account. Gain access to an extensive range of data on stocks, options, and ETFs, complemented by over 100 charting tools and indicators, price forecasting, weekly rating reports, and instant alerts, all designed to elevate your trading game. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Mumu for sponsoring this portion of the show.
This next story is quite interesting, Adira. It concerns Amazon, but it also has to do with China. So essentially, we know that the U.S. has imposed an embargo on the export of advanced chips, namely GPUs for AI, to China. They have figured out a way, at least it seems, to circumvent some of those embargoes. They're using AWS over here to get access to some of these latest chips. 11 Chinese entities have been accused of this, for them specifically, Adira, pointing the finger at AWS.
Yeah, I found this really, really interesting here. We did have Reuters reporting here. They reviewed more than 50 tender documents over the past year. So that's how they found those 11, at least 11 entities, could be more. It's interesting, too. These documents also suggest that one university spent almost $28,000 here in an AWS account in order to gain access. Again, they're not the only company implicated, but they are apparently one of the ones that's being used the most. They're using AWS through a Chinese intermediary, though we did have a spokesperson here for Amazon saying that AWS does comply with U.S. applicable laws. So that's their response. But very fascinating story this morning.
Very. I like this. And the U.S. government apparently is aware of the loophole. They're introducing legislation to fix it. We'll have to see. Despite that, up 1.1, guys.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying. It's a baseball saying, apparently. I
was just gonna say that was a baseball.
Yeah, like, I don't know why it's a baseball one. I feel like that line should be reserved for sprinting. Because
I mean, it's for the Astros and Bonds.
Yeah, I guess for baseball.
Altuve, though, I mean, Altuve
cheated. I mean,
no, but he's still a nice player.
They're all great players. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but that was obvious.
The Astros also weren't the only ones doing that kind of thing, like stealing signs and relaying them. Like, probably a third of the teams in baseball
Did the Red Sox get investigated?
The Red Sox were investigated. The Yankees were investigated. The Jays were suspected. Yeah. The Milwaukee Brewers almost certainly were doing it as well.
We had some guys like you up in the hotel giving some signs. You know,
maybe I'll flash some signs tonight.
Yeah, man, do it.
Who knows?
Something.
We will not be doing that other thing people do in the hotels, that's for sure, because it's a family thing.
You'll be having
Amazon.
Be careful now.
So Amazon yesterday tried along 176 because it was one of the few stocks that came into like a big support level and tried to hold on to it. And it's just the same kind of thing. I think the theme today for me in the morning is going to be if it comes into a big level of support where you think it closed at 76, you had support there 15th and 16th, so the end of last week it supported this level. That would be a bounce spot for me. Trading in the middle, no. I'd rather be patient. You know, if the only thing I trade in the first half an hour is a stock that comes to a key price or maybe a runner that breaks out like a Roku or maybe Faraday does something nonsense, then that's fine. And then wait for the trend to be able to join it. So 176 on Amazon for me, or I probably don't get into this stock at any point today.
Amazon in China, I didn't even see this news, to be honest with you. 178. I mean, I still like that 180. So for me, things are pretty simple when stocks act like this. I feel like when you get a key level, like a 180, there's two choices. It's either above it or below it. And as long as we're below it, I think in short, and right there, 180 yesterday, on its way down, it tried to get back above. It reminds you of that 127 or so level, or 129 there for Nvidia as well. So there's the bump up, and then there's the fade back in again. So I would still say looking to go short Amazon, despite it being up 1%. Today's market is going to be an interesting one because of what's coming at 10. Like, I'll feel way more comfortable making plays like 10:30 or 10:15 once we get the gist of what the market wants to do. I'm not even sure we know how long Powell is supposed to be speaking for. Is it a Q&A situation? I believe it is a Q&A situation.
I don't know how long,
which could go on for a very, very long time. Yeah. I like Amazon. I mean, I think, the fact that it's up the same as the market is nice. I'd rather just trade the market today than any other name. So for me, Amazon will still be in the pocket for a short at 180.
All right, Alibaba next here. Very interesting story as well. They get an upgrade on the Hang Seng. It sounds like it was already on there, but this actually allows them to participate in a program that links the Hong Kong-based exchange with the exchanges in China that allows Adira for more possible capital coming in.
Yeah, so basically this Stock Connect program, which Joe Tsai, who is the co-founder and chairman of Alibaba, he's been mentioning he's been interested in this at least as early as May of this year in interviews. Basically what Stock Connect allows is that you can have Alibaba changing its listing status in Hong Kong, which can give them access to about 220 million investors in mainland China as well. So it's, again, connecting the stocks here between these two into season markets. Also, another Chinese ADR update, though a lot of these names are moving. We do have Bilibili. They had their earnings yesterday, very well received, getting a couple positive analyst notes. Barclays upgrading to overweight with a $19 price target. Bernstein raising the price target to $13. We also have PDD reporting on Monday, so many ADRs to be aware of, guys.
All right, guys, up 2 1/3 right now is Alibaba, and Chinese ADRs mostly in the green. What's the look, Neil?
Bob is trying to break out on the daily. Well, it's already broken away from its major moving averages, but what it's trying to break is this trend that we've been pointing out. That even, Michael Noss, I actually think it was last week, he came on, it was either Monday of this week or Friday of last week, when he was talking about Alibaba breaking out on this trend on the daily. So it's not necessarily from the big highs, just go to this little double top. It had one double top in here at 120, then another one in here at 100. So it was really the fail of the $100 level and then lining up with these close highs. And it's trying to break through that today, very, very close to it. So 85, I think, is going to be an obvious resistance level. Last time it did this, broke out 84, got to 85, pulled back, held 84. So resistance, support, support, resistance, resistance, looking for 84 here in Alibaba. Try to keep it simple. That's the price line that if it's under, don't want to fight. If it's over, want to look for longs. Don't want to buy tops on Alibaba unless it's breaking out and making higher lows. So specifically for Alibaba, it's that 84 level that I'm going to be keyed in on off the open. And the good thing about, potentially good thing about having an eye on Alibaba, or maybe you're looking at PDD or Billy, whichever one you might be looking at, is, as I said earlier, when the Fed comes in, when Powell comes in at 10 o'clock, he's going to have the ability to clearly move the markets. Now, the types of things that, generally speaking, might do their own is if they're not as directly related to, the U.S. capital markets and Nasdaq constituents and SPY constituents, or they're just breaking out, doing their own thing on, say, earnings, or maybe they're a small cap runner. So those are the kind of stocks that if nothing's really fitting your trade plan, or you want to sit out and wait to see what happens with the overall market and picking a direction, then something like an Alibaba in the back pocket is going to make sense. So I want to make sure I have this if it's holding over 84. Just very quickly, right here, thank you very much, Pran, for the super chat. We love all our viewers, appreciate you here. Requesting a look at Workday. Would you play it at open if the Fed wasn't in play today? Look, there were a big one in terms of earnings moves. So let me just pull it up for you guys here. Make sure my daily chart's going to work. It's a big gap to the upside that if the Fed wasn't in play, it's a maybe because the volume is not gigantic. And given where it's trading, like ideally what I would tell you is clearly if it was around here, the 255, like it broke the 200 period moving average. And if it was into here with room to this level, then I'd be pretty interested because then you'd have 55 all the way to like 63. But A, with the Fed in play, and then B, given it's right at this local top, like it dumped off earnings at 264 and fell to 210. So unless it's breaking out back above here or giving you a dip into 250 or the 200 period moving average, it's kind of sitting in a zone that I wouldn't like anyways. So it would probably be a sit out for me at this particular price. But certainly you're looking in the right spot for something of an earnings play. It would be a big level if it could take that 264, that's for sure.
Okay. I'm getting messages from my wife because all the kids are at a girls' baseball camp. It's all girls baseball camp, hardball, little league camp. It's all girls this week, and they're all together. And then, so there's two big all-girls teams in our area, and so the girls are there this week together, and tonight is the big game. Where we already have their trophy. We're undefeated against girls teams. So we already have their trophy because we won their tournament, the Royal York tournament. We went there and won it. And the trophy is
just sit it on the bench.
The trophy is 4.5 feet tall.
Just sit it on the bench.
That's what I think we might do that.
Let the other team see.
I think we might do that. But no, anyways, all the girls now they want, my wife's telling me this girl wants to pitch an inning, make sure she gets in there. She's really excited. I don't even have her pitching. So, no, but we have, there's only so much we can do. I don't know what kind of a game this is going to turn out to be. But anyways, it really makes me happy, all the passion that's there, because this didn't even exist 3 years ago. And then me and my daughter came in Hyde Park to help support this all-girls movement, and it's been absolutely fantastic. Okay. China. China. Oh, you know what? Let me check out Nio. Yesterday we talked about Nio. I mean, I know you just went over Alibaba.
Yeah.
What did I said yesterday? Watch for Nio's $4 level. Let me just see if that did anything yesterday. I can't even zoom back and forth because there's really nothing happening. It doesn't look like it did anything yesterday. Nio, there's the $4 break right off the open. And then obviously it makes that move down and then hangs around 4 again. Now, not really too exciting, but at least the $4 broke and gave you 1.5%. But I guess right there, breaking higher might give you the other way, 405 coming into play for NIO. But unless something actually happens, I was just going to go over to Tesla again. I have Tesla on my mind.
Tesla.
There's not that much time left. We only have 5 minutes. So anyways, I was looking at Tesla here yesterday. What a weak name, right? I mean, again, bounced, and then broke. And once we broke that 222, it was game over. We tried to hold out a little bit at 220. We tried to hold out pretty much at every level, but all the pops were faded. That's pretty much true for every stock. But not that many were clubbed the way this was in the last hour like this. So it went all the way down into 211. It's making a comeback. I wrote down sticky note, just looking for a level right here, 218. So let's see if 218 can come into play. This is a name that I would actually fade. Nvidia, I'm looking to break out from 127 on an upgrade because Tesla yesterday was down 5.5%. Just got hit too hard. I feel like it might get hit again if we come back up into this 218 area. So I'm looking short Tesla 218. So on the sticky note, I have some ideas on the TQQs. That's my number one idea. Then we have Nvidia breaking long. We have Tesla going short, and we have a crypto play. So, so far so good here. Uranium moving. That's interesting. It's probably moving higher because I didn't buy it off that level that I said we'd buy, but it's actually not really moving at all.
It's right at the
let's go over to the desk and find out what the story is with uranium.
All right, quickly, I just want to mention that Faraday futures is moving, guys. It's a second day play over here, up near the highs, just broke through 11, up into 11.25. Keep your eye out on this one, already up 30% here in the pre-market. All right, next on the list, Gazatomprom, the world's largest uranium producer out of Kazakhstan, says that there is issues with extraction of uranium as a result of the sulfuric acid shortage. That has all these uranium-linked stocks like Cameo Corpidera, this one already up 6 2/3.
Yeah, the URA itself, you're up 6.63% here. Definitely saw these moving with volume from early in the pre-market and reducing 2025 production target here by 17%. In the past, we've seen that was when Kazatomprom does this, we do see the move in these uranium stocks. Also worth noting, a lot of them have decent short floats. UEC here, 11.2% short float. CCJ, about 3.7.
I think, like, obviously, you're probably not going to trade these here. I'll do this for URA, then quickly get to Faraday for everybody. So URA needs to break. Pretty simple. It's making a higher low. You have a very tight consolidation, 25 to 26. Inside there, to me, is like the ultimate do nothing till it breaks one way or the other. But I just wanted to quickly go over Faraday. We're going to have the imbalances start to come through as well. Faraday's been holding the line on VWAP pretty decently with this $10 level now in play. Now, if it loses VWAP for the trend, be careful. This is a stock that could easily halt to the downside. And just let's presume that it does not. There was this big double top at $8.50 where we broke out from. That's right around where I'd look for some kind of consolidated bottom if it were to lose the bid here at the $10 even level. So worth having an eye on Faraday. It is definitely moving around in here today. But obviously, I'm looking at things like AMD, Alibaba we mentioned, Nvidia. You already said Tesla, so Tesla. I like 218 to 220 on Tesla, but that's a distinction without a difference. Uranium probably not going to be a play for me.
All right, so what's up, Dominic? Dominic right here with a $10 super chat. We want to thank you for that one here right now. So good luck today. He says, everybody stay green. We'll try. Let's get a look at GDC. So he called this yesterday, Dominic, in the chat, he's saying, which is great. Thank you, Dominic, for adding some of that. We will give a thumbs up. It's been a beast for a while now. So GDC again. What exactly is this name? GD Culture Group. Well, they're up over the last couple of days. And the news that I found here on the Benzinga Pro platform, of course, is that they've launched their TikTok account. Right there, halted on the upside due to launching their TikTok account. There's also a Securities and Exchange situation that happened on Thursday as well. So we're going to find out there it is right there, trading higher after its TikTok account on Wednesday. It's had some news behind this name. So go find out exactly what the reasons for movement here is. Again, it announces to enter live stream market through AI catalysis. So there's stuff like that. Make sure you go find our socials as well to join that. But right now, GDC, the second best TikTok feed around. We also have Trader TV Live. You can go find that out. But GDC, again, Dominic, great name. Glad you pointed that out for everybody yesterday. Lots of news behind this name. And we're going to see if it can take out that $10 mark right here. 19%. And I didn't check the short float on it. That's something that we should always be doing whenever we're looking at these kind of stocks, just to let everybody know. It only says half. That doesn't make much sense. It's probably a little bit more than that.
Oh, the float.
And what's the short? What's the float you have?
11 million float.
11 million float. It's already done a couple million today, I assume. 4 million. All right, 1 million to go. 1 million. 1 minute to go. Let's go get some Cava quickly.
Last one, Cava, guys, earnings beat up 8 1/5 right now. They beat on everything Adair. EPS, revenue, same-store sales, net income, it all grew.
Yeah, that's correct. They beat across the board here. They also raised their fiscal 2024 guidance for EBITDA and for same-store sales growth. So the market reacting well to this. Lots of positive analyst notes here, guys.
What's the look?
Post-market high was 112 on Cava, and then you have, it's dark pool wicks in here, but 111.5 is the current top. If it breaks out the top, I think it's something that I don't necessarily want to chase, but that looks like a good break. If it dips back in, 105 breakout spot support came in the aftermarket. Going to have eyes on the chip names at the open, and Nvidia and AMD, as I feel like that's the case almost every single day, but why get away from the things that are doing the most volume? Because that's what works. BABA already starting to pull back in 84. There were no significant imbalances that I could see outside of one small capper for like 150,000. So let's lock this and load it in 2 and 1. Ring it, Adara. Why is the bell at your knees? It doesn't even make any sense. What's going on?
It doesn't make much sense, but that's okay.
Pending.
All right, here we go. We're pending orders, you just said?
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. All right, so just quickly here, NVIDIA's trying to get going. We'll zoom in a little bit more here now as this market starts to open up. And there we go, 126, a fade for NVIDIA early. I still got my eyes on Tesla, and we can watch out for the TQQQ in case the Nasdaq actually does something. But right now, NVIDIA 125 and change. Tesla, the big mover yesterday, up to 215 right now. Nice move for Tesla. We're waiting for about 280. Looks like the market's trying to hold out. Still up that 0.86% right now. Mara, TQQs, NVIDIA, and Tesla so far. So everything kind of just hanging out. Tesla trying to get higher, though, it looks like.
Yeah, Nvidia, you said not moving. BABA is not dipping. BABA breaks 85, tries to take out the pre-market high, now starting to pull back. So let's be patient with it. Still hasn't really broken the top or really tested down low just yet on Alibaba. If you're still looking at FFIE, Faraday, doing a bit of a, not a dump, but a pullback into VWAP. So it's holding on to this 10 level in VWAP for now. If it does lose it, it was at $8.50 range that we were looking for. Other name that we're watching, yeah, we're starting to break down a little bit here. Didn't want to be chasing. Rivian does not get to that flat bottom break, so no flat bottom break, 1270 on our IVN. Did not get to mention that one to you guys. Yeah, but still everything's pretty much sitting in the pocket. I don't have anything going to the levels that we liked. Let's quickly check in on Cava here for everybody. Did it break out the 112? Yes, it did. But yes, not doing much after breaking 112. Still right there.
It is where the players dwell, so you have to wait for a minute.
Last I checked.
All right, so on the TQQs, we're going to start a position. So we have our first position right now. Look, yesterday, it was a story of VWAP early, right? I mean, it was just like once that broke, it was see you later. It bounced around a little bit. We're going to have to give it some room. So I'm going to discuss that in a minute. But once this trend started happening, it was not at fault. So I feel like okay, here we go. So I feel like we can wait for this a little bit now. So we are going to be short the TQQs right here against sort of the 50 period moving average, which is at $70.20. So yeah, expecting some violence here early, just because we got this move down. Let's just see what can happen as we wait for that 10 o'clock meeting. I feel like resuming yesterday's sort of move. We just bounced off the 200 period at 70. Let's just put a bid down there to take out a 10% because we bounced. So now we're bidding 72s at that level. But I do not want to be like out of this one super early. If we can catch some bids, great. But I'd like to see if we can hold on and play. We have the TQs written on here. And I said today would maybe be a day to look at the futures a little bit more. So let's stay in the pocket right now. I'm still watching Nvidia, and we still got Tesla on our mind. Tesla, Neil, are you in anything? Tesla's ripping.
It's just, so the first thing to come in here is going to be Snowflake off the 115, but I don't know if that wall's good. Nope, never mind. There was a bid at 115 for that SSR bounce play off Snowflake. It did not hold almost immediately. It was about, I don't know, 20, 30,000 shares only, so not even that much size on the 115. Gonna have to take that one out. Alibaba's starting to come into the downside, but I gotta also pay attention to AMD. I wanted to fade this one, and it's starting to pop. 155 is the level. It hasn't gotten there yet. If it fails 154, that was the lower high. I do wanna play this like yesterday, where it had a pop, fail, and then lower highs. If it does the same thing, that's the pattern that I'm looking for. Something just halted, but I didn't recognize it.
I think it was GDC.
It was GDC.
Yeah, so I was gonna,
I heard something else.
I was just going to say, let's give some shout outs and some bangs right now to our guy Dominic.
Wow,
Dominic just super chatted that. We made sure we got down to it. And there it goes. It's your first halt of the day. Thank you, Dominic, for anybody that was looking at that. And congratulations on that, Dominic, if you are still long, or I assume you are, or else why would you be talking about that one? But again, thanks for the heads up to everybody in the chat. So, all right, well, that's a good one so far. Let's go. Here we go. It's a nice move to the downside right now for the triple Qs. Let's just wait to see. We're short the market. We talked about that as a play. Right here, 69.25, 69.40, maybe as an area. So whenever I see that, we'll go a little bit north of that. 69.50s for another 15-20% or so. If we're able to get that out, we'll take that. Sorry, we're out of 10%. We'll try to get out of another 10%, getting out of 20%. So if we can get something in and around here, we'll take this 50s or so. We need the move to happen to the downside, obviously, as you can see. So let's wait to see if that happens. I mean, the market's still positive. There's lots of room here to go. So we're going to wait and see if we can get a push down lower here on the TQs. And then it's Tesla to me. I talked about that.
Nvidia's going up.
Yeah, Nvidia's also, 120. It's funny, these names are starting to go here a little bit. So we said we'd have to be patient. Tesla 218 as a play, or I still have the break long on Nvidia. I won't still be in the futures if Nvidia breaks longer. So all good right there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Portage Biotech here. This one up 80%, definitely not near highs of days, but getting a nice little volume push off the open. No news, but they have a 667,000 share float, so very small float for PRTG, guys.
There's also a second. Also, first things first, 154 came and went on AMD. It wicked me out, so I just jumped right back in the trade when it did that off 54. Zoom it out so you can see the lower high level. VWAP sits at about the $0.50. I'm trying to get first profit. There's this SQNS, which is also halted. They're selling a portion of their business for like 3 times their own book value, which is the reason why it's up. So obviously that's good. If you're selling a portion of your business for a lot more than your company is worth before the deal, that's why they're up. But it's halted to the downside here. So just watch out for the SQNS. A couple of traders in the chat were talking about this, trying to figure out the actual good valuation for that deal. But it's a portion of their business that they're selling, not the whole company. So it's not that simple whatsoever. Alibaba still looking for 84. Holding underneath VWAP, not really going crazy to the upside, not really flushing into that downside either. So nothing happening. Nvidia's coming up, but so is Tesla. So which one is going to get there first? Tesla is very close to 218, and Nvidia is very close to 127 as well. It's going to quickly double check to see what's going on with Faraday. That was the other one we were watching. Yeah, Faraday actually holds on to that 10 level. There was no dump into 850. VWAP on Faraday apparently.
Okay, yeah, something about
that's all you needed.
Yeah, no, look, I'm getting a little bit nervous about the Q's position only because of what's happening over here with Nvidia. But we are short right now on the triple Qs. We just got a reload there at 95 or so. All we put back was a little bit more than we had gotten out. So our average price kind of remains the same, 69.90 right now on the triple Qs. And here we come in, nice little move down in. We'll just hold on to this. Nvidia's trying to go, Tesla's trying to go, both these stocks higher right now. futures trying to go lower. What's up, Adara? Hey.
Some more context here on SQNS. So this is Sequence Communications, actually a French company. So this is its US listed shares, $33 million market cap. In addition, though, to this $200 million sale to Qualcomm of its 4G Internet of Things technology business, they also announced preliminary Q2 results higher than the previous year for both sales and then a smaller than expected loss per share here. So SQNS, couple different catalysts on this one, guys.
All right.
Okay, I only saw the one. Thank you, Adair. That's why we give you guys the news, because I only really saw that one story. So AMD broke out the high, gonna have to back off and wait. Let it get to 155 if it wants to get there. Dominic, I didn't see the open of GDC because I was focused on the one stock that I was in, but it looks like it opened up pretty much exactly where it closed, and then just now popped into 1150. So holding the highs and continuing to go is GDC, looking pretty strong at least of now. But the market's still in exactly the same range it was before. Not really looking at anything new outside of going through some of the names that we were talking about before. Roku is very close to that breakout. You're not going to see anything here. You got to go to the daily chart to find this level. It's about $66.50 on Roku for a monster break. It's failed this every single time for a long time here on Roku. So it's the kind of breakout that, yeah, it could go to $70. But every single time it's gotten here, it's pulled back rather heavily. So if it's a trap, I don't mind springing it because it's been worth it. But just know this is one that has not gone off this level yet.
All right, NVIDIA's about to get sprung as well right now. All right, so we're already going long 127. We wrote that down on here. If we do go long 127 and it fades off of that level, I mean, I was thinking about just giving this 50 cents. I mean, normally I'd give this $1 and change, but it is such an aggressive move to the upside. The last sort of pullback area that was maybe bought up was in and around this 50 area right here. So maybe give it to that bottom of 40 or so. But I think this is a break that we have to, here it goes. This is a break that we're gonna have to take. So we're already in this. And then just because we'll get in, if the TQs breaks this day high of 70.50, then we're gonna get out. We're gonna average to this position in around 20s. But this is the play. Here comes Nvidia. It's been screaming all morning. We called this long. Are we gonna lose on a break again? Let's wait to see. I mean, the momentum is higher right now for Nvidia. So here we go. 126.30 something for our out to the downside right now. So there's the break early on Nvidia. Let's see if it wants to continue a little bit higher. Just go for once. I don't have to make too many decisions here. I hate that I'm long at 99. Sometimes that's kind of, oh, here we go. Sometimes that could be a bad, okay, here we go. That could be a bad idea when it breaks and then you somehow get a better price than the breaking price. But right now, there goes Nvidia just a little bit. We take something out there at 17s actually. So now let's see if it goes a little bit higher than that. 127 break. It needs to go meme crazy, this stock.
Yeah, meme crazy is always good, especially when it's to the upside. You don't want meme crazy to the downside when it's all unwinding. So Alibaba finally did a move here. It didn't make the move to the downside. It just made the move back above the 85 level. We just quickly get a stop underneath VWAP in there. So this one's starting to go. We like this to the long side. We have 20 minutes till Powell hits the podium or whatever the heck it is when he starts delivering his speech. This might not move with the market. Obviously, it's prone to just like anything else. But we like this to the long side. Just want to see if it can break out that top. Thought we'd get a dip in 84. There's the bottom. There's the hold of VWAP. There's the 85 level. So we're going to go into that long. AMD just have to wait for 155 at this point or have it reclaim underneath that 154. Still only looking short in that one. And NVIDIA, you already got NVIDIA. Tesla, I was going to say, because I'm looking up at my 4 charts that we're watching. Tesla not quite at resistance, but it's starting to run out of steam. My plan was to fade these initial moves to the upside, but patience and waiting for them to get there, starting to run out a little bit on these names. Roku, of course, is also trying to break out. Haven't really looked at Apple. It's still just for me, Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Alibaba, and maybe a little bit of Roku, but have only been into 2 stocks so far. And with 20 minutes to go, I don't want to rush into anything that isn't setting up at the price I want.
Right, I mean, and that's part of it, right? I mean, NVIDIA there, we got more out. So we have a little bit, we have 60%, we have 55% left of this stock. And we already talked about where we're going to get stopped out if and when that does happen. We'll try some more down here at 50. And then there it goes, man. The breakout today of 127 apparently not the jam. We are still in TQs. We're still flat on this trade. We've already taken a little piece out, but the 200 period is rising. I'm pretty comfortable right now with this trade idea. We got out. I mean, look, this is going to be a hit here. We talked about not doing this, chasing falling knives, which is what we're trying to do. If this comes out here at 40s, then it comes out at 40s. We talked about where we were going to get out, so this is well within the sort of the zone for me. This hit will be 50 cents, which is what we talked about with Nvidia. So let's see if it can go, man. The best we got was 22 cents. We'll see if we can get going now. Long Nvidia 126.86 against 126.40, which might break soon. The TQs is actually going down. This might be net. Go ahead, GDC.
GDC's halted to the downside here at $10. So GDC,
downside.
What goes up? Got to $12 here, so it looks like it was pretty good if you had it to the long side. But with the halts down at 10, it's still got VWAP going for it. If it opens back up, this has held VWAP the entire way. So if it opens back up, that's probably the place I'd look for some kind of a bounce if I was trading it. Faraday's the other one that's worth watching. Ooh, Faraday's pulling back as well. Ooh, underneath $10. Okay, so Faraday double top yesterday was right in here at about 880 or so. So if it loses the bid, this is kind of the zone where I would look for a bit of a dip buy. Just nothing happening. As I say that, it catches a bounce before it even gets down there. It looked like it was falling apart a second ago. When I looked at the bid, there was nothing on the bid. Now it's starting to churn back in there. So we'll be patient with this Faraday. And when GDC opens back up, we'll let you guys know. Adara?
As we wait comments here from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at 10, I just want to give a little bit of a primer as to what is being expected. So this is going to be a policy speech at 10. They are varying lengths. It really does depend. So we're not really sure how long this is going to be. Set to start at 10 a.m. And what analysts are looking for is any kind of signs from Fed Chair Jerome Powell that the Fed is looking to begin lowering interest rates soon. That's what we're looking for here from this speech. So not a Q&A, a series of prepared remarks on economic policy and the path ahead. Again, we'll start getting that at 10 a.m., guys.
All right, so that's pretty important. We could hit the like and subscribe. That would be the first thing you guys should do. The second thing you should do is maybe not trade too many aggressive names. You just looked at Uber right there doing nothing. I feel like we're in the right pocket with these futures. We got hit on Nvidia. It looks like we basically took out the bottom, so that's great. We made the low tick there on Nvidia. At least it wasn't on, a big amount of shares there. We might have had the right spot, but at the same time, we got double filled down. Oops, that's the TQ. That's Nvidia. My bad. Switch over to TQs. We got double filled down there at 70s. So we got a 77, and then we get a 72. That same fill that we had mentioned before. So yeah, that kind of sucks there on Nvidia. And we just we talked about learning our lessons, right? And it's like trying not to be too involved in these things before that time. So now let's just wait for it. I was actually going to go short again against 127 this time, but to get thrown around wouldn't make much sense. So let's just still sit where we are. Wasn't a huge position.
Apple going.
So it's not like it's the end of the world here. If anything, Tesla's up to 216 again. I want to check Snowflake again because 113, there's a lot of people talking about this name, down 1% now. Could not hold that bid early there for Snowflake. The other name that we looked at yesterday was, Google's on NQ, of course.
Zoom.
Was Google. And then, Zoom was another earnings report, I think, from a couple days ago. Google right now bouncing off 160. It's not doing anything, guys. Sorry. 165 maybe as a top there. But that's too bad about that Nvidia because we did make the bottom there. And that's what's going to happen. We'd basically be flat if that doesn't. Why isn't my charts changing when I change them? We basically, that out was 40 out. It looks like it goes down as low as 32 or something. And there it goes, just blasting right back up to the upside. Darn you, Nvidia. Should have just been able to hold that. Just didn't want to have a repeat of yesterday where it's like we look over and, next thing we know, we're out of the money at $1.50 or something like that. Good thing we didn't reverse it, though. Couple more minutes until Powell comes through. If anything hits the scanners, man, we'll be all over that. Right now, Nvidia's hitting it because it's right back to the day's high again. But that's too bad that we don't have that position. Maybe a little bit of a reload on the TQs, though. Just touch 70 there, VWAP. Adara?
Nice push higher here for CAVA. Cava, they had earnings yesterday, pushing into near highs of day here, $116.50. Worth noting they did beat across the board here, and they also raised their EBITDA and earnings guidance or same sales growth guidance here for 2024. Good look for Cava, guys.
The earnings plays are definitely ruling the day. Zoom made a big move to the upside. Obviously, Cava did break that 112 and looked pretty clean in there. So AMD, we swung, and got into position, but it took out that 140.54 local high. Just tried to come into 155, and of course, I decided to be a little bit more patient with it. Like, let it maybe run some stops up here, and it ticks up, and now it's already pushing back into VWAP. So a bit of a miss in terms of trying to be patient the tighter we get to 10 o'clock for some kind of a move off the 115. Like, this market is not doing a heck of a lot right now. Like, keep leaning back. So, I didn't get the fill on Baba. I'll quickly show you guys Alibaba. It just dipped again into VWAP. So I got it breaking through 85 after it held VWAP. So holds VWAP, broke through 85. Tests VWAP here, tried to add to it on the way, bouncing above VWAP here. Didn't get the fill. I'm just going to leave the fill in there in front of VWAP and see if we can't get picked up on the way. So that's holding pattern at least, but no breakout at the top. Like, it's not going crazy or anything. You got like 20-cent range here on this. So Cava, Harman just said, what is the ceiling? Whatever your hopes and dreams are, because these are all-time highs for Cava. So some people put up things like, I don't know, like people have like kind of metrics and indicators they like to use when you have a blue sky setup. I don't particularly. I just look at the tape and I look at sort of obvious range levels. Like if it did a move 102 to gap to 119 or 111, then I might look at something like the 120 in that case, because it's just another leg higher from what it did from yesterday's close. And I try to keep it very simple if I'm trying to find a top. But even then, trying to find tops in situations like this can be a perilous one. I'd rather just be joining a trend if it's going to do a trend. And that looks like a VWAP one could be it. So not much happening. Tesla still doesn't want any part of breaking toward 220. It is now starting to look a little bit tepid here, as I think most things will be for the next 10 minutes before Powell, Sean.
Yeah, I was just looking at Nvidia. Nvidia goes back right back into today's high again. So it's like that stop out really does suck. And we look back and it's fine net-wise, but it's like, right back there to the upside. And we should have expected that. And we did kind of expect it. All right, so the NASDAQ is now starting to go back up. So that was that short. We're supposed to be we are at 70.20 right now. Okay, so let's see if that will come in right now. And again, these are prepared remarks. We'll see what winds up happening here. Powell, I mean, this is going to be a little bit ridiculous because we talk about this all the time. I feel like Jerome is always bullish. I mean, the last couple of times he's been on, we've had to hold out on the market ripping, basically, as he speaks. And then I remember that one time that we had Apple. After. And then it's like, as soon as we wait. And then when he winds up leaving the podium is when the market winds up finally tanking. So I don't know. There's either going to be a shock here, like a shock and awe moment right here, whether or not he delivers the goods or not. We now have 10 minutes. The whole thing for me is, can we hold out for that 10 minutes? I mean, we're going to get out of this. We only have one trade on right now. We're going to get out of this futures trade if it breaks 70.50. And it's not even really at our levels. We wrote down here TQQ 71, and we can go over that in a minute, or a break below 68. But at the end of the day, so far we've taken profit, but definitely holding this one against us. 20 cents. And then, you know what, honestly, we only have 3 trade ideas on here. One's trading Nvidia long through 127. The only thing that I did, I guess, was take I didn't even take that many shares. I was going to say, like, how could have I held this? And I guess just maybe using VWAP. But VWAP was breaking 126 at that time. And, didn't really talk myself into that one good enough, I guess. But there it goes, man. At least we had the trade. It was right. We got out of it. That's what it's all about. That sucks. 8 minutes left until we get the big guy on the mound. I almost said there was this guy, Randy Johnson. All right, let's go back over and see what I believe Adara is talking about.
Jerome.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Oh, that was so good. Sorry again. You can see Sharif. What? Oral health is the foundation of a healthy start to the day. It is an underrated aspect of personal health care and all that good stuff. No, I just had no idea what that sound was. I'm taking my earpiece off and I'm like, something buzzing around here, like what's going
what's
on?
going
And
on
it
with
was
that?
just
What's going on with that?
just Sharif. So I feel like I've said it before, like bias gets the best of you. My bias has got the best of me today because I kept thinking this is going to be a pop and fade, look out for Powell, blah, 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 blah. Like I just took off. There was the slightest hiccup at Alibaba at this double top at 85.5, and I'm like, I'm curling out of it and waiting for VWAP. And looking for, oh, no way, AMD. And then looking for a fade, there's AMD 155. Okay, don't chase the move, don't chase the move. So I missed that move. I got out of BABA looking for a retrace into VWAP. But with 7 minutes to go, obviously something's going to happen here when Powell hits the podium. We don't know if it'll be up or down. You want to be poised for it. So finding myself flat and not in this short. Remember this morning when I said, this is a morning, wait for it to get to your level and then make the trade, then proceed to short the B level instead of the A level on AMD. So as frustrating as that is, I didn't get the top yesterday on AMD. I got this one underneath VWAP. It's stronger today going into this level. So if it ends up trending down, finding your way into the trend is something that you can do. So as long as I'm able to do that, it won't be the end of the world. But that was a bit of a miss on that one. Very frustrating. BABA will be back to VWAP, and I do not want to ignore what's going on for everybody here. If you're trading that Faraday or the GDC, Faraday has now lost VWAP and pulling right back into this previous close range. So closed at $8, and then you've got tops here at about 880. So if it gets down into that range, that's the area that I'd be looking for a bounce. But it's just kind of like a strike zone. I'm not going to sit there on the bid of Faraday while it's dumping because I wouldn't want to get picked up and then it halts down on me. All right, here comes AMD for a retest of the 155. If it fails this break, I'd look for a quick short back underneath. But this is a strong stock in here today. And Tesla still doing nothing at 217. Won't break 18 to get to 20. Won't flush back through the VWAP at 216. It's just kind of biding its time. Like I think a lot of stocks are doing right now.
Yeah, we just had, I was going to say the same thing about the futures. Like we just had a nice little dip down opportunity there where we went into the money right there on the futures. We went down into 69.90. And then I didn't even realize, if you come over to the chart, that was the 200 period moving average. I was trying to look for other opportunities here and lament in our Nvidia. But Nvidia is now pulling back down a little bit. So, no Nvidia, no cry, I guess. That's not Nvidia. This is Nvidia right here. 127.60, 127.50 was the high there for NVDA. So it looks like it's trying to pull back just a little bit, and we're going to figure out what is going on. Why am I short the TQs instead of? Oh, we talked about this. So the SQs versus the TQQs. It's not that much. Oh, sorry, here TQQ. For us, we don't have to pay any borrow costs or anything like that. So and price is not an issue for me. We have enough buying power behind us to buy. I can buy basically an unlimited amount of this. So I just prefer when I'm looking at my blotter, like right now, if I was long Nvidia, it would show up green. This shows up red. Anything short. Like if I want the market to go down, if I'm thinking the market's going to go down, I'd just rather be short something than long something. And if everybody's wondering what I'm talking about, if you have a lesser account or you prefer $8 name, I'm all over that as well. Every time I go long, short the TQQs, you can go long SQQ. So it's kind of like the same relationship. You see this one's down 2.5 and the TQQs is the same thing, up 2.5 or whatever, it should be the same at the end of the day. So that's just something that I'm looking at right now in this realm of trading. It's what I use, and I've always been looking at it. So for me, again, a little bit more movement, trades more like a tech stock than sort of like a penny stock, like SQQ does. But that's why we do it this way. And if I were you guys, I would much rather trade SQQ because if you can't borrow TQQ and it's a little more expensive, that's why I do it, as opposed to, guys, the triple Qs, which could be the same logic, right? I mean, I could go long the TQQs or long the Qs. It's kind of the same thing there, but this is a $480 stock. So I choose TQQ to express my interest in the futures. All right, SIGA moving right now.
APDN's moving as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so we do get a little bit of bump up. That's APDN. That's probably something similar. There goes SIGA right now. The other name is GOVT, GovX, right? Government T-bills. All right, so yeah, GeoVax was another name that we could look out for that. That was a call for Adara, but did you have something on APTN?
No, I was going to say, I don't know that, I didn't hear the story, but APTN popped up. There was a news story. It's breaking through the local high here. And I just realized when I zoomed it out here, it's breaking 280. You can come to my chart, but yesterday's wick was actually at 85. So I've thrown a ridiculously tight stop on this because I've just punched long into what is like 5 cents away from the high. So if it can't hold 75, I'll back out and let it try to break this actual high. So the news just come out on this. Let's go to Adara. I believe that's what the call was for.
We have this Apple news here as well. This one actually moving down a little bit over the last few candles, but there is this note being circulated by a couple different publications from Third Point, which is a hedge fund. They're saying they see notable upside here in Apple due to its AI features and their potential to boost their earnings, quote, meaningfully. So nice bullish note here for Apple coming from Third Point, guys.
So like the news on APTN, the last thing I see is at 9 o'clock, but they said something else here. It was just they submitted a validation package to New York State Department of Health to expand Mpox virus, yada, 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 Mpox story. But that was earlier, so there was nothing new. They just might have repeated the story in my ear. Even more reason, if it can't hold a 75, to just get out of it. So I heard them say something big, and I'm like, okay, let's go for this local breakout, but I'm only going to risk, not going to hold it all the way back into here if there's nothing significantly new happening on it. So we try this break at 80, but really, it didn't actually take out this wick high from yesterday. That's the cautionary tale. The second I saw that, I was like, oh, wait a minute, tighter stop, because I just punched into overhead resistance, which generally speaking, I hate. So there is, I guess, the preparation. There is a podium, but he's sitting down there. I don't know who's going to go to the podium first. He's probably...
See that again? Oh, there it is.
There's probably going to be like some kind of an introduction.
Thought he was getting up there.
Which who knows how long those things take when they introduce.
Is that Brendan front row left there? No. No. Really?
No, the quaff isn't nice enough.
No, is it to the right there? Oh, she just pointed to Brendan, I think. She's like,
Maybe.
okay, yeah, you get the first question. I think she's saying right here. Oh, yeah, there's Brendan. Okay. No, Brendan not there. All right, so just quickly here. Yeah, that GOVX.
Now it's...
All right, so the TQs again, it's going to get ready to get real spicy. All right, so it just fell back in, put us back into the money again, did not take it. We're going to wait. Jackson Hole Symposium now starting right now, so we will wait to see what happens at this economic forum introduction. Okay, here we go. All right. You just saw the futures and the TQ. Okay, all right. This and that. This is what we wait for right here. I mean, this is going to be fun at the end of the day. Let's wait to see what happens at $70.50. Fun is making money, not losing money. So we could have more fun if we can go up. We do have numbers, though, right now at 10. Man, does this day get any more wild right here? Let's see what happens with these numbers. Go, Dara. Okay, well, and then...
Just got home, new home sale numbers here, 739,000 new homes versus estimates here of 623,000 new homes. So that is quite a bit here above expectations. New home sales change month over month, also coming in above expectations, plus 10.6% versus estimates of plus 1%. Nice push here above that resistance of 560 for the S&P 500. We also just had Jerome Powell start speaking. So this could be a really interesting day here for these markets with this economic data. SPY above resistance, and also Fed Chair Jerome Powell comments over here. Stocks to watch include Roku getting this upgrade from Guggenheim of about 8.7% for ROKU. We also have CCJ and some of these other uranium names on watch after the world's largest uranium producer cutting its targets. I will let you guys know if there's anything of note coming out of here from Fed Chair Powell, guys.
Everything is flying to the upside.
I just said to Neil, I can't believe I'm going to get killed on this, and I had all these plays too.
Had one long.
Oh man. All right, so he blew this up. He blew this trade up real quick right there. We wrote down 71. So as Powell's talking right now, it's all in my ear. Adara will come out with all of this with a nice little synopsis in a couple minutes because it's a prepared speech. So it is now out, and I don't really know what it is. But here we go. We're going to take one last shot here at 71 and then just regroup because there it goes, man. This was not a trade that we expected. Well, we did expect this to come through, actually. It was just that Nvidia trade was the big bad one, man. Now that's up to 128.30 and still looks like it wants to go a little bit as well. So there goes Nvidia, and here goes the TQQs trying to go higher now against us. So yeah, we wrote down 71. So now that we're in this trade, we're actually short at 67. We should be short right here at 71, and we wouldn't be panicking as much. But let's just hold on hope to see if this wants to hold this level 71. New home sales again coming out there. So thanks to Derek for all that, but the remarks are now out, and we're at 71. So let's give this a couple more pennies, just we don't have the right price. So too bad. There's the nice move up there. We looked at the 71 level yesterday. Let's just see if it holds now. Powell's remarks are now out.
Yeah, Powell's marks are out.
And he's ripping this thing.
No, the market is absolutely flying. So, yeah, suffice to say that short didn't set up at 155 on AMD. So thankfully, I'm not in it again because that happened. There was a shot to get this into VWAP, but at this point, no chance. You're getting a push in Bitcoin as well to the upside. I'm trying not to chase the moves. Let's go to Adair very quickly. Tesla's about to get to that 220 level.
Tesla and Nvidia.
We did get here those prepared comments from Jerome Powell. One of the biggest things to say here is that he said, quote, the time has come for policy to adjust. So pretty big note here, though, echoing some of the comments we've had from other Feds where they're not really sure about the timing of this, the pacing of this, though it is time to cut rates, according to Jerome Powell, saying that there's some notable progress being made back towards that 2% inflation target, but still highlighting concerns with labor. So that's to kind of summarize what we've gotten so far here from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Highlight, though, of course, being that it has been time for policy adjustment, guys.
All right, well, I got to adjust my strategies here. That's for sure, because this is not working out. Right now we are back into the short, but there's that 71. Let's just see if it prints. Right now we're short at 71.20. We had to take hits all the way up, so. That sucks. But now that those remarks are out, now let's see some of the reactions to this. But we got stopped out, man. These shorts, it was part of the plan. We just should have been more patient. And we talked about this and actually physically waited for this price to come in. So for right now, it's TQQs. We're short them. But it's been a rough ride to hold out for these comments. And it's funny because I was like, man, Powell's always saying positive stuff. And then there it goes. He's creating this move to the upside. Great job on Tesla. I don't know if it just faded off.
Let's let it fall first. Like
I just saw it fade.
In this move, I'm just saying, like it just went from 219 short, trying to touch 75s to them buying it right back up to 19. So it came up to 220, and again, try to be patient with it. I'll go over this in the middle of the day on AMD and why I'm mad at myself over that, but we'll get to that in a second. So Tesla does not get to 220. When the comments came out, it goes right into here at about 219.5, and now it's just bouncing underneath this 219. There's buyers in here galore. 218.70 to 218.90. If it chews through that, I want out there, and then we'll see what happens next. If I do chase something to the long side, meaning buying this dip, I still feel like it should be Alibaba. It was a mistake to get out before Powell. Obviously, that was clearly a bad idea. So if we get back to VWAP in 85, I'll just be on the bid looking for that retracement. Let's go back over to Adara. More updates from Big Papa Pump.
We do still have prepared comments. So some of these comments Fed Chair Jerome Powell is saying now have already actually been released. But it is worth noting here, too, we have the Fed swaps reacting to these comments, now pricing in nearly 100 basis points of easing by the end of 2024. So very positive reaction here to comments from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Again, these are prepared comments. If we have any reactions here, I will figure out and let you guys know.
Man, like we just
relentless.
The TQs just bounced off. Oh, here, that's Tesla right now. Yeah, 2.8. I was just looking at that. I like that play. Yeah, it just bounced off of us again. Honestly, we're at 87s. I cannot make this up. Like with this much volatility here, how are we getting just like passed over like that? Hopefully this comes back in and we're able to get that fill in the 80s. I did bid 90s there. We are still bidding this 87. We're making money back here. It's all good right now, but we are going to be down, obviously, initially on this short. Let's just see as the market settles down. Did we just hit some sort of a key level there? Talked about the TQs yesterday and what that was doing right into this area. So I guess instead of having 71 marked down, we could have, got a little more specific and said 71.50. But I was playing off this bottom and this top. So that was 71, and now we're starting to crack. Okay, good. I just talk about it, and then this starts to happen. This is a big monster trade now, boys and girls. Here we go to the downside. We've almost made it all back right now just on this one move. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Powell, for this, man. I love that trade on Tesla. We talked about that a little bit. And here we go. Thank you very much for that, TQQs. Thankfully. Just follow my own rules, and we would be up. But we're not. So, all right, let's just figure this out. Hopefully those TQQs continue to fall, man. That was a really, really good take there. Okay, now we're sitting a little bit more relaxed. We just get that fill at $70.35 along with the $70.45. So good little fill there on the downside. But that pushed down and then just came right back up. So we got to do better of getting out when that does happen. But so far, so good here. Another bid in the 60s in case we get that fall.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of a VWAP retrace, but I got to have my eyes on AMD. Got to stick to the plan of action. It's right back underneath 155. This seems eerily like yesterday, where you get that big, massive wick, and if we lose the bottom, want to be into this short. So there's the 155. All you have is a false breakout. If it does it again, I want to be short this one underneath that 155 and or VWAP. We'll see what's going to happen on that. I wanted to quickly go over to Apple because Apple looks a lot stronger than it. Okay, it looks stronger than everything else. A lot is a really weird way of saying that, but it looks very strong, relatively speaking. But I wanted to point this out on Apple. It never really took to that 228 break yesterday. If this makes a fresh high and breaks this out, this is a big consolidation and accumulation level here on Apple, where it tried to dump off of it to retake this. To me, looks pretty darn bullish on Apple. But Tesla's starting to work into the downside. I still like AMD if it shows that weakness where I want it. That was the original stock for me, short, yesterday and today. So I want to be focused on if I can get this one off that 55 after all.
All right. So pretty good, actually. We can look at some more names here as they start to go up. I mean, the Nasdaq's now up 1.28%, which is nice, man. 1.3%. It looks like it wants to go higher here. We got out of half. We're out of half of that TQQ trade, which again, we said we almost made it all back. We had to get it all out to make it all back. So right now it's coming back up to the upside as these futures did have, like, what was up with that flush? Like, that's, thankfully we were able to take advantage of that flush there in the Nasdaq and get decent pieces out at the bottom. That's because we were sitting there. Then we went over and punched some out as well. So that turns out good. The one name I wanted to show everybody here, as the market continues to go higher here, Meta has not retraced. It's not retraced back up to the upside. It's only hit that downside move. So right now, if you're looking for a short, we're already short, but Meta might be one of those Mag 7 names. Nvidia, the play of the day that we actually had with some shares, not a huge amount. This one was the play, man, up to 129 almost right now. Okay, let's see what winds up happening. But right now we are in one now with the TQQs. So Bitcoin also, we said that let's watch Bitcoin off of Powell. That's starting to go 61.7. What's up, Adara?
So Jerome Powell is still speaking here, but these are prepared comments. So while he's speaking, I did read through these prepared comments. Here's kind of a summary for anyone who did not get a chance to see these, just so we know what Jerome Powell is talking about here. This speech is, in essence, about how the pandemic impacted the U.S. economy and, most importantly, how the Fed can work at disinflation while preserving the labor market, which we know has been a concern of a lot of Fed speakers, especially in recent months here. So that is the goal of this speech, basically saying that how could we have this very unique situation of the pandemic and use this as a learning opportunity here for assessing labor market conditions and inflation while preserving the labor market. So that is the summary here for these prepared comments from Fed Chair Powell. If you missed some of these here, though, he is still currently speaking, so the market still may react to some of these as he says it. Again, though, they've already been published here on the FOMC website, guys.
Yeah, this is going to go higher. So
yeah,
futures are going higher here.
Couple of things. One, AMD tried under that 155. It's above VWAP, but that was the level I liked. So kind of broke a rule to take it at the price we wanted, and it just broke the 155. So that's the first thing. Tesla just came back in. Okay, we'll keep it on AMD because if it goes off that high, this is the one I want. Tesla came right back in, reshorted it off the high, looking for fills halfway, and then we'll get out in front of VWAP if it does it again. This is a strong move. It was a good reversal, but now it's taking out the top. Again, I can pretty much stick a fork in Alibaba, but here comes Apple. All right, Apple looks like it does want to take out this high. So sometimes you've got to pivot. It's 228.35 is yesterday's top on Apple. It's a very random price, but that is the top end break on Apple. So only in that Tesla that's managed to hold the high, but AMD didn't. So in and out of AMD again. It's weird. Like Tesla was like a secondary play for a short, but it's the one that's actually holding. So Apple's pretty close to that level. Tesla's trying to work its way back down. All right, no breakout looming here on Apple. Every time I do, I jinx every single breakout in the last 2 weeks. Like the stock gets right to the level, gets within 10, 15 cents, and I pull it up and get on the level 2 and get on the chart for you guys, and then it just starts to pull back. I feel as if I call out a break, I should just be shorting it every single time. I'm completely cursed with it. So Tesla, if it kits down to VWAP, I think that's almost too much. Buyers came in en masse at the 218 level, so we're scalping in front of the 50s and then out in front of 217.5. This is a strong move to the upside. Let's let it calm down a bit. And shout out to anybody that actually had some of these earnings plays. This is Zoom. We haven't had a chance to mention this, but now Zoom might take the 70 level. Zoom broke out, continuation. Now it wants to break 70. This sucker was $60 just yesterday, and it's about to take out the 70. I feel like this is a better long than Apple the way it's going.
Yeah, we don't always have to trade. Like that's a funny thing. It's
Zoom
like,
is unbelievable.
Always looking at like Mag 7 names and stuff like that. It's like there's so many opportunities every day on all of these names. One name that we haven't really gone over too much today, and it's basically straight up as well. The only one that I was looking at was Meta. I feel like Meta was sort of the one bucking the trend a little bit here. But Amazon, I mean, Amazon is straight up. We talked about this name as well. There's a lot of you traders that were looking at this. If you were able to be somewhat bullish on this name, you were able to buy something down here, maybe 177 break and 178.50 just straight upside surprise right now. I mean, I don't know if it's a surprise or not, but upside move now for Amazon. Looks like it wants to continue a little bit higher through the day's high right now as well, as these futures are not stopping. We do need Powell to, I don't know, to leave or to do something here on this market, but I guess he's still talking, and Nadera's been doing a great job giving us all of those updates as he walks through. So yeah, so far the market just keeps on ticking higher here, man. The shorts have been wrong and the longs have been right. I mean, look at this Nvidia trade. We will have the low of the day there on Nvidia, which is crazy, but not really the low of the day, but that move. There comes that 130 again. I'm not sure we thought we'd see this, but it looks like we are going to see it again. 130 here for Nvidia.
Yeah, I'm not going to reload Tesla again. It's either going to hold the high or it's not. So this is the top here. It's just screaming higher lows into this level. So the fact that it's even worked to any degree, I think is, you just kind of take that win because you're getting it. Like, this is clearly a pretty strong long. If it breaks the high, I'm getting out. If it makes that move to the bottom, we'll count ourselves lucky that we didn't get stopped out because it's come very close multiple times. Nvidia seems to want, my stop's above 219.5 where it is. So there is a wick, no re-entry. I'm not getting back into this until it starts reversing trend. Like, show me lower highs instead of higher lows, and that'll be the impetus to get into the trade. Apple still no break. No break on Apple. Zoom.
Yeah, we fall.
Zoom curling off the top. Yeah, now you're going to fall because I just got out at the top there. And we'll see. It might be the case. Nvidia did not get to 130 as well. So that's running into a little bit of resistance up at this top. Just going to have to be patient if you're looking to fade some of these curl moves, because Tesla could always just go to 220. It never actually got there. It's still at 219. And I said 220 short and ended up shorting in front of 219.5.
Oh, yeah. So we got stopped out of more of the cues. We still have a piece on, but it is starting to go, again, wrong way for us. So we'll have to wait for that. I still am a little bit stronger conviction on Meta. It's just the spread. You got to be very specific on where you're getting in. I mean, there he is still on the board there. We did talk about that break down on Meta. I mean, there it goes. This would have been the trade, man. That's $2 in the money now. Excuse me, off of that play there, 537. That's a nice play. So we should have probably been sitting there, bless you, but we were not.
Yeah, I didn't.
We were not. Nvidia reloaded maybe through 130. Could be a play as we continue to look at that. What about the SOX L? I mean, how crazy is this market going today? Remember that one day it was up or down 8%. You can see, come on, SOX L. These really start to fly at some point today. So we'll wait to see here. 41.20 coming into play on SOX L again. All right, so there's these levels. 43 would be the top. What are we up? 10%. We just mentioned that. Like, this name could go 7, 8, 9, 10%. Coming into some levels here. What do you want to do with Nvidia, I guess, is ultimately the question, because
it's not at 130 yet.
Yeah, it just went to I keep switching and my chart doesn't switch.
Wow.
There it is. It got to 129.50 and looking like it still wants to go here. So, yeah, not great shorting so far, but let's see if it wants to give it up. The market just touched highs one more time, coming back in right now.
Yeah, so 220 is come and gone on Tesla. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. There's a bit of a wick above the 220 level. Like, if Nvidia was at 130, we'd get to that. Apologies for the sneeze. I didn't get to my mute button in time, but
good,
that's life. We're live. If you enjoy the show, if you like the show, like the show. Real and all.
Show, yeah.
No, nobody likes to sneeze.
That's not bad. It shows, yeah.
Oh, get back underneath, but give me a fill first. Fill. Tesla just wicked the heck out of that 220 level. This is what happens when you wait for it to break instead of just let it run you over. Wait for it to break. look for the under trade, and now it's starting to go. So we stopped out here to wait for it to get to there. It does the liquidity grab above. Look, if this starts into a trend down, it would be like head and shoulders, 219, half where we shorted it before. I'm presuming I don't get this fill if that's the case. Then the lower high in here and still look for the work back into VWAP. So that's what I'm going to look for. We obviously just missed that 219.
What just happened?
Is
he off?
Well, is he done?
Is Powell done? Damn it, you son of a... Oh, we just made back half of our day, but still, I wish I had known that he was off. Oh my God. I mean, that market just kept falling. I'm like, is he saying something? Is he saying something? Is he saying something? But there it goes, man. Let's go. A little bit of diamond hands at the end of this trade. So happy to have been there for that. But there he goes. He left. And so we just got all the way out to VWAP now to the downside. Okay, market, just continue doing your damn thing now, I guess. But wow, our whole day was just, we just made back half of our day on this move alone. So wow, oh man, that was something else. You knew he was, like, when I was sort of asking, I was kind of rhetorical. It's like, must be gone, like he must be off. And then so we just started to layer this out right there on the downside. So now I'm bidding some more 60s. We'll see if we can get something out. But wow, that was a move, that's for sure. There at the top. So all right, man. Made back some anyways, but we didn't have the greatest calls today. As you guys know, we shorted too early right there, Roblox. We did short a little bit too early that market, that is for sure. Now Nvidia is trying to pull back with the market. The market just bounces pretty good. We almost got back to 20,000. Sharif is not here. But we had talked about that. Will the market get back to that 20,000 area? And it almost did, man. 19.9 coming into play again. All right, here comes this fill. We just talked to 75. We talked about bidding that. Now we are at bidding 59s. We'll see if we can get some more out down here. 59 is VWAP. Well, now it's 55, but down into here, if we can get a level down, that'd be good. We'll see about getting that fill at VWAP for a downside push. And then after that, maybe the 200 period would be a spot where we could bounce. So let's put another order around 70.30 in case we get that flush like we just had. That was pretty epic.
It was like right when he left the podium. Almost, like, I guess if you noted the exact time, it was pretty epic in terms of what that curl ended up being. So we're back into Tesla off the 220 level. If it breaks 220, we're out. I'm going to also note Intel got to resistance here at 220.80. So that's also setting up at the level we shorted at VWAP yesterday. So it's making a little bit of a topping tail candle. If it does that same head and shoulders, a pullback into VWAP's going to make sense. No long breaks occurred during that. So that includes Nvidia. That includes Apple as well. So Apple bouncing potentially off of VWAP here and still could take out those highs. Apparently it's time for the small cap recap. It's 10:20 already. What a morning it has already been. What's going on in small cap land, Adara?
Much like the rest of the market, we have the IWM pulling back a little bit here, but clearing multi-day resistance with higher lows of this 214 level. So that could be a level to watch out for on this Russell 2000. Quite a few small cap runners throughout the day. Some of those moves have already subsided in names like GDC or FFIE. We do, however, have some still on the move, including Applied DNA, APDN. This one submitting this validation package to the New York State Department with regards to this Mpox virus vaccine. So this is interesting look here for APDN with a 6.1% short float. Also on watch here is Sequans Communications, SQNS. They released their preliminary Q2 results showing an increase year over year for sales and a narrower than expected loss per share. They also have a deal with Qualcomm selling basically selling their IoT business for $200 million to Qualcomm. So good look here for SQNS. And last but not least, here we have PRTG. This is Portage Biotech. No news on this one, but a very small float, 667,000 shares, up more than 100%. Quite a few small cap runners still on watch, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Adara. And speaking of the small caps, I had mentioned that Faraday was going to be possibly in play. Thank you very much, Rob. I'll take that off your hands. Just a little refill on the coffee there. I can't really clean up a lot of my stuff because I got the crutches going on, so I can't really carry stuff. So I have like all the extra waters when I finish them in the coffees, and everyone's gracious enough to clean up after me, which is kind team we have around here. But I mentioned that Faraday, if it got into this dip zone off of yesterday's close, that I liked it in here, if it could catch a bid. Obviously, when we're focused on the bigger cap tech names and Powell is talking at 10, that's where it made that dip. It's now gone through it. and next support is down here at 650. This stock is unwinding currently, along with, I mean, the market's starting to pull back in, but this one's unwinding on its own. What goes up must come down kind of thing. I just also mentioned Intel with a little bit of a head and shoulders off resistance, just looking for it to break down off this or give one wick into 2080. One wick into 2080 to fail to get in, or just start breaking down and lose this trend, which I might as well just draw now, hold a VWAP, this trend up. So if it loses this trend here to here to here, I want to short this underneath. Otherwise, I'm shorting it off of 2080. So still just in Tesla, but looking for the fade. As we tag 19.9 exactly. Double top here on the futures, the 15-minute. Double tap the 19.9. If it breaks out 19.9 and stops haven't run, then I certainly wouldn't reload anything short if we're breaking out that top. But as long as we're underneath it, I want to give a chance to some of these resistance levels. If these stocks, like if this breaks out above 2280, I don't mind joining. Oh, there goes Tesla through 2020, so stop to fail on that one. But if we break through 2080, just to finish the thought here, if we break through 2080, then I can go into a long. But until you break out that top, I still have to consider it resistance. This was a monster short yesterday if you were short off this level here. As wow, Tesla's now going. There's Tesla right through the top. So that the short was before you had to have it. It's right back into the longs after the Powell, whatever we're calling it.
Dump?
I mean, well, I don't know what you want to call it at this point.
Well, the minute he got off, I mean, I think I just went over to Max and Obi and was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe that happened again. Straight to the downside. And then look, like, he gets off, comes right back in, right to VWAP again, and then just rips right back up. So we have less than half of the position that we had up here. We got some decent outs, man. So we're doing pretty good, but I mean, it's come all the way back up. So what we made was only on half of our position. So continues to be a struggle. I sort of thought that we could have continued to go downside. We had started the day, and we actually wrote down on here on our sticky note today, very hesitant before Powell. So we probably should have like started to execute now and just done nothing all morning. But again, it's okay. We will be down today, and you know, it's kind of been par for the course the last couple of days, trying to wait for some moves and then kind of getting thrown back and forth with them. So I'm going to try to let this one settle down again. We will try to reload it against the high of the day. Now that all the news is out there, we can sort of continue going where we've been going. And I thought the market, again, look, it's all talk. It doesn't really, at the end of the day, the market is the boss of everything here. But we here get that pullback and then right there bounce off the 50-period moving average. So maybe now the market wants to hold. We talked about the last time we took down the 50-period moving average. We went all the way to 200, make our way back up, but then it doesn't kind of continue. Like right here, we break the 50 and it continues to go up. This breaks the 50 and comes back down. So again, we're in a different spot now. They're adjusting the policy. We clearly heard that from Powell today. And if that policy is being adjusted, well, it's been straight hikes. Yep. So now we're expecting the adjustment to be obviously the cuts. What we can go see, and maybe that's what the next thing we should do is have a look to see what the odds are for the rate hikes and cuts now, because I think it was close to, there was, I can do it right now live, CME Fed rate tool. Okay, so we'll get that right now, and here it is right here. We will find out what this is going for September. Yeah, well, working. Is it not working? There it is. So yeah, here it is here. So for September, all right. So we're still at 7. Can you guys? I guess you guys can see that. Maybe if I zoom in just a little bit. So there it is right now. So we still are at 70%, give or take there for login. I don't have no login. Or 33% there for half. So these are the current odds right now. We should have maybe had a look at them before this, but it was closer, I thought, closer to 50-50. But right now, 32.67 there. So it looks like we definitely are getting that cut. Now, it's just a matter of how much. So that's the CME Fed rate tool as we look at it live. So just a thank you so much, Rob, for that. And by the way, Rob, we went with it. He's right, man. And the juice that's at the bottom of this is the candy.
I'm saving
on top of it all. Yeah, so we're getting out of this one, but good call on that one, Rob.
Now
we're almost done all of this. So yeah, there goes Tesla breaking 220.
Even Intel is breaking out the top here. Although we're not through 19.9, like the market's still holding out that top at 19.9. So chase breakout when the market is not breaking out. I'm not usually a fan of that, but it seems like it's AMD's going, Intel's going. What is not breaking highs right now is what I'm going to be interested in. Apple's at the high, trying to break it out, not quite there just yet. Tesla already went. Microsoft, I'm scanning through most. So Microsoft is not looking as strong as everything else. So the market broke out highs, made higher lows, and then made higher, and then another push into 19.9. Microsoft's still under $420, and still not even breaking out its pre-market high, and it's finding resistance at 419. Microsoft looks kind of weak. Like I'm sitting there, and I've shorted Tesla, first time good, second time bad, as it's going higher, and I was just looking over at Intel to short that at the high, when Microsoft, for some reason, seems like it's lagging everything in this move. So at this time of day, you always want to find relative strength and weakness. I know it's up 0.7%, but the market's up 1.5, and this is just failing 419. Fail 419 again. This looks like a more reasonable place to look for a fade. If the market goes down, you win. If the market doesn't go down, at least it hasn't been breaking the highs before.
So we're kind of in scalp mode now because we're right at the high of the day. We just took some more fills there at 55s and then got them out at 42 and then 35 or so. It looks like we want to get higher, man. We break that high of the day, we're out of this. It just made its move all the way back. It doesn't. There it goes. It don't care. There it goes. It don't care if Powell is on the mic or not right now. The market wants to just go higher. So there it goes. And here goes. And I mean, this Nvidia 127 long break was good. And here it goes higher and higher and higher into 130 again. Like pie on my face, man. Like we were long and then we lose everything on the short. It's so stupid. We don't even wind up losing basically anything on Nvidia. We lost everything on the futures right here, as it just took us out at that high. So it's like, it's a good thing this happened, but then that reload right there gives some back. I'm still thinking, I mean, we're at 19.9 right now. Yep. All right, a little bit of gun shy action right now, just seeing that. This is kind of where I was only stopping out the day's high, but I did forget that was 19.9 right there. So let's just put a little bit on in case that is something, a quick little scalp out here in and around 19.9. So that's what we're trying to break through. 19.905 has been the high here for the futures. So let's be careful with that level and go back over to Adara, 19.05.
Ethereum and watch here, these spot ETFs actually facing pretty significant outflows. Their longest outflow streak since they launched on July 23rd, 5 days of outflows. Most notably here, we actually have the Grayscale Ethereum Trust here, so ETHE, having 2.5 billion outflows total as of August 21st. So that one certainly of note. I know recently on this segment, we talked about ETHA having a lot of inflows. So certainly a little bit of divergence in terms of the performance of these Ethereum ETFs. Great look here for Bitcoin on the daily chart as it continues to hold that support around that 58,000 level, pushing higher on this uptrend and getting close to that pivotal 62,000 area that showed up a little bit here on this daily chart and has been flagged by some crypto analysts. So we'll have to see what Bitcoin does as we near this level here. Right now at around 61.9. We've got Ethereum here also trying to push up to a level here that's 2,700 right now, just below that, up about 2.5% on the day. A little bit of weakness here in Tether and BNB, but the rest of these crypto names generally pretty strong. Solana up about 2%, Dogecoin up about 3.5%, Cardano up about 3%, notably Avalanche up about 8%. So much like the rest of the market, cryptocurrencies and related names generally pretty strong today, guys.
Yeah, so we were just checking out
Mara, like we wrote down 17.
Just to quickly go over stuff here. This is Mara. This is Mara right at yesterday's close. This is Mara at the breakout point. This is Mara at yesterday's break. Maybe that was the only unclean move, but even if you scalp that, that's a quarter before it goes against you. And now it wants the 18 level. I just looked over. Bitcoin's not at 62 just yet. So we're scanning that Mag 7 to see. I didn't get through all of them. I actually didn't see what Meta and Amazon were doing because by the time we got to Microsoft, like Microsoft was failing these highs. It's just like if the market's making higher highs and something which usually is generally in the general sense going to have a good beta to the market, is going to follow the market like a Microsoft, then you want to then you want to see if it's relatively weak. Now, yes, it's got an upward pattern, but see the rejection up at the top? That's what you're looking for a resistance level. You know, not necessarily the same thing as Tesla here, where, okay, initially when it goes into my level, it's a short, but then that's the first time it goes in level. The second time it comes in here, that's bouncing, it's higher low, bouncing off in front of a previous high, right? It's like essentially just forming a wedge up in the top. Like you can take the short the first time, but after that, like go find something else, man, because it's just trending into the upside. Allow it to break the trend. Like now, if Tesla was to be a short for me, maybe back underneath that 200, it's got to break something like this trend line. Like, so show me when this upward trend, since it held VWAP, comes back underneath with gusto under 220, and then that's a reversion. That's where people are trailing out of the trade, and that should be the short entry. So hopefully that made sense to everybody, but like I said, I can't rewind the clock and go find Microsoft when I was sitting there staring at Tesla the entire time. So I think this can get down into previous close, although every single stock I have looked at that's gone to the previous close price down here has bounced. And this has already bounced there several times. So if we get down to 416.5, I'm not going to change the way that I like looking at this. I'm going to get out in front of that low of the day on Softy. And thanks to everybody who's like, hey, check out this, check out that. Sometimes that's what you have to do.
That is.
Look at something new. I wish we had, if the crypto segment had been earlier in the day, I promise you, we probably, at least one of us would have looked at Mara and pull up the level 2. Because you got to have level 2 up, and then you got to hit the key or the buy key or whatever it is, and then hit enter. If you don't do any of those things, you can't cash the move. Or sell key.
I was just looking at day trader cut, I believe it was there in the chat. Good job, coffee trader. I mean, being short Meta. Meta actually went to the upside, and day trader was saying like he doesn't have any big home runs yet, just a couple smaller little wins. We're kind of the same way, but they're smaller little cuts. It's the other way around. And we right now will try to hold on for a little bit more here. We just got a really great pull back in on the futures off that high. So I don't want to get like too out of pocket here with anything, but maybe we'll have a move down. And we actually talked a little bit already about Campus here coming through. This is Real Trading Campus. This program is back on right now. You guys are welcome to hit the apply now. This is open to Canadian residents. The office behind us, actually the floor behind us, we found this out yesterday when Brankles came on. This whole floor is going to be trading campus style. So training, looking at those levels, talking about that. Brankles is going to be a busy guy. I talked to him about this. They're expecting, again, lots of applicants have already been flown through this program. Again, they're piling in right now. Make sure you hit apply now. It's completely free. There's all these other internet phenomenons that are apparently amazing traders that will charge you to learn their style. Come over here, learn how traders trade at Real Trading, gain real experience. You're going to be able to find a good program structure. And for those of us that are looking to get training and traded about proper market structures, different markets to trade, Brendan, if I say his name is Brandon.
Brandon.
So it's like,
just say
I don't want people to think that we're talking about, yeah, that's why I was saying
Brankles.
Brankles. But you're going to learn market structure, which is obviously very important. And we just found out yesterday, open now to trade U.S. equities. So that's going to be really exciting as well. Make sure you join Real Trading Campus program right now. It's just 8 hours a week minimum. Get up to 16 hours a week. Plus you get that live one-on-one plus group setting. I mean, it's pretty cool to do all that. Go back to school with Real Trading Campus right now. For FREEEEE with a couple more E's at the end of that one, and you get a great deal. Right there, look at this. TQ is now falling back in. We are now 70 cents in the money on that one, but we just get that great fill down there at 90s. So we actually sat there and got that 50-period moving average. If you ever go from top back to the 50, I mean, that is ideal. So that's the kind of pullback that we would want to get. So we get out of a decent percentage there, wait for it again, as it looks like we might have been right. Next level of concern we're waiting at right now is 65s. So we're waiting here, got to up that a little bit, maybe go into the 70s now for a VWAP retracement next. So we'll see if that can keep coming into play. Picking levels is tough. So that's the one thing that you got to try to catch falling knives. If you're short, make sure you bid to capture some of that. We already saw me get stopped out on the back end for that as well. So here we go. Nice little pullback in for the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
we've been left for dead a couple times today, but you know, we just keep on getting off the mat a little bit. So here we come right back in again. I'm going to take one more piece out right now.
For the record, when I do the yeah, here we go, that's me mocking Dak Prescott. That is not anything flattering for the Cowboys. I'm a tried and true, diehard Buffalo Bills fan. So I have this to say about the Dallas Cowboys with all the love in my heart. I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things happen to the Cowboys and no other team because they beat my boys in the Super Bowl 2 years in a row. Sharif, you know what's up with that. But Microsoft finally...
all the bad things on the Cowboys.
All the bad things have to happen to the Cowboys
Sharif
because
just
I keep
sparked
it
up
real.
here.
And you know what? What I love about sports is you can be like that, but know that it's just sports. It's nothing anything serious. The guys that play it, I don't know any of these people. Like, it is what it is, man. It's just got to have fun with it. I rep my team when they're bad. I rep my team when they're good. And right now they're good. So Microsoft did get down to our level. Put the trail in. It got to about 417 in here. I had to find something weak for you guys, and it looks like this was one. If we get a pullback into VWAP, can you come to my chart for a second, Fabian? If we get a pullback into VWAP, I'll look to re-enter on any bounce off the low, re-enter off VWAP. If it breaks the bottom, look for a consolidation low. This is what I usually get. I said this with AMD. Like, if you get out and like here and it breaks down and then holds, you want to get back in there. If you get out here and it bounces and that was a consolidation level, you want to try to catch that rollover. That's the plan of action. There hasn't been a downward trend on anything, but it worked on AMD that I like for a short. AMD's trending up today. What can I do about it? So I'm now into Intel. This is the trend. Okay, it's a dirtily drawn. Is that a word? No. It's a unfairly drawn.
Dirtily drawn?
No, it's not a very clean trend line that I've drawn here. It's actually not that bad. But as the market was breaking down, there was a shelf at 80, and I said I wouldn't go short unless it breaks this trend line. But there was a buyer at the 80 level when the market was pushing down. So when it hit that, I just punched 79. So like there was a seller or a buyer at 80, and so it hadn't really broken the trend just yet. So I think I'll need it to hold underneath there and then add to it down here because I think this was a little early to that move. Coffee Trader says look at Meta. Absolutely. If there's something...
We called the short there. It's probably tanking.
It's under VWAP as well. Lower highs on Meta, underneath VWAP. So Meta and Microsoft look relatively weak. I just kind of felt like Softy was weaker. Is that true? Softy feels a little bit more weak, but Meta, absolutely true. It is also relatively weak. Short, weak names is usually the way to go. It's an easy thing to say, because what happens when you have big resistance levels? The stocks that are going up are the ones that are hitting them. That's just how it's going to be. So sometimes that can lead you astray. I believe it is. Are we ready? Are we? Oh.
The market just bounced off of VWAP, and I was sitting there and did not get filled. Like look at that rate. Anyways, we put it a couple pennies higher here. We'll see if we get a 72 fill and go over to Adara right now. It's already 1040. Wild. For sector watch.
What sector?
Apparently I should be short Tesla now, I'm being told, as opposed to earlier. That it's so true, but I can't rewind the clock, man. I need that DeLorean. If you guys get one, let me know. But I'm just about to add to Intel just made that move. I'm going to add to it as we now go for sector watch.
Sorry about that, guys. Not a particularly complex sector board to analyze today. Generally, everything is notably green. Specifically here in the electronic technology sector, lots of strength here in consumer durables led by Tesla. Retail trade pretty strong. Producer manufacturing with the notable exception of GE Vernova. Not seeing any news on that, but that one pretty weak here. Other than that, strong sector, energy minerals, health services. In terms of sectors that are a little bit weaker or more mixed, we have a couple red names here in consumer non-durables. Commercial services a little bit more flat here. Distribution services also a bit more mixed. And of course here, we're talking about technology services here. We have INTU notably red. They did actually have earnings much weaker than expected guidance for fiscal Q1 2025. Other than that, though, Google, the only Mag 7 name that's notably green here today. Meta and Microsoft both mixed. Keep an eye on CRM as well. They're up on the day, and they report earnings next Wednesday along with Nvidia and CrowdStrike, guys.
CRM, okay. We definitely like that CRM look a little bit there as well.
You still in that one? I'm still in that one.
So, oh yeah. I haven't really sold too much of anything, really. All right, so here we go. Just quickly, Now that you said here we go, it's going to be a problem. So we actually get it. So we'll go a little bit of diamond hands. We put $1 on its TQQ's head there a little bit as it comes in, and we get that 72. That is a $1 winner. Again, patience pays. We always talk about that. We wrote down 71 on here. Should have just waited for it. How we got hit on this was really just this move right here, all the way up as Powell sort of came in. We got his prepared remarks, and I was like, you know what? Powell's pretty much always bullish. And here I am shorting it into 71. The problem is you don't do that when there's news. I mean, we always talk about that. We even write it down on our own notes. But again, writing something down and actually following it is two different things. So now we're just going to sit in this. We have a good winner. We're actually not even going to be, well, we'll be down. I won't sit here and tell you that we're not going to be down. But if this market kind of does what I think it does and it kind of hangs out here and maybe even goes lower, I mean, we're just now bouncing off you up at 19.8. I don't see why we can't just go back to where we were post or pre-Powell, because the idea there is I don't think he said anything different. We already knew that the rate, and I'm going to have to review all this. All I heard was sort of Adair's updates there. Yep. But I mean, all we kind of said was same things, right? That we're looking to start the rate cut cycle, I believe is what we heard. And he was focusing on the employment sector as well, which we know needs to stay sort of robust. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening now. I would not be surprised for a pullback. And on that sense, I'm bidding $70.40 right here, which gives me that pullback area. And then I'm bidding under. I'm bidding $70.15 as well to see if we can't get that just little whoosh action to the downside. And if we do, we do. If not, we probably won't reload this until days high again and just sit here. Yeah, there it goes. He said, I mean, people in the chat saying he really did say nothing. So we'll then wait. You mentioned Uber before moving around a little bit down to $73 and then now back up. We do have to go to Adair. I just wanted to look at Uber quickly because it's the one that got back up to days high right now as well. So there's everything's going a little slow here, I feel like on the charting. But there it is right there, 73.50 coming into play for Uber. So that's one of the stocks that just faded off its days high as well. Good trade on Meta, and let's go find out what Adair is up to.
Just worth noting here, just a quick summary of those comments from Fed Chair Powell. They were actually released online as well on the FOMC website. But basically, to summarize, Fed Chair Powell talking about how the pandemic has changed the economy and with regards to how to move forward with the pandemic in mind, trying to find that balance between disinflation while keeping the economy and the labor market fairly strong. So that was the gist of his remarks. Key among them, though, he did say that it's time to have this rate cycle begin to start the cutting process, but also noting there that there's no set timeline for that. So not giving a particular timeline or amount, but saying that it's time for this process to begin soon. So that's that kind of summary of those prepared remarks from Fed Chair Powell that we heard earlier today, guys.
Thank you very much, Sir Adair. And this might be time to go back to square one, not the mall, which is, I haven't been to malls in a long time, but it's a local one around here in Saga. But Alibaba at VWAP. Oddly enough, I look back over after all of this mess, and Alibaba, the Chinese ADR, is doing pretty much just very normal things. Breaks out through 85, dips into VWAP and bounces, dips into VWAP and bounces. It's not sexy, but it is pretty clean how this is now holding the trend. And you know what? If as long as it holds that trend, I'm going to go right back on over to it. Going to have some eyeballs on Wim, and I'm still bidding a breakout on Apple. Yes, I am. Let me just cancel. Apple obviously did not break out that high, as you guys can plainly see. It's actually trying to hold on to VWAP as well. Nvidia is looking a little bit stronger. It's holding on above, still no 130 break on that name, so not a heck of a lot going on there. I'm just going through some of the names here. Mara could be a top break at 18. It's not hanging off VWAP. Not really seeing a great entry on that particular one. Go back over to Microsoft, which has been weak. Yeah, Microsoft is breaking lows. So now that it's underneath the low, next consolidation. This is where we closed yesterday. So it's at the closing price. If it consolidates between the close and the previous low, look for the short back into here. Otherwise, it's still in the pocket for a VWAP bounce. So let's see where we do go from here. We're now under 19.8 and starting to accelerate. Yeah, that rhymed.
Acceleration right now. Let's go. Finally, we'll spend a little bit of money right now as we're more than $1 now in the money on these TQQ trades. So, yeah. You know, I'd say it was as planned, but just a little after. There we got 45s. Boom! We just talked about that one. There it is right now, $1.30 in the money. And this is the thing. you know, it's like when you have something, and I don't think we had this stock on the ropes by any stretch of the imagination. Whoa, we just went down to, what am I bidding? 70.11s right now. Okay, why not? Now you're starting to get a little bit more aggressive here. You can really see when this starts to go how aggressive the time in sales and the print looks here on these TQQs. Wow, pretty impressive for sure on the way back up or on the way down there on that volume spike. But okay, here we go, man. I'm gonna take another piece out right there at 70.30s. Here we go. I'm gonna still wait for that 70.15s. I just didn't want to miss this move down. We are completely retracing into the 200 period moving average. We did call this, so we will say fail on the bang right there as the flush Neil is upon us, baby. I love that you have intel. Get down.
Holy crap, the bid just went gone on Microsoft.
So, yeah, I like that. Let's keep going, man. Now we're almost $2 in the money on this one. Oh, man. No shares, no cry, but this boy's got shares this time, as we talked about holding on for the play. So there it goes, man. We're still in like a third of this position. One more piece out at $70, and then just say hallelujah that actually happened, because this was the play that we were looking for a minute. Just took 57 minutes or whatever, 47 minutes. Now that Powell's gone. So here we go. The money is in there. Thanks, Dan McIsaac.
Nice short.
Yeah, thanks, man. Took too long, man.
No, the bid, the only way I can describe this to you is I had a level 2 up for Microsoft, and while I was kind of like bumbling around there, is I don't think I've ever actually seen the bid happen. Not on Microsoft. I've seen this happen to Tesla, maybe Nvidia on the way down, like chip names and that kind of thing.
Crazy.
I've never actually seen the bid sort of, like the algos just dropped the bid.
What is happening, dude?
And they stopped making a market on Microsoft, and it's absolutely flushing.
Look, there's no market anywhere.
I'm in Intel right now. There just isn't a bid on Microsoft right now. This is insane. Like you're absolutely flushing to the downside. I've heard nothing in my ear. It's just like a reversion. You've lost the bid here. Clearly, this is nasty. What has not gone is the answer to the question. Is we're absolutely flying into the downside. That is insane. You don't see big cap tech cap tech do that on the bid. I should get some bids out.
Go, dog.
Yeah, we're heading to the downside rapidly. This is insane. The sky is falling.
This is big time movement here. We've got this one, guys. Put it up in the chat. We're $3 in the money now on this TQQ trade. And there it goes, man. Yeah, Neil and I have been talking about this. Not only have I been saying, watch out now. This is right. We have this play. This is the right play. What's up, Adam DeLuz? What's everybody else out there? We did Adam DeLuz a little bit earlier today, but right now we are Adam to winning on this play. And yeah, we just covered more on that downside. Yes, sir. Wow. Today I was like, I even said to Neil, I'm like, how can we be so right about this, but yet be red?
Timing is everything.
Exactly. And that's what I was saying to you when you said great short. I was like, it is, but a little too late. Like we had already... We'll be fine at the end of this. Like, was not expecting that move, but at the end of the day, wow, you were right about bids collapsing. I mean, that might be the thing, man. The next time we see bids collapsing, like on major cap
I should have gone over, and I was staring at Microsoft, and I should have gone over and punched. I could have punched Tesla. There was a moment there. I was getting into Intel, but I could have punched Tesla. We're going to get to money talks in a second, because Tesla was here. And I was here looking for the 220, and I could have still hit this when Microsoft was going. But believe me, like I saw the bid drop, and I was like, "What the heck is going on?" And then the first thought, my mind completely went to, "Is my Benzinga on? Did something just happen?"
Right, same.
That's the first thing that my mind went to, and then nothing had happened. And by the time I went back, it was too late. Let's go and talk to Adara about the U.S. dollar and money talks. Yeah, that's the thing.
With regards to that crash, I'm not seeing anything, but it is worth noting that came as we broke below that key 560 level here on the SPY. So could have been a technical breakdown. Worth noting, though, as that 560 broke, we had the rest of the market move down. Not seeing any news on that there. But in terms of the DXY, quite a sharp move down here as well. Undoing all of those gains from that one green candle we had yesterday after that 4-day losing streak for the US dollar. We did have here notably stronger than expected home sales for July. 739,000 homes versus estimate of 624,000 homes. That's more than 100,000 homes over the estimate. New home sales month over month increased here by 10.6% compared to estimates of 1%. So notably stronger than expected new home sales. That was the only economic number we're getting today, though. Of course, we did get prepared comments from Fed Chair Powell, mostly with regards to how policy has changed since the pandemic. But the key thing to remember here is that Fed Chair Jerome Powell did say that, quote, the time has come for interest rate cuts to begin. We actually have the Fed swaps now pricing in roughly 100 basis points of cuts by the end of 2024. So that is notably dovish here in terms of the markets responding. On the flip side, though, we did have some comments from Fed's Bostic this morning saying that we need to be patient with regards to the policy pathway of rate cuts. We do have some more Fed comments, though, in the span of just 2 hours. We're going to be getting 3 comments from Fed's Goolsbee, the first at 12:30, the second at 1:45, and the third at 2:15. Also, just seeing in here, just added to the schedule, in 10 minutes, we'll be getting comments from Fed's Harker. So the excitement today does not seem like it's going to be ending anytime soon, guys.
Like, we're 250 handles in the money right now on this futures trade. But again, it just wicked that it was doing another collapse there. And I didn't put any bids because I was like, how far is this going to go? And then once it really got going, I put a bid at 71. So I'm actually just going to put another bid down there. I'm going to go to 80s now. Put a bid there, see if it does continue to collapse down in. So we only have we actually did okay this time. We actually held on to this position. So we have about 15% left, so it's not huge. But wow, at least it's someone just said it's a rager. Yeah,
it's
raging today.
These markets,
Nasdaq's still up.
The market makers, and like they know what they're doing. Like even you can sit there and be like, on Jackson Hole Day, I want to fade pops. We were weak yesterday. It's tepid. Want to fade the pops. Want to wait for it. You can literally have that as your plan, and all they will do is like every trader. Obi just told us the same thing. He was looking to pop and fade, and you had all those curls. And when they finally let it go, it's like after it stopped so many things out, run through those levels. But hopefully you got into something for sure. Mr. McIsaac in the chat, Stephanie called it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Stephanie, in the chat. If you're in there somewhere, I haven't seen
No, I think she means Danielle.
Danielle called it.
Wasn't it Danielle's birthday?
It was Danielle's birthday. I thought you meant somebody else. Damn it.
She probably did mean Danielle.
Okay, no, if you meant Danielle Shea, yeah, Danielle Shea last night. It's not her birthday today. It's this weekend, I believe. But happy birthday to Danielle. But she called it. I know a lot of traders were looking shorts. I think I had.
Let's be careful on what we call. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point. Is like
we're all tepid. We were just.
You have to. Yeah.
It was a feeling. We talked to a trader from Montreal, and he sort of had a feeling that we were going to get some kind of a reversal event as well. But it's one thing to like come to some charts here for a second. It's one thing to want it. Like I was in Intel here, it kind of broke back above the trend line. Then I jumped back in when the market started flushing. It's easy enough to say, yeah, I liked the short. I wanted the short, but I didn't get back into Tesla. Like that's me trying to get back into Tesla. You throw up AMD where I like the short. This is it the last time back through the 155 level of mine. Like it lost the bid exactly at the level that I wanted. But by that time, it was trend, and blowing it out of the water. So you just got to try to catch whatever you can in a moment like this. I've got out some intel in front of VWAP because VWAP's still a thing with that stock. But you can go across the board here. Nothing was easy. Like, look at Apple. Apple, trend, looking like it's going to break. And the second it lost the bid, everything flushed. This is the moment where I think you calm down a little bit, try to assess, just like we assessed with Microsoft and Meta, what was relatively strong and relatively weak. I think you want to do the same thing here and after we've had this flush. What is not dying at this moment? So my mind goes to Uber is holding on to VWAP, doing its own thing a little bit. Maybe it's got some strength to it. You look at something like, I'm looking at something like Zoom. Like Zoom is making higher lows out of all this. I mean, like what the heck, Zoom? Like Zoom is ridiculous at this point. Like it's still chilling out above the highs while the market's trying to bounce. So Zoom looks like it's strong. I think VWAP or trace if we go lower, maybe even a consolidation breakout on that one. So it's always about what's next for me. But the market makers made it really tough today. And then when they decided to leave the bid, it was about the most epic fall you'll ever see.
I hadn't really ever had that many shares on the futures and watching that. Like, I was just like, that was something else right there. So, nice move down. I'm definitely having 15% is fine. But, yeah, Obi loves this chart. But the thing is, Obi, man, Too many purple flowers, my guy. I mean, thank you, Obi. Yeah, I much appreciated. He's just saying a lot of decisions made, but definitely the right way. And yeah, for sure. You'd look at this and think I was up on the stock, but I'm not. That's position pending. We'll see if it goes in like there. Obi, you just keep those puns to yourself for a couple minutes.
What did he say?
Over there.
I can hear it.
He's talking about the weekend here and all this kind of stuff. So we've got a good show coming for you very, very soon in the midday with Obi and Sharif. Any lessons today or just trading?
Of course, we're talking today, man, about moving
Use it. Perfect. Support. Ooh. I mean,
like
perfect. I mean, right now, I'm going to have to pay attention to this one as well because I consider myself basically that trader. It's moving averages with support and resistance today. So find out more and more about
confluence with moving averages.
We'll see if there is some confluence thing happening. I mean,
that's the
man.
idea.
It's funny because the reversion man. I mean, everything happened today. Everything he did.
The reversion man.
The reversion man is real and he's fantastic. He came through today. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, what's happening right now is we are reverting higher right now on the TQs. So not great for me, but again, we just have a piece on. I'm thinking short back into VWAP and then finite. I do not want to hold this thing all the way back up, man. We could definitely sort of make our bed and lay in it as well, but let's not bury ourselves today. We've already got hit early. We made money late. It was a doozy of a play, so hopefully we will be able to capture something here into the end of the day with this play, but trying to average into that. The other dangerous play for me would be VWAP here for Nvidia. It just went back in and touched the 200. Generally, when you touch the 200, you could get a pushback into 128.50. So that could be a decent short area against 129 again. But wow, Nvidia goes top to bottom there again.
Right back.
So pretty violent today. If you're trading this and you like volatility, then today would have been your day, top to bottom twice.
I'm not sure Nvidia is the one I'd want short on the way back up. I'm thinking the things that are weak before, like Softy, wherever, I don't know where it's going to be, but it closed at 415 half, and this low was about 416. So where the bid evaporated was about at 416, oddly enough. Go Steve Austin. But if we get back up here, if they lose the bid again, it seems like an obvious place. Maybe it's a trap, but lay the trap. I just saw a really good point in the chat, and I missed who said it. I'll try to scroll up and see if I can find it. Here it is. It's a FX2PY. Oh, whatever.
That's all good. Yeah.
No, basically, and it's a simple one. They just said Cava was a simple trade today. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you got to find things, like I was pointing out Zoom. Like Zoom didn't, all of this nonsense, Zoom didn't even care about it, just kept continuing higher off that earnings breakout. So there's the earnings break day one. Look how clean that top break is. Trend. Break out the top. Trend above it. Higher low, still going. I might dip by into 70. As a matter of fact, I thought I put a bit. I put a stop where I didn't put a bit. And the other one was Cava. Only got 30 seconds to go here. Cava, yeah, I know, we're already at 11 o'clock.
Jesus.
Cava, same thing. Clean break, that 112 double top. Consolidation higher. We don't care what the market's doing. It's doing its own thing. Earnings plays sometimes on these types of names can be the place to go if you don't want to get that whipsaw action, because maybe the algos aren't doing their dirty on these the same way. There's a less algos when you're getting price discovery than when you're trading on some of those highly correlated futures names. So it is 11 already. Buy strong stocks. Short weak stocks. I'm looking at Microsoft back into VWAP. Maybe we get a reload on Intel. And then Cava and Zoom look pretty strong. Let's go over and talk a little bit about support and resistance with moving averages. We've got, Obi.
We have
and
Obi?
Sharif, the professor.
Oh boy.
Go get him.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. He is Obi, the one, the Kenobi. Shout out to him. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat. Adara off for the afternoon, but she will be here for the afternoon rundown. So make sure you're with us. All the Adara friends. There we go. Hamster one. We got Derek Thompson and Matthew Booth. We got Vin. Let's go. Vic and Novak. Oh boy, trader. Okay. A day trader cut, Odyssey Flights, Huang family, and Mr. Jonathan as well. What's going on with you, sir? We got Neo Rob. We got Nate. We got Medical Mariana. Okay. Oliver, the Piper, Fiddlebeck, Obe. We got the whole bunch of people joining us today. My main man, Adam Deleuze. He is not losing today, sir. Mr. Ian, we got Sean Hodge, we got RTJ, Anurag, and Benton C, Daniel Melendez, we got Scott Angel, thank you, Marco, as well as Why Not. So, you know, there's Why Not, and that's important to have in the chat as well, Obe. So we're in a trade right now. I'm long right now on PRTG. I believe I'm about a little over 20 pennies in the money. Screen guys. If on this name, it is up 145%. I went long right at the volume weighted average price. I did not wait on this one. It's a big boy winner. We'll talk about why it's moving in a second, but here's a look. It's not even a small cap gapper. Or is it? No, I'm looking at the wrong one. It is a small cap gapper. $7 million market cap, 35 and a fifth million shares. Go, baby. We're 30 pennies in the money now. Let's go a little bit more. Let's see if we can get triple eights. Triple eights sounds good to me, Obe. I don't know how you feel about double eights, but I said triple eights. I meant double eights. Shout out to all my Asians out there. It is a lucky number in the Asian culture. We're putting it out there for double eights. We'll see if we get it. 35 and a third million shares traded on the day, 12.1 million share float. Let's find out the short float if possible here. PRTG. Negligible, 0.7% of the float is shorted, so not much to talk about there. Still hanging out around the 75 penny area. We'll see if this one gets going. Shout out to Tisha Perkins. I know that she loves these type of stocks. I think a couple of other small cap gapper traders out there. If you're into this, let me know. And make sure to vote, guys. I mean, there is a whole lot moving today. If you don't have something to vote for today, when will you have an opportunity to vote? There's all sorts of movers, small caps, big caps, even these medium caps, Obe, they're doing things. So make sure you're getting into the chat right now. Have your say every day. Otherwise, the big kahunas will not be able to look at the names as decided by you guys. So make sure you're checking that out. Obe's setting up his platform in a sec. You're good?
No, I'm still kind of setting up, guys.
Take
How's
your
it going,
time.
guys? Just give me a couple more minutes there. But what a wild move in the market. That was absolutely intense. Jay Powell coming in, reversion man coming, and he did come. And interesting places to turn on the Nasdaq and on Nvidia as well. I'm gonna go through some technicals that I had marked off earlier. Kind of got blasted in the morning. Not really blasted, but sized a little bit more aggressively, gave it a little wide, and then kind of made a little bit of it back on the flush that we just had. Now we're slowing down on this 19.7. So how's your morning been? What are some of your trades?
You know how I do. I start trading when we get on the show. I just want to point out. Right now, look at this. We got Sebastian. He voted for MU. Hamster 1, he's voting for Trump 2024. I don't know what that is. Malcolm is voting for Nio. We got Sam. He wants to know about UBXG. I love that. Bears versus Bulls. He wants to know about the SPY. My man Zion Lala wants to know about AVGO. He likes that Broadcom love. So get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. Or the Katina man and the Neil, they're not going to look at the tickers that you want. So that's the way it is. So anyway, I'm still waiting at this 80 penny level here, Ram. $6.80 seems to be a local area top. Unsurprised by that on PRTG. Look at this consolidation area bottom off which the closing prints on the one all bounced off 680. So it's not surprising to me that we're using a former area of support as resistance here, but call them a crazy, but I'd like something around a 7 print, hence why I'm waiting at around the 88 area, okay? So I'm gonna let this one cook, and if it stops out through the break of my entry, then it stops out. If I wet my beak at 88, then I wet my beak. Now let's look at some of the large cappers over here, because I think that's why a lot of people are here. We had a big boy market flush midday, unannounced to anybody. Well, they don't usually announce their flushing, but there it is. We got a big move down, breached 19.7, held up though above 19.6 on the NQ September contract, and that is important because if we base this 19.612 as the low, well, it's not even that, that's not even the low. The low's at 20s. Well, then that's a higher low than the low we put in yesterday. So if that's the case, okay, then we have something off which to work. What I'm seeing though, at least on the 5-minute on the NQ September contract, is the same flat top act as resistance. That's at 19, 7 and a quarter. Here we go though. We may be testing that level. We haven't on a closing basis quite yet. VWAP on the NQ September contract, it should behoove you to know 19,770. So we're at about 40, mid-30s right now. We'll see if this market wants to pop back up. I'm seeing all sorts of bottoming tail candles on these Mag 7 names. Without exception, they all have bottoming tails, but it could be bamboozlement central. You could see these bottoming tails, you punch in, then it ends up making a new low. So I need a little bit more evidence before I decide what I want to do here. All right, back to PRTG because we did break 80. Let's go 88s, baby. And there it is. We'll get the 87 print, but that prints 90. So as per usual, I do paper hand the trade, but I'm happy with it. I just took out 40 pennies, quick as you like on this one. Good trade so far. Are you good to go, Ob?
Almost.
All right.
I mean, I can kind of work and talk at the same time. I'm not too bad with the multitasking, but yeah, no. Take a look at this. So this is kind of the degeneracy I was up to. Maybe not that degeneracy. I got to be a little nicer to myself sometimes, but wasn't too bad. I kind of had the initial pullback off of the 127 here on Nvidia. Here, let me blow up this chart a little bit so we can see a little better. And review some of the stuff that I did here. So get short 127, get add here a little bit more for a pullback into VWAP here. It pops above and kind of starts pushing. Brankles yells at me. He's like, "Do you have a stop?" And I'm like, "Yes, I got an idea of where I need to get out there." I love it. I'm like, "All right, get out above the 54 break." Basically, I was like, I'm going to get out before Powell kind of starts speaking, going into that. Thank God I got out. Look at this, Sharif. I was short 127s. I added in, I doubled up right here below 60. So my average was 75s. I got out pretty with a wide stop, kind of aggressive. I got out at 127.54s and to the moon as soon as the man steps onto the podium. Unreal. Right? So absolutely crazy. Great reason to buy, great reason to stop out, and great reason to take along through that day high. But holding the moving average, we're going to be talking about moving averages today.
Absolutely.
But, and Nvidia is a prime example. Nvidia was holding the 8 moving average on the 3-minute, as I noticed, and I was like, all right, well, I know I'm fighting the trend a little bit, but I'm looking for a distinct change to come in when he does step on. And I was wrong, but manager mischief, we pull back in, and I'm like, all right, that's an aggressive pop to the upside. We pull back in, and then start holding that same moving average, right? And I'm like, all right, well, I'm not gonna make the same mistake twice. I'm gonna flip long, and I'm gonna risk to the low. I'm gonna risk to the low that moving average hold. Get long, pushes up into 129s, fails to follow through 129. I'm like, all right, well, I like that. I like that for the back through. Get short. Not enough. Comes in almost a point, pops back up. I'm like, all right, get out. But then I re-engage on the short here, Sharif, right as we break back below 129 halves, and that's when the magic starts to happen there. Get short, cover some more, get short more, and then I see the Nasdaq start breaking structure as well. And I'm like, oh boy, it might be coming in. Prior bar low break on the 15-minute has not happened yet, and it's about to happen, and the tape's looking weak, the futures are looking weak. I did not pound this in hard enough right here on the break back at 129, break back below this. I did add below VWAP, which was, I was like, okay, I like this. If we're going to crack VWAP and then break below that as well, but take a look at that. Strong reasons to buy. I just cover everything piece by piece. Boom, 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 boom. 126. Kind of a failure to follow through on the selling, and we saw that there was some buying pressure there. And again, this aggressive buying pressure with that expanding volume came in from around these prices.
Oh,
so
we're coming down.
I'm gonna take that off. But yeah, let's see what the day has in store for that. But
the Katina is short Apple at these levels, guys.
Let's go.
226.20. But leave your chart up there for a second.
Okay. All right.
Does that not look like one of the most beautiful Head and Shoulders?
Oh, absolutely. Right here.
Look
exactly.
at that thing,
That's
bro.
what I'm saying. I got to get so much more aggressive when this breaks, and when the shoulder starts to slow down, maybe take a little bit of a dabble as well.
Love it.
Right?
I love it.
Yeah, lots to improve on. Crazy movements here today in the market, Sharif. But what do you got going on?
Oh, but just before we start the lesson, I want to let everybody know that the Russell's up 3%. Okay, it's up 2.84. It was up 3 and change when I yelled to the Katina man. Something's afoot with IWM, RTY, whatever you guys want to trade as a derivative of the small caps. But the Russ up a gnarly right now, 2.8, and was up well above that at highs. Thank you for Day Trader Dad $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Can you look at AKTS? I will absolutely do that for you before we start the lesson du jour because you put a super chat and you're very nice. What's going on over there? The Katina man's not $1 in the money now on Apple as it drops into 225. If you don't already subscribe to our other channel, More Trader TV, maybe right now it is the good time because on that channel, you'll be able to see the Katina man's positions, Neil's positions, all the headlines, as well as the markets in general. So make sure, yep, there it is. Thank you guys, undefeated production team. That is the More Trader TV channel there. And you can run it simultaneously with this stream because you don't hear anybody punning on that side of the screen. So yeah, got it? All right, AKTS, I didn't have any eyes on this one. This is 10-cent name, and I filter my scanner to block everything out south of 85 pennies. But this is an $11 million market cap. It's a 10-penny name, my man, but it's only done 2.5 million shares on the day. And then the float's 103 million, and I'll give you the short float super quick, 4 1/3. So not bad, certainly. Great direction today. On this name, love affair with the 10 exponential on the 5. Since the bell has rung, we haven't even touched the 20, and you don't have any closing prints south of the 10. That's all well and good, but the volume is just not there. So I'm personally not going to be involved in this name, but that doesn't mean that you can't. Maybe you trade a little bit differently. We have to account for volume on the prop floor here because of the issues with liquidity, but it's a fantastic look. Let me look at the daily chart real quick to kind of get a gauge of the trend. Well, yeah, we see this with a lot of small cap gappers down into the right. Looks like the low there was around 7 pennies. This one may not have much longer before it has to reverse split because it's going to get that letter from the exchange. Yeah, it trades on the NASDAQ, so they may have to adjust soon here. So let me know. We love you too, man. How do I say? Empower Pixels. We love Trader TV. $10 super chat. Thank you very much. The Empower of Pixels there. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat. But we do have a lesson du jour to get to, so let's get right to it.
What are we learning today?
We're learning about moving averages.
Okay, cool. Let's get it done.
We're going to use them as support and resistance.
I like that.
I'm good with that too. Yeah. So let's get right to it. All right. Support and resistance, let's talk about that as we always do. We just introduce the topics for the newer viewers out there. Understanding support and resistance, kind of an easy concept. Support and resistance levels essentially are price points where a security or whatever instrument you're trading tends to bounce or reverse off that level. So you come into 200 on Apple from the south side, say from the 190s, you reject. Or once you clear the 200 level on Apple, you come down into the 200 level on Apple, you bounce. That's what we mean by support and resistance. Support levels are areas essentially where buyers are more likely to enter the market, and the resistance areas are areas where the sellers are more likely to enter the market. So you can kind of glean what the price action might be once you're at support and resistance levels. And so how do you use moving averages to gauge support and resistance? That's what's going to be the focus of our lesson today. So moving averages certainly can be effective tools for IDing support and resistance areas. When the price touches or breaks through a moving average, it can signal a potential reversal or continuation. We'll talk about different contexts there. So that's what we're looking for here. In the same way that I was kind of giving you the idea that price comes into 200, rejects, or comes down to 200 and bounces, does the same thing, but with a moving average rather than a static price point. That's what I mean there. So it's not just one moving average that we use as a gauge for support and resistance. Usually we're using moving averages in combinations. And we kind of introduced this concept a little bit to you yesterday, these moving average pairs. I submitted to you the 50 and the 200 SMA and the 20 and the 50 EMA. Today we'll build on those, but we'll talk about them from a little bit of a different light. So let's talk about the 50 and the 200 SMA, the one that we talked about yesterday. So how do we use this? So essentially here, when the price touches or pulls back to the 50 SMA can act as a potential area of support. Conversely, when the price touches or pulls back to the 200 SMA, it can act as a potential area of resistance. So what do I mean by that, right? So for example, if the price action is between the 50 and the 200, if there's space separating the 50 and the 200, you're going to want to use one as resistance and one as support. So what are you looking for when the price comes into those levels? So if the price consistently bounces off the 50, for example, it suggests a strong support level. If the price consistently fails, though, to break above the 200 SMA, it can suggest a strong resistance. And the point I want to make here is the more touches, the more times the price goes into a key moving average and rejects or bounces off it, the more weight you should be giving to that moving average or to that level of resistance. So the more times a support level gets tested, the more times a resistance level gets tested, the more credence you need to give to that area of support and resistance. And the longer, not just the amount of times that it's tested, but the amount of time that has elapsed that support level has gone unbreached or that resistance level has gone unpenetrated. For the longer it lasts, the more important it is. Yeah, I know. Use an interesting word there. Huh? Waiting time. The waiting time, essentially, what you should be looking for here, it can vary depending on market conditions, right? However, a common strategy to test these areas of support and resistance using moving averages, you should be looking essentially for the retest. So if you breach that 200 level on Apple, I'm talking about a price here, but let's say you breach that 200 SMA on the daily on Apple. Fine, great. So then you've breached that level. But one method basically is to wait for that price action to come back down and retest that 200 SMA. So that's what you should be waiting for. Sometimes you don't get the retest though, and you need to be okay with that. So yeah, if you're going to wait for the price action to come back in, like myself, before entering along, you need to be ready for the price action never to come back and having to get in at maybe a less advantageous price level. And other indicators you can consider using with the 50 and the 200 on balance volume. It's beyond the scope of this lesson, but we will get to it on a different day. But essentially, OBV here on balance volume you use to confirm the strength of the support and resistance. If the on balance volume is increasing as the price approaches support, it suggests strong buying pressure, and conversely. All right, let's talk about the 20-day and the 50-day EMA, not SMA this time, as another pair, moving average pair that we can use to gauge support and resistance. So how do we use? Kind of similar setup, well, basically the exact same setup as the 50 and the 200-day. So essentially what you're looking for here is it to come back and test the 200 or to breach the 50. All right, that's what you're looking to use for. And what to look for. The same principles apply with the 50-day and the 200-day SMA. You're looking for consistent bounces off the 20-day EMA, for support, and consistent rejections off the 50-day EMA as resistance. And your waiting time here, it has to be a little bit shorter than what your waiting time with the 50 and the 200 would be, because you're using the 20 and the 50 for more shorter term trades than you are the other pair there. So keep that in mind. And some other indicators that you can use here to help your trading using this system. You can consider momentum indicators like RSI or stochastic oscillator to confirm the strength of support and resistance, and divergence here certainly between price and these indicators can suggest a potential reversal. So keep on the lookout for that. Let's talk about some strategies though, using these moving averages pairs for support and resistance. The technique here, you're looking to buy near support. So when the price touches or pulls back into a moving average, which is the support level, you can consider buying as a potential entry point. And then obviously you're looking at selling near resistance. So when the price touches or pulls back into a moving average at the resistance level, consider looking to take some profits there or to de-risk. But you should also be on the lookout for these breakouts and breakdowns above or below key areas on the moving averages. So if the price breaks above a moving average resistance level or below a moving average support level, it can signal a strong trend change. And if it's going against you, you really need to consider where you're going to get out. Okay? and retests. We kind of prefaced this earlier, but after a breakout or breakdown, what you should be looking for here sometimes, not all the time, is the price for the price to come in and retest that former area of support or that former area of resistance. This can provide an opportunity for you, obviously, to enter the trade if you didn't the first time around. But again, I really want to point out the fact that you may not get that retest. Let me give you a story. Everybody knows about my Caterpillar trade. Great, fine, Sharif, you did fantastic. But what happened when I wanted to get back in again? Until Black Monday a couple of weeks ago, I never got that 300 ad, right? And I had been waiting and waiting and waiting. And let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Paddy, the Mara indicator is back, everybody. All right, here's what I'm talking about, Cat. Yeah, yes, the Mara indicator. So this is the daily chart on Caterpillar. So until we got this 300 level over here, look what we were doing. We used 320 as the new support level. And then what happened? You ended up popping back into 370. So I thought for sure, once that happened, that I'd never get my 300 ad and that Caterpillar would be at 450 by year's end. But I did get my 300 ad. Okay? And that's the look there. So have your orders out at the areas of support and resistance that you want, especially if you're trading on the long-term time frame, because I never got it, but then you did get that 300 ad. So that's the look there. So you're looking for these retests after the breakout or the breakdown. They don't always come in, but sometimes they do. Just to finish up here, tips for some using these moving average. You need to definitely consider the market conditions. I made this point clear yesterday. Moving averages are all but useless in consolidative markets. You're going to get umpteen amount of crossovers, most of which will be false signals. So it's incumbent upon you to gauge the market trend before you start employing indicators that don't work in that specific market. So 2 markets where moving averages are kind of poop: consolidative and highly volatile. Second point I want to make here, combined with other indicators, we already kind of mentioned that. You should be using it with RSI, MACD, stochastics, on balance volume. You need to figure out what works best for you. And last but not least here, adjust your moving average periods. I really can't stress this enough. So I like to use the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 200. But Adara likes the 9. What do you use? You use the 8?
I like the 8, the 21, the 50, the 200.
See?
Is not bad.
See? So it's incumbent upon you to figure out what moving average pairs or more than pairs work best for you. And my suggestion to you is, you got to have some sort of testing grounds off which to base that. So the sim may not be a bad idea, especially as you experiment with different combinations there. So that's a look there, and I hope everybody was able to get some of that lesson. All right, let's see what we're doing here on the future. Oh, baby. Okay, so it looks like the winds of change may have at least come for the moment here. Well, since I was yapping up a storm on this lesson, we've not only taken 19.7, but now we are knocking on the door of 19.8, very close to it here, about 12 points below. In fact, this 5-minute candle did breach 19.8, but we are not above it on a closing basis. I was actually looking for 19,975 rejection owing to this area at 9:20 in the morning, this area crest over here. So let's see if we base anything off it. But right now, Wolflin and Wafflin at 19.8.
Yes, sir. So yeah, aggressive sell-off there that happened. We're taking a little bit of a reversion off of that. But yeah, thank you for the lesson on moving averages there, Sharif. Definitely something that I use to kind of guide my perspective in the market for sure. Again, when certain indicators are respecting, it's clearly showing you that it's respecting. That's definitely a time to consider said indicators for potential or give more weight to those indicators for sure. And yeah, I wanted to show Nvidia here as a bit of an example, as something that was holding its moving average and then kind of gave it up. There, so you know what? I'm gonna actually pull in my my main chart here just to show that off. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the moving averages that I like to use. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Pull that back in right here. So yeah, you can see right here. What am I using? So look at that. These are EMAs. I don't have all of them turned on, but I have the 8, the 20, the 8, the 21, the 50, and I think the 200 there in the dark purple that's turned on. But you can see this is a 3-minute chart. off of the open there, okay, so off of the open, maybe don't want to have those in, but VWAP holds quite well. Pre-market high holds quite well, and it just blasts through. This was kind of the level I was looking at from prior day here at 126.90s there, and 126.90s. This was the initial short that I did have off of a fail of that area, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to give it a little bit of space. Ultimately, you're wrong above 28. There, we're absolutely wrong above 28. But then, yeah, I gave it to 127 halves there with that aggressive pull. But yeah, once you pull in those moving averages and kind of compare it to like what was done over here, you can see that every time it pulled back, the bid kind of stepped back in. It was holding the 8 moving average, even through that crazy shake and bake, Sharif. Take a look at that. The strong pop, the pull back in, aggressive bidding right back up with a candle close above the moving average, right? There's no real candle closes below the moving average. So you can tell that it's respecting, and now take a look at where it starts to fall apart. You have the first candle that actually breaks and closes. That's a 1033 candle on the 3-minute chart. So that candle is the first sign of a distinct change in behavior since the first 2 opening candles. Their opening candles we're not really taking those into account. But then every candle after that, we kind of started changing and started holding the moving average to the other side, and we got that strong flush coming in. So yeah, it was a great example of moving averages holding there. You can see that if you have a stop, Sharif, at the low of that moving average, it's getting taken out every time.
Exactly.
Every time. But candle closes a little bit more information than the candle wick there, in my opinion, and everything kind of closes above that, showing you a little bit of a trend. What's up?
So you mean that closing prints are more important than other prints?
They hold significance, is what I say. Yeah, they hold some significance, of course.
Validation, because I've been saying that a lot. All right, we got a quick ad read here. Guys, are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get the breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. All you got to do is click here, Fabian. I don't think that's that hard, right? You just go and you click the yellow button. So shout out to Benzinga, doing the absolute most in a good way. All right, here is PRTG. Still keeping my eye on this one because it came back in. It did breach VWAP, but it did do a very good job of defending that $6 whole level, and now it finds itself above VWAP again. In fact, quite a bit above VWAP, but what I'm looking for here, what's operative to me, is the lower high situation. So in order for that to change, yeah, we're going to have to make a higher high, believe it or not. So that to me comes in vis-a-vis a $7 breakout. We get that 7 breakout, we not only get higher highs, but we also breach another key area of technical resistance that we couldn't breach initially there at 950. We did, of course, after that, we got up to 825, but we know that 7 is an important level. We're at 7 right now. There's a whole bunch of selling. Look at the amount of, well, basically, it's not reflected on the book. There's all sorts of selling coming in there, but the 7-8 moving, baby. So definitely a big boy seller hanging out at the whole dollar. This thing's up 160%. It's moving up a storm right now. So I want to see exactly how we can weasel into this trade. We were able to take 40 pennies on it, but this $7 area acting as a key area of technical resistance. I know you're in a trade, but when you're free, if I could just get some shorts for this one as well, or let me know how much they cost. PRTG. Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that. So we did get a topping tail candle into 7 right now with no breach on this one. Oh, it's very much in play. PRTG. I gave you guys the deets on this one earlier, but I'll just remind you again that PRTG is the float is where they want to get to here because that's the most important thing. Yeah, 12.1 million share float. So not the smallest, but not the biggest we've seen around. So that's a look there. What are you looking at, Ob?
Nothing much, man. I'm kind of looking for the next trade. I'm a little short here on the Nvidia. Nothing too crazy. Just looking for a reversion back into VWAP if we're making lower highs there. This 19.8 also held a little bit with a bit of wick action there. So I'm just kind of continuing to watch that. But let me know in the chat. What are you guys trading today? What are some of the interesting tickers that you are involved in? I know that again, I was going through some of the in play tickers for the day, just checking them out here. Again, shout out to Mateo. Yesterday he kind of pointed out that Uber and GM had a bit of a catalyst. So again, Uber, a deal with GM and Uber, something about their cruise fleet. I don't know too much about the news, but the price action definitely did a little bit of a move there, and we're holding VWAP on both Uber and GM today, Sharif. So it should be interesting. I was also looking at some of these other car names here, like Lucid and Ford as well. You can see Ford continuing a little bit of a trend on Ford, and then Lucid as well. LCID, all of them trending to the upside as of right now. 420, hello. Lucid trading at 421 right now. So yeah, let's see. A little bit of a continuation. This thing's been bidding up, Sharif, for the past few days there. Now, I know you're involved in a couple of EVs. I think I'm
in Polestar, but it's a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
I want to make that very clear to people.
We've been seeing a lot of Polestars in the area. Like, I like that vehicle. Stock, I don't know about the stock, but like the vehicle is pretty solid, I think. But yeah,
that's the only EV. I'm at a Li Auto, obviously, because of the geopolitical stuff. The Polestar thing, I made my case for this the other day, and I don't want to, talk up my own book here, but we see them all over in Toronto. And so I'm just thinking, if the world gets a little bit tight on money, that they may revert to what we call Canadian sensibility here. And so I think this car does well in Canada because it's well priced. And it's got good range, about 304 kilometers worth of range. But I'll stop talking about that because I'll be talking up my own book, and I don't want to do that. So here we go. I'm long Apple at this level. It keeps bouncing off this 226 area. I'm going to have to give it room because the bottom can come off anytime. I know that for a fact because we haven't cleared 19.8. So I'm looking to scalp, maybe something into the $0.25. There does seem to be a bit of a range between 226 and 226 and a third. If that's the case, I'll just play the range, and then when it breaks, it breaks. So we're long right now. We'll see exactly what we get. I'd like to be able to, wet my beak a couple of times on this one, but I'm looking for 226 generally to act as a level of support. If it doesn't, that's fine already. We wet our beak there, about 15 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. I'll be waiting possibly now at the $0.33 because I just finished saying that the range was around about 30 pennies, maybe give or take. So we'll put that out right there. And I'm sorry for the wicks over here, guys. I'll be able to adjust these in a hot second. What else we got? It looks like Meta may be rejecting the 20 exponential on the 5 here. So Meta looks a little bit weak, which is good because we want to get some direction on this one. Now this one, big boy flush, we breached the 10. Now we're starting to put this rounded top with this doji candle being the operative candle. And then we look at the candle subsequent to it. Well, it's another low. So if we get, this candle's got 2 more minutes left on it. Now, if I get another candle with another low, so doesn't breach 533. This will be an interesting short on META. It's already down into 532. So packing my patience on this one. We can see what we get here. But Meta, well, the MAG7 in general, looking a little bit weak right now. Yeah, so we are kind of slowing down, kind of calming down there on the markets. I'm just replying to Piper here. Talking about what they've traded today and saying the usuals, Qs and Nvidia. Yeah, no, I got a little blasted on Nvidia in the morning session, but kind of made it back coming into the midday as well. But yeah, looking to kind of continue that idea below some of these levels. And I think what was it? Somebody in the chat. Well, I think Icky22 saying that Nvidia's strongest in the mag right now. Big something to short right now. I'm like, all right, cool. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. But I do want to point out where Nvidia kind of rejected off of here. And I did say we're going to be looking at some potential technicals that I had. Draw a line on a chart. Call it technical analysis. But take a look at this right here. All-time high is 141. Next top. So how many points does it take to draw a line, Sharif? 2 points. How many? Oh,
2 points, right? You don't need more than 2 points. So one high there, second high there. Hello, this is long-term resistance. And look at that. Nvidia chips with the dip all the way down on August 5th. Again, another iconic moment, 90.69, heyo, and then we rip right back up. We break this trend here, and then this is the bigger picture trend that was taken off of all-time highs. Now, we did do a little bit of a wish-wash of that prior day there, and look at that aggressiveness. So yeah, that's selling. That trend resistance is still kind of standing there. And then, yeah, you confluence that with what we saw at that 130 on that initial day right here on the close. It was over 21,000 lots. And then coming in the next day, look at that sell pressure coming in. And then coming in the next day, that sell pressure even more aggressive to the downside. You guys saw what happened yesterday with that aggressive selling all the way down from 129s to 125s. Oh boy. I was not involved in that one, and I was kind of kicking myself for not being alive to kind of take that move. But take a look at this. That aggressive selling once again coming in. So it seems like that selling is getting a little bit, that selling is getting dealt with. So let's see if this multi-time frame, higher time frame trend resistance can hold, right? So that's all I'm looking for. We're trading below it. We've made a high on the day. We could totally come back up and I'll get stopped down. That's perfectly fine. I don't know what I don't know what Nvidia is going to do. I'm just looking at some of this past information and trying to make, trying to decipher probabilities from my own perspective, and then make a decision by putting in a fill on Nvidia on that. So that's the reasoning behind potential or the short that I am in. But again, I'm not as aggressive. Again, I want to get aggressive when the price action gets aggressive, and there's no sign of the price action getting aggressive as of right now. We're just chopping sideways here, looking at the 3-minute chart. Take a look at this right here. So we are trading above VWAP. So yeah, we could potentially come in for that 129.5 going into the end of the week. Again, it is a Friday. It's Jackson Hole. The reversion man definitely came in today. We reverted a little bit of the move there, and we hold VWAP and we revert all the way back over a 50% reversion off of that strong push. But take a look at this. Volume's kind of dying off. We're kind of getting sideways underneath this 19.8. So I do kind of keep that stuff in consideration. Now, does that mean that, I'm going to be successful on this trade? Absolutely not. I have no idea if I am, but I'm disconnected from the idea of being right or wrong. I just want to participate in what I'm potentially seeing, what the chart and the price action is telling me. I hope I am listening well, Sharif. So that's kind of the reasoning behind there. Pathic in the chat saying, check out Peloton. Okay, sure. Let's check out some Peloton right there. Didn't they have earnings? Yeah, they had earnings yesterday. So today is earnings day 2. And take a look at that. Strong close, day 1. Holding VWAP, reclaims VWAP, breaks pre-market highs, breaks prior day earnings day 1 highs as of recent, only about 6 or 7 minutes ago. And we're trading higher. So 480s printing on Peloton. Earnings day 2, that strength seems like it is still there and has not really subsided, even with a little bit of selling there off of the open. So that's Peloton right there. I'm not getting involved with it as of right now. Don't really have any plans for that. What is happening here? Did I not have a stop in for that? Okay, well, I guess my stop did not trigger, so I will just punch out as of right now. Actually, I'll give it a couple minutes. What's up?
All right. I'm short Meta and I'm long on Apple. So I'm looking at wetting my beak here. Well, we'll see if we get stopped out on Meta. The spread is insane. It's 50 pennies right now. What the hell is going on here with Meta? Like, why is the spread 50 pennies? 45 on the bid, 91 on the ask? Like, seriously? All right. That's a new one there for Meta. 533 and 10 break and I'm looking at wetting my beak possibly at 532 and a third. But this one, like the reason I have it above 533, because if it breaks above that, it'll be a new 5-minute candle will make a new high. And so to me, the trade is invalid at that point. Looking to defend 533, but it's awfully close into that 533 area. Meta, Yeah, bamboozling me here as the future moved up. So I did get the fill on Apple. So we got a nice fill there on AAPL at the third of a dollar. So I'm happy with this trade. I'm unhappy with Meta. So here, let's go back into Meta now that the Apple's resolved. And we have to watch for this 533 break because it looks like we are putting higher lows. And I will get stopped out here. Sucks to be me. There was a good area of resistance at 533. You had that initial area trough at 1020 showing you the resist or the support there, and there it is. So now we get stopped out on Meta. So that's a bad trade as we are now at 19.8. So that Meta trade is going to put me negatory on the day despite the Apple dubs. But yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And it blew through my level. Thank God I got it at 533 because now it's at 534. So there you go. So it looks like, you know, my stop triggered on this side, but that was yeah, still not a great trade there. But, you know, tried to base it off these levels, but the higher lows here were, I guess, the more operative observation. And it looks like I took out Apple far too early because it worked all the way into 2/3, but it is rejecting VWAP at this level. So we haven't cleared 19.8 by, you know, a lot of distance, 19.805 at the moment. Apple still below VWAP, Meta below VWAP, Softy below VWAP, and then it's not the same look. You got Tesla above VWAP, so is Nvidia, so is Google. So, and so is Amazon, by the way. Oh, who am I talking to? I got the
I got Amazon right here on my other chart right there. Yeah, so.
That goes without saying, Ob. Well, the Amazonian, yes. Like, come on.
I mean,
so topping tail right now through 19.8. So we'll see if we can get that continuation to the north side. But the market is recovering.
Oh my God!
What's up?
I think it came in, stopped out, pulls right back in. Classic. So do I get right back in? That's a decision I'm kind of. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, no, it's, go for it, brother. Go for it.
You know, today, you know, I will admit I am getting a little bit more emotional than normal here with some of this price action that was happening. I was unhappy. I was like, I do not have enough for this flush to come in. Break of trend. Reversions, I like reversions, and when the reversion comes in and I don't have the right kind of size, I am starting to get a little disgusted at myself. I gotta do better with that. And you know what? We will definitely do better on the next trade. And what is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for right now, Sharif. So 129 is holding right now. A little bit of a lick grab of that 129. So you know what? I might as well get involved a little bit lower here after that price action has kind of come in, almost kind of being like, all right, well, we tried to get through 129. Getting a little slapped into the bid there, right back in 128.80s testing right now. But we talk about moving averages holding. If you guys pull up the 8 EMA on the Nvidia chart right here on a 3-minute, we've been holding it. The 8 EMA sitting at 128.66s as of right now. But take a look at that. After that lick grab of the high of the range, probability of testing the lower range, in my opinion, goes up a little bit. And here we go. We are attempting to break down of that. So I want to take a little bit more there and see where that takes us. Can we get down into VWAP 127.75? Can we see some of that aggressive selling come right back in? I have no idea, Sharif, but that lick grab of that 129, I was there. I was stopped out as part of that action there. But let's see if we can do a little bit of continuation of that selling to the downside there, or do we continue to hold or do some, we talk about using multiple moving averages, right? Because I like to use multiples as like, I just use the 821 for trend acceleration and deceleration. Okay. Because it's like, okay, trend breaks. Since I like reversions, it's not always that the reversion just comes in. Sure. Right? Sometimes the buyers dissipate. That's very clear, right? The buying has dissipated, and then it starts to break trend. And then after the trend break, then what do you call it? You might get trend deceleration. Like we can still continue in that trend, but now maybe you're not holding the 8 anymore. Maybe you go down to the 21, and maybe you find some support at the 21. So it's like you can still kind of continue in direction of trend, but trend deceleration. That's definitely not deceleration, but we might get to VWAP here with that aggressive selling coming in. 127.75s. Let's go, Sharif. Let's
just took $1 on Meta, Ob. Boom. Yeah, we got exact revenge there on Meta. Got short and top. That's bamboozlement central. You know who talks about bamboozlement? The Mara indicator. He uses a word I can't use on the show, which is fine. You can glean it. It ends with Uri, okay? And then just put another 4-word in front of that, 4-letter word. Here it is. So we pop up aggressively there through 533, and that's where I was trying to base my trade. I waxed poetic about it, to use an Adara term, at 533. We get the topping tail candle, the specialist breakout, they call it. Baby,
Look at
there
this
it
tape,
goes,
man. This
bro.
is some beautiful tape. Look at that selling coming. Sharif, I want to point this out again. Look at where that selling comes in. Guys, you just have to draw lines on your chart.
It's
That's all it is.
get out of here, Ope. That's this guy here. No, but we got the specialist
If it's
breakout.
respecting, you got to respect it as well.
No, I know. Right.
Market's
fair. And this is the bamboozlement of the market. You got great levels at 533, seemed check all the boxes on Meta, and then you get this push. The algos are not going to make it easy for you. The market makers are not going to make it easy for you. The good traders out there with a lot of buying power, they will not make it easy for you. So this will happen a lot, and this is why trading becomes emotional, because you look at it ex post facto and you're like, I checked all the boxes. What I do wrong? What am I still doing wrong? You're not doing anything wrong. It's just, this is the way it is. And so that's the look there. Happy with this trade. I'm still negative on Meta. I'm going to be quite open about it. We'll look to exact more revenge on whatever name we need to exact revenge on. So keeping my eye on this one. His name is Big Style now.
Yo, I agree with that. I agree with that super chat, Kyle. Let's go.
It's time
That's
to
what I've been
short
doing.
the pops.
I've been shorting pops. Let's go.
Shout out to Big.
What pops are you shorting, Kyle?
Oh yeah, he's
I
Big
know.
Spile Burdette,
Oh,
so
right.
we know
Fair,
that
fair.
likely he's going to be shorting up a storm on the spot. But let me tell you, he took like a
He's got that
15 bag
arachnid short.
Eh?
He's got that arachnid short.
Oh, arachnid! I love it. The spider, get it? The arachnids, I love it. It's not an insect; it's an arachnid. In case you didn't know, not just trading on this show, baby. We also make up words and talk about arachnids. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy. Shout out to Big Smile Burdette, because he had a huge banger on Tesla the other day. I think he's still holding a piece for the dream. Shout out to him. He had it somewhere like up here in the 20s. He added at 15s, I believe, something like that. Let us know, Big Smile. He's always putting his levels in the chat. I was also talking to Dan, the dang man Emmons, in the chat. Another great futures trader. Keep your eye out for his levels as well. And he's feeling a little bullish. So we're definitely still higher lows than we were yesterday. Believe it or not, the NQ is still green. It's green, not just a little bit, up 0.8. And both the ES and the NQ are up 0.8. I just can't believe what I'm seeing on the Russell. 3.05%. The rotation trade is still on, and it's been on, I guess, for the last month. Let's load up the Russ over here and have a look at that. Where is my side chart? There it is. Let's bring in IWM. Well, we can look at the RTY because I have the futures contracts on here. Here is the mini. I don't want the E-mini is good. We'll go to the September contract. All right, here's the daily. So we're still not at those July highs, but we have certainly worked back up. And look at that level of support on the daily at 20,000 or 2,050 to 2,000 and a third. Lots of support there. And then you come back right up, and we'll see if we can test those highs again. Those 22, almost 2,300 highs. We're not that far away, 2235. So the Russ certainly on the way up intraday. Here's what the Russ looks like. A lot of respect right now for these moving averages. So we'll see if it holds up here again. But I don't know, maybe 3% is a lot. So we'll see if we get a bounce. But it's doing the same thing right now that it did earlier on at around 1050, where it comes into the 10 exponential, puts in a bottoming tail candle, finishes as a hammer candle, and then makes a new high. So RTY, or if you wanted the IWM, if you don't have futures access or you don't want to trade that leverage product, IWM looks identical. The chart is identical to the other one. So you're just going to have a different price, but essentially the same setup.
Yes, sir. So, so covered pretty much everything there on the Nvidia as you can see that VWAP aggressive buying off of that VWAP. We attempted to flush through VWAP with that aggressive selling earlier, and we reclaimed it. So it's like, oh, all right, what is the information that's changed? VWAP bidding was aggressive off of the morning, in the morning session. We hold moving averages above VWAP, so VWAP buyers definitely VWAP buyers definitely kind of in control-ish is what I'm getting from that. Strong shake and bake off of Powell kind of stepping on. VWAP comes in and holds once again, right? So we attempt to break VWAP, and then we reclaim VWAP. So now when we pull back in and we get an aggressive bid off of VWAP plus confluence with 128, yeah, I want to kind of respect that and be like, all right, well, I'm more than willing to kind of continue the short idea, but maybe we get more involved below VWAP if we can kind of show that those buyers are no longer there. Did try a little bit of a short here on the Ford. Let's see if the Ford can take us for a ride here back down to VWAP there for a little bit of a reversion. But again, what do I know? I have no idea whether or not it may or may not come in. But yeah, this is absolutely beautiful right here. Nice little resistance holding underneath that 129, Sharif. And VWAP, a little bit of a resistance VWAP sandwich happening on Nvidia. We talk about some of the crazy price action that's been happening over the past couple of weeks there. But if you're looking at some of these bigger picture, higher time frame kind of levels there, I think it makes a little bit more sense. Here comes 128 once again. Let's see if that VWAP can come in. 127.76 is VWAP I have on my chart, and that dip came down to a low of 127.84. So that's pretty close close enough to VWAP for a little bit of a bounce, and that bid does come in. And take a look at this, Sharif. We're holding that 19.7 as well. Pre-market consolidation range lows as well, opening range lows as well. We have that slam down that does break day lows, and then take a look that reclaims right above that 19.7 as well. So a little bit of buying kind of happening in that area. Let's see if Nvidia can come in here as well. I'm more than willing to continue to short the pops. Ooh. Shout out to Kyle there. I guess Evo is talking about Burke. Burke is in like Birkin, B-I-R-K. Like,
they got an upgrade, I think, today. Let me just double check that. Yeah.
I'm not feeling that chart, man. Like, how much volume is that? It's 197. No.
Yeah, they did get an upgrade.
Yeah, no volume. Not enough volume for my liking there on Burke. But you know what? If you're trading it, all the power to you. I have no idea what to do with that. What to do with illiquid names like that. But if you do have a strategy that you're willing to share, I'm more than willing to listen there.
All right, I'm in Redfin, RDFN. It's up 22% today. It's coming into the 10 exponential on the 5. I may have gotten in a little too early over here because we're already about 6 pennies out of the said money. I'd like to see it hold up around here. Now, it's done this before, where it's come in and kind of breached a little bit the 10 exponential. If that's the case, that's fine. I have another level. If I get stopped out, which I will if it breaks that 28 penny area, so I have to risk a little bit, I'm all eyes and ears, Ob, and whatever other dang sensory perceptions my body will allow me to utilize, I will be looking to get in at around $11. Couple reasons. Very much near the 20 exponential on the 5. So if we give away at the 10, which is the green line, next line I'll be looking at is the 20. But you also have this area over here, which keeps me very interested in that 11-ish area. You have the area crest, right? This is as good as we could do between 1030 and 1035. We came back, we tested the 10 exponential, and then we moved up again. So if we get a deeper retracement this time into that $11 level, I will be looking to add at that level. But right now, I'm only 2 pennies out of the money as it's zagging, really not giving way up yet. Probably will, but not yet at the 10 exponential. Yeah, it feels a little weak here. Who knows? We'll see. So I put my out already, and if I get stopped out, I'm not letting this one off the hook. I really like it around 11 bucks. I just had to get in here because if it bounced off the 10 and didn't come back into the 20, I wanted to be a part of it. So we take a bit smaller size and we'll look to get out if it does break that level. So RDFN, let me give you the deets on this one, 21.5% up on the day. It is not a small cap gapper. It is a $1.33 billion market cap. It's traded about 11.5 million shares on the day, and it has about a 114 million share float. And let's find out what the short float is. We had the NOS boss on today. Shout out to him and his crew there at TradeIDs. Okay, I like you, Redfin. 16.86% of the 114 some odd million share float is shorted, so about 17% of said float. So we could definitely get some good parabolic moves here if we get these shorts on the ropes here at the right price. So we'll keep eyes on RDFN. Good name today. Number 3 gap scanner up on, or the number 3 name up on my gap scanner. So we'll keep tabs on that. Now, where are my beak wetters? Let's find out. Let's find out what the price action here looks like so we can figure out exactly how to gauge areas of support and resistance. Let's look at the 15. Shout out to Obe. No, we have nothing on the 15. Okay, so we got to go back way back. All right, so we haven't been at the level that we're at now since the big boy Huadunk that came in August of last year. So it has been a year and change since we've been up at these levels, okay? So there's really not a whole lot to say other than there seems to be resistance at $11.50 prior to that big boy Huadunk last August. This is the area I'm talking about here. But, you know, if you're really clear, 11.50, 12, I mean, you're looking at 14. Yeah, 14 seems to be the best. Yes, it is 14. Why? You have, look at this. So I have to zoom in a little bit over here. Look at this. You have 14 resistance over here. You clear 14, and then you come back and you use 14 as support, not for once or twice or even OB thrice, but multiple times here. It looks like about 5 or 6. So I'm going to be looking for possibly 14 here. That's the ideal scenario. Doesn't mean it gets there that day, but 14 definitely an interesting level as resistance on Redfin.
Yes, sir. I'm kind of just observing. I'm like going through some scans here, patiently waiting. I just asked the chat, what's the next trade? Where is the next trade? I pulled up Amazon. I have Amazon kind of holding a bit of a level that it's been a bit of a multi-time frame that it's kind of respecting on the day today as a bit of support here. And yeah, just kind of pull that up to see what it's up to here on the book. Bears vs. Bull asking, you do SPY, Obi? Of course, yeah. Sometimes I will dabble in the arachnid myself, but yeah, no. It's kind of a chop sideways today. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's definitely moves there. I think the short was absolutely beautiful as well. If you kind of rode the coattails of that Nvidia technicals as well. And look, prior day high. Failure to follow through right there, a little bit of a double top at that 563. Now again, let me know how you guys are viewing the SPY. Like what are your indicators or what are your things that give you probabilities that help you make decisions? I know Kyle trades that as well. So if you wanna chime in, I'm more than willing to kind of listen there. As of right now, looking very similar to that Nvidia chart for after this kind of this shake and bake kind of happens. The Powell see that flush, reclaim a VWAP right there, and then attempts to push the highs, failure to follow through, pulling back down into VWAP. But take a look at this, pretty much sideways on the day with a range high of 563, range low of 558 here. So let's see. I see people typing out in the chat different kind of tickers there. So that was a SPY. I do like the spider for the short there. I got to keep my eyes on Nvidia as well. Where's my multi-chart?
I'm gonna get stopped.
Frame. Okay, cool. It seems like Softy's coming to the downside. Amazon's coming to the downside, but at a support area, still holding above day low as of right now. Alpha is a little bit sideways chop. Nvidia is just, I like how Nvidia is looking for the short, man. I really do, but I got to keep that bias kind of quelled until we see some distinct difference happening on the tape or the chart. We're going to chop sideways right now on top of this 19.7. I still want to be a little bit more patient for that to potentially come in as of right now. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these tickers that you guys are pointing out, and maybe we can find the next trade there. More than willing, more than flexible to kind of assess different trades here. So Tesla is being pointed out by Odyssey Flights. Where are we thinking the price action will go with Tesla? Hey man, I have no idea where the Tesla will take me, but I know it's going to be an electric ride. That's for sure. 214s. Again, I was talking to I think Max about this right off the open there. I did come in a little bit late there. Shout out to the traffic in Toronto, DVP. Here we go. 214s. Prior day, end of day consolidation highs, right? The aggressive selling comes in going into the imbalances and then continues to sell off through the imbalances. So I'm like, all right, where was that last kind of information that we had right before the close? Chop, trend continuation, can't really bid. Look at that aggressive bid that does come in at 3 o'clock, can't get through that 214.12s or whatever it is, that 214 area. Coming in pre-market, chop, 214, still holding, And take a look at that right off of the open. Blast through that level. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We snap all the way up to 221s. So right there, a little bit of, if you're looking at that 214 as a bit of an over-under, which again, looking at this chart right away, I'm like, all right, what information do I have to work with here? That 214 stands out right away. End of day consolidation, high lows. I like those as well as pieces of information. And yeah, look at how that move kind of comes in off of the open there. But yeah, we're pretty much sideways now. The buying has definitely dissipated. We're orbiting VWAP as of right now. Look at the aggressive selling coming in here. So the question becomes, oh boy, there goes the spider. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia finally got to VWAP there. 127.76 this is looking beautiful. But let's see if those VWAP buyers that I was talking about earlier, can't forget about those guys if they show up once more here on Nvidia. I don't really see expanding volume going into that into this selling here as of right now. Maybe it'll come in with that 126.50 break. So this low, maybe some volume coming in on the break of this low definitely can be watched out for on that. But yeah, that's a little bit of Tesla. Let's go to the next one right here. Looking at Ali G saying, looking at Amazon, shocking. I know, right? But here's the thing: Amazon's kind of at a level that I'm interested in. What is that from? Oh, that's some sauce from prior days there.
Sauce. I like that.
But yeah, no, just holding some of these levels. Let's see if that 176 holds here on Amazon. Let's see. Was it DLV talking about SMTC short? What is Samtec? Samtec, isn't that a Canadian? I don't know. Semiconductors. Yeah. So I guess this one doesn't really do that much volume, 300K. So I'm not really gonna talk about it too much there. Upstart is what Evo Hugs is talking about. EVO Hugs. UPST, let's take a quick look at that one there. Oh boy, this market's really coming in. Let's go to the downside. Hello, Ford. I see you. I'm watching you a little bit closer now. All right, let's see if it can get to VWAP. A little bit of a side burner trade there on Ford. Let's see if that can come to fruition there. VWAP all the way down at 11.10s there, Sharif. So let's see if I can get a little bit of a 2-to-1 on this trade here with the reversion. Oh, yeah. I like reversions. Why? Because they show up anywhere and everywhere.
I know.
It's a natural occurrence of price action. It's been happening since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time.
Prices get overextended.
People say
markets
that, though.
Markets get overextended, overpriced, underpriced all the time.
And people talk about like fibs.
Reversion is
think about it. Like a lot of the stuff that we take it as indicators in trading is like a natural manifestation of real life. Right? So.
And it's like that's what I say. It's like I say this, but I'm still figuring out whether or not there's longevity in it. But when I like study like historical charts and historical markets, there's almost always been mispricing that's happened, and markets eventually balance. And sometimes they can be out of balance for the longest time.
Sure.
And that's why if you try to keep reverting, and then you don't have the kind of bank or the type of risk to play that kind of game. Yeah. Then you get blown out. So,
exactly.
You have to. Timing is everything. And again, being a day trader, timing is definitely a strong factor of playbook. What's up?
All right, wow, nice man,
nice trade.
Yeah, so this was a good trade here. This got me out of some trouble. I just took about 75 pennies on Cava. Shout out to Neil for calling this out. I saw him call it out in the chat. I pulled it up. It is up and to the dang right. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. It's unabated to the dang quarterback on the way up. What a move up here for Cava. I'm just sad that I had to de-risk here. I took a larger position here, and I had to de-risk on the break of 123. I hate that I had to do that. I'd rather have added at that level, but in any event, that's just the way it goes. But here we are on the way up, baby, into 123.80. I took it all out at 75, and now we're printing 90s. Here comes 124 on CAVE. This thing blew earnings out of the dang water, while all its competitors, I don't want to call, McDonald's a competitor, but, they may be, because they're both in the fast food game. But this company just continues to defy what analysts are predicting. Well, look, Ram, I'm not saying this one to the exclusion of Chipotle. They can both be good. Obviously, Chipotle is very good. You saw the earnings. You saw what Starbucks did. They had to headhunt that nickel dude, right? So clearly they're doing something right. But what I mean to say is Cava just listed like a year ago or a year and a half ago, I forget.
I remember the IPO.
Remember that?
Yeah, we traded that, yeah.
We traded it. Yep. And this company, you know, there wasn't a whole lot of, I guess, people were not making much of it at the time. But ever since it's reported, man, I mean, ever since it listed, it's just been dominating. So here's what they're saying. The food quality is really good. Selection is good. And what they're saying is the selection, which is essentially the menu, the diversity of the menu. So it's absolutely killing it. That actually, before we send it to Neil, I'm going to get back into RDFN at 11:05. The beak wetter or the entry is already there. I'm looking to defend 11. So we'll see what we get when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. And I know I'll right off the bat, I know this is going to sound like a broken record. So, you know, there's simply no way to get around it today because if you saw what happened in the market, I mean, the NASDAQ right now is sitting doing this. So we had the dump off yesterday, and the NASDAQ is really about to test the lows and threaten to go negative. Now, obviously, there was this pop and fade idea or the notion to short pops that was part of the game plan for a lot of people. And I think a lot of times, like, we can gloss over the whole, hey, the move was right. It was right to pop and fade, but maybe you got stopped out of this, you got stopped out of that. Leave the evaluation at that and don't do any more work as to how to get better with it. But I think it's important on a day like today where if your original thesis worked perfectly, I'm going to show you something with it. I'm going to start with GM because Obi was in 4, and I was looking at the same thing happening in General Motors, I think, here. And it comes down to if the market is trending against your thesis, when is that point to strike? Now, easy enough to say we had that event with Powell at 10, and when he left was maybe an opportunity. The other way to look at it is this trade, as Obi says, mean reversion and draw lines on a chart, which I keep coming back to because every time I wait for this type of a level on a stock which is trending against, I feel like I'm doing something wrong by not being more patient. So here's the daily chart on General Motors. Here is the consolidation after, like, this is the dump zone, and the consolidation support was at like $48.20. So of course, like, is it getting to a level on the way up? Like right into that previous level. There's your 48.20. Then you see it break out, continue to go. And like instead of just being on the offer at that price, it breaks out at 48 going into that level. Then it looks like that's a curl that bounces off the level you want, and it's consolidating up there. But then I go back to look at what the trend is telling you. Higher low, higher low, higher low. You can connect these dots for the higher lows and simply say, I don't want to take the shot at this until it confirms it's broken this trend. So it breaks the flat bottom, confirms the trend. Now, if it breaks out this top, whatever. Whether you want to give it to the high of the day or something like this, to the 48.3, which I am going to do here, that's the name of the game. It's about having that extra patience. I'm using this one as the example just because I happen to be in it. But the other way to look at this would be, let's go to something like a Tesla, which I was in all the way into that 20 level. I mean, you can see it. It's pretty clear, like over and over and over again. I'm shorting back in the 20. I had a couple of good winning trades in there, but ultimately you're still going to the upside. And when you just connect the dots, it's making higher lows. It's making higher lows. There's one trend that it blows away from. So it blows away from that trend line, and then it does this one. Oops, let me draw it a little bit cleaner for you. So it puts in these higher lows here on Tesla. And, oh, look at that. This is the break away from this trend. There's your higher lows. What happens when it breaks that trend? It speaks for itself. And I can do it one more time in here when I started shorting. A short that I'm not even in right now, but I'm looking to reload. There's another one. It makes another bottom. There's another trend. There is a break of the trend. So a lot of times you look for something like this just to give you a little bit of confirmation that the rip your face off part is over and some trails are going to come out. And partly because longs tend to look at stuff like this as well. Like if you're long the trend, where am I going to take profit? That's what I do when I'm in a long trade. I draw some trend lines and say, I'm getting out if it gets past this level. So if I'm doing that when I'm long, why am I not waiting for that when we're talking about short positions as well? You're never going to get the absolute top or bottom. Like sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved with that. You can like the level. Sometimes it tags it. Sometimes it breaks it. If it tags it, great. If it breaks it, you're going to end up missing and hope to get back in. Or you let it run, everybody stops when the trend is up, wait for the back end of it, and then still be able to capture some kind of a winning trade. Now, obviously, just to give you an idea, because I'm in this, well, I'm looking to get back in on this trend, I'm going to cancel this order on Tesla. You can see this same support level, which is showing up here at 216. Entirely possible that you've got a higher level support, and it's just going to go right back in. Once one trend line is gone, simply get rid of it. It's no longer valid, and then wait till it confirms something else. It just comes down to patience. And I saw, I think I saw a lot of people talking about Rivian as well. So I want to quickly point this out on Rivian. Look at how strong Rivian has been. Now, wherever you choose to do this, if you do it from the highs, it doesn't always work. You would have tried shorting here and stopped out. The same trend line is gone, so I would get rid of that and then look at that previous low. So you're 0 for 1 on Rivian. It breaks the trend again. You probably take that short. Maybe you get 10 cents out of it, and you might be getting stopped out again. But this is exactly what I would wait for. At least when you're taking your shots on something like a Rivian, you're getting in here, you can set a stop there, it breaks out, you're done. And then you move on to the next thing. Because if it just trends and trends and trends and trends up, then every single resistance level that you put in there is going to keep getting tested. So you just got to take that turn, have some kind of a plan of action that allows you to get it on the other side of the trade. It's one thing for just a false break at an even dollar. It goes to $100, false break of 100, get it back underneath. I love that trade. But not every turn is going to look like that. So you have to have some kind of a mechanism. For myself, I know Obi's looking at these too. Like you go for those trend lines. Maybe you've got moving averages that you want to use. Maybe you've got Fibonacci. I have no idea. But whatever it is, you've got to find something. So when you're screaming in one direction and you want to do a reversion trade, short a pop, whatever it might be, you have something that allows you to be patient and then join a move back into the downside instead of stepping in front of that moving freight train. Now, you're never going to stop doing these things altogether. I promise you at some point you're going to see me. It gets to the level, I'm in a little bit early, I get out, and I try to find my way back into the right trade. But if you can constantly try to develop a plan that's better, that's all you can do as a trader. You are never going to reduce to zero the FOMO, the early entries, all that stuff. But you can start to see some patterns that allow you to reduce those to zero or close to zero as possible. I find trend lines help. If you find a major moving average helps, whatever it takes. Your lesson of the day here, it's all well and good to have a plan of action on a direction and be right. It's just a matter of getting the entry. And that entry when you're against the grain can be tricky. So make sure you're properly evaluating the entries and exits on the way in so that you can judge the trade not based on whether it worked when you look back at the end of the day, but whether it was actually executable based on your plan. And if it's not, come up with a new entry plan. The pop and fade was correct today. But if it wasn't working the way I was trading it on Tesla, then I have to execute differently. It's that simple. It doesn't matter that the call was right. Have to be able to change your execution plan if you couldn't get the win, regardless of direction. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. You guys know what I'm going to say. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts every day around that lunch hour. He drops hot lines around these parts. We call it Neilage. And he is a well-known hotline dropper, Obi.
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of the look.
It's that hotline bling.
Adair would not be happy with that right now. She doesn't really like him.
You don't like Drake?
No.
Oh, okay, fair.
Not at all.
I mean, old Drake is dope.
Yeah, well, actually, she does like old Drake. So shout out to Ram
I don't know what
Ram.
new Drake is up to.
What's going on up there, Ram Ram? Did you key my car? Yeah? Ram Ram threatened to... Yeah, I
She what?
offer it to people too, Katina, man. Yeah, but she threatened to key my car today. I know. I was like, that's a little aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, All right, I'm long Cava now, 1109. Sorry, not Cava, Redfin. So this is going to be an $11 defend. Come what may, the stop is already in place. It has to hold up here or the trade is over. We're already 3 pennies out of the money. I'm going to give this a couple of pennies below 11 bucks. And obviously you see the area crest. It's below 11. It's like 10.95. That has to influence your stop placement as well. The stop is not where you want it to be. It's where the price action dictates, okay? So right here, I'm seeing 10.95, so I have to account for that. Oh, if I can send it to you for a sec while I put in my stops.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so the market's kind of coming in there. We were talking about that, making decisions around that 19.7. We are breaking down below that 19.7. So I'm looking at the hourly candles here. Prior bar low break on Nvidia. Prior bar low is at 127.30. We're coming into that 127.30 right here. That's that low right there from earlier on in this hour. Again. Right, so let's see what we do in and around there. We catch a little bit of a bid. Oh boy, all right. So we did bid up about 30 pennies right there aggressively off of that. But again, this is still kind of that VWAP area. We've been churning and chop in that VWAP area. Market's coming in, closing into lows. Nvidia is still holding some of these prior higher lows as well on the day. So let's see what that can bring in. Odyssey Flight saying Tesla coming in. All right, let's take a quick look at Tesla, man. Tesla, where is that coming into? Yeah, looking kind of similar here. A lot of the Mag 7s looking kind of similar in terms of price action there. Move off the open, flush down into VWAP, VWAP reclaim, attempts to push highs, can't really make it, flushing back down through VWAP as of right now. Similar story kind of happening, different prices, different magnitudes. Let's see, okay, just reading the chat here. Shorted RDFN, Redfin. Nice. Let's say, have you
he's
looked
going
at
against me here.
RDFN? Oh, are you in RDFN? Okay, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like,
you're getting long.
See it? Yeah, I'm already long.
I like that. Kind of like holding, like the trend is to the upside. We talk about trend deceleration, right? This is an accelerated trend. We pull back in, hold VWAP, and then we accelerate again, and we take a little bit of a stronger pullback above VWAP. Let's see if we hold trend again. Similar kind of story as before, different kind of, it's like expanding range, right? The trend range is expanding, trend decelerating, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That makes sense.
Candles, bigger. Yeah, but no, you look at higher time frame, look. The red candles are bigger. You know what I mean? They're shorter before, candles bigger. Price expansion happening as of right now. So the range is a little bit wider, but let's see what we do with this market here. If we do come back into that hourly low, I'm gonna be watching Nvidia for that. Oh boy, Amazon.
Oh,
Amazon broke that support level.
Wow.
Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. I think a little bit of potential indication for a potential pullback. Look at the spider coming into day lows there, Sharif. Oh boy, did we break day lows? Prior low 558.35. Current low, 558.30. Big. Spile Burdette.
I thought you were going to say big candles.
Definitely right on short in the pops, man.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you. What's your price right now? Kyle, are you short right now? I'm curious. What prices you got? I want to know.
Yeah, let's hear it, Big Spile. Tag us in the chat, Obi or I. Obi is in the chat, by the way, guys. So you guys can tag Obi. And it probably behooves me to remind you that the afternoon rundown is not a segment without viewer input, all right? So you got to get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers, right? There's a whole bunch of people voting earlier. Let's see exactly what people voted for. Let me just move up there and have a look. Because every day, the Katina Man and the Neil, they'll look at the tickers as selected by you guys. But you should know that only the top 5 tickers make it on. So let's see what people are voting for over here. I gotta go up a little bit because we haven't talked about it in a hot minute. All right, here we go. People voting for XOM, Strong Start Trading. He wants to see XOM. What are other people type? MNTS being talked about here by some people in the chat. Which names do you guys want Neil and Sean to look at for you? Is it Tesla? The Big Spile's got like $100 winner on Tesla. Is it the SPY? Obi talking about we just broke the SPY earlier today. So keep that in mind. Is it Starbucks? I see you guys here. Some people voted for Starbucks earlier. Get into the chat, guys. Every day from 11 till around 2, or actually 1:50 is the cutoff time. You can vote every day for the tickers as decided by you. Neil and Sean, the big kahunas as we call them, they'll look at them for you. And if they didn't trade it, they'll say why or how they would have traded. So make sure you're getting your vote in every day, and only the top 5 make it on. So you got to tell other people to vote your way too.
Top 5.
Yeah, top 5. Yeah, he's got another home for a little while. Are we talking about the same top 5 Toronto rapper?
Yeah.
He's in jail.
Oh,
He's been in jail for a hot minute.
I just know there was I don't know,
top 5 rappers.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
like
got
a
you,
top
okay.
5. Like, it's like I don't know where it's from, but like my brain kind of brings back in like, you know.
No, there's a
random
Toronto
snippets.
rapper called Top 5.
Okay, no, I
and
don't
yeah,
know
he
too
went
much.
down for murder 1.
Oh,
so,
damn.
Yeah.
Okay. All
He's
right.
in jail. He's locked up. All right.
Let him
So
out.
I'm involved in Redfin right now. I'm exactly flat on this trade, but I've already explained what I'm doing with this bad boy. It breaks this area crest. That's the end of the trade. I'm looking for it to hold 11 to move up. 11 happened to be the 20 exponential on the 5 as well. It doesn't hold up at 11. I'm not taking any hard feelings away from this trade. I'll look for the next one, as Obi likes to say. Let's talk about some other names that are moving. I can't believe Cava is $2 from where I got out. And we thought we had a winner on this one, guys. We took about 75 pennies on this bad boy, and it would have given me much, much, much more. A lesson in context, trust these moving averages. This is what we were talking about when we talked about price action confirmation using the moving averages yesterday. Look at this. It doesn't even touch the 10, okay? So great look right now for CAVA, very strong name, but that's not the only one. And there is strength in this market, believe it or not. Peloton got a downgrade today, but they actually did really a lot better than a lot of people were expecting on earnings. Another name with absolute respect today with the 10 exponential on the 5, and you've got no closing prints south of that 10 exponential, which is the green line on my charts. Sure, you've got a couple of wicks here and there, but you need to account for that. There's more strength, believe it or not, and it comes vis-a-vis Zoom, ZM, second day play. Reported fantastic earnings yesterday, and the buying continues today. Up nicely here, up that $68 print, all the way up into 786. Possible double top at the 71-ish area, 70.86, but he even hasn't given way to the 10 exponential on the 5. So there's lots of strength still in this name, ZM. So these are 3 possible, non-Mag 7 names that you could be interested in. Target is also a holdover from yesterday. It's not the parabolic mover that it was like in the pre-market the day before yesterday. It's still very much an inside day from yesterday's price action. We're ensconced from the north and the south side. But it's up 1 1/5 on the day, and it's at the volume weighted average price. So possible key decisions to be made in and around that level. There's all the other one, the small cap gapper that I was trading earlier, PRTG, very much still in play. Looks like it's kind of consolidating at the moment, but it's holding above the volume weighted average price. What does that mean? Well, it means that people are buying it at that level. That's why, right? So that's what I'm looking for there. And there's a specific trade that I talk about with these small cap gappers called essentially the VWAP hold high of daybreak. And what you're looking for here is a big move up in the more liquid morning. And then, maybe up until 11 o'clock, you get that gnarly price action. And then what ends up happening is it consolidates sideways, much like it is right now during the afternoon. And then the big kahunas come on around 2:30, 3, and we get that big move up to test that high of day. Hence why I call it the VWAP hold high of day break. Keep your eye out for that kind of trade. It doesn't always manifest, but when it does, it can be quite lucrative. So that's another trade we could have on this one. Big tech right now. There's all sorts of blood. We're right back below 19.7 again. We're trying to hold up at 19,650. Generally, that was the area low, even though we got all the way down into about I think 19,625 or around that area. So all sorts of weakness right now on the market. And to be quite honest with you, I was on my walk when Jerome Powell was talking, so I didn't get to hear what he said. But as the day went on, I started getting little bits and pieces. He's not concerned about upside inflation anymore. What he's concerned about is downside employment numbers. That's not good. I don't want to hear that. Right? And so I think that that's what we're reacting to into the market here, especially building on the NFPs that we got a couple of weeks ago, which obviously missed by over 100,000 jobs. So you add the balance of the evidence together and, the market's feeling a little wishy-washy. Add to that the election coming up and the uncertainty about that. So there's all sorts of stuff to, worry about here. And I've had this bias, and I'm going to continue to have this bias. I think we whiffle, we waffle, we don't make a new high on the NQ or the ES until after the election. That's just my bias, but that's all I'm I'm going to go on about that. So still involved right now in RDFN, about 3 pennies out of the money as it's printing, 4 pennies out of the money now as it's printing 05s. If this breaks this area crest, we're going to be gone. But it is now time to start the lesson of the day. I just got to make sure that I've got all my stops in place so that I don't need to worry about this one. And I'm just going to I'm going to do it again just to make sure that I'm all good on that area. You can come to me because I'm going to put in my stops. Yeah. So we'll put it, around there. And then we'll basically just keep it in. I'll have to give it a bit of room here. So there it is. Let me just make sure that that's for the correct amount. I didn't even look at the amount there. Eek. But I have to send it to you because I have to do this again.
Yeah, no worries. Kind of watching this bit of a trend hold happening here on the chip leader on Nvidia. You guys have heard about that ticker before.
All right.
Take a look at this. Reject higher time frame resistance. Break a consolidation low. Look at that nice little clean. I'm sure if I threw up a moving average, actually I'll do that right now on my other chart to see if that's actually coming in. Beautiful, yeah. You throw on an 8 moving average. The 8 moving actually broke down right here, and we're starting to hold that as a resistance to the downside. Now, whether you use a line, again, you guys were listening to Neil earlier, whether you use a line, whether you use a moving average, whether you use any sort of trend indicator, you can see that the trend, oh boy, look at that. Okay, we're coming in. Let's see, we did kind of violate that hourly low. We're chopping underneath the VWAP through that day, not day low, the prior low right here, 126.50s, but if the market kind of comes into that 19.6 area there, I think, the probabilities of this low testing obviously increase as well. And there's another trade I'm kind of looking for. I'm patiently waiting. We talk about sniping. We talk about sniping these stonks, right, Sharif? So
yeah.
I know you were involved in this one, but I'm looking for a trend break on this ticker here.
Ooh, Cava. I like it.
When that trend breaks, I definitely want to be involved. It did break here a little earlier. We pull back in. Sure, you're not going to get a full-on reversion. You didn't even get a 33% reversion, but we took a leg back up. It's past 12 o'clock, so middle of the day right now. On Cava Group, sure, it's doing a lot of volume. The volume's kind of sustained. Our vol, 11 to 12. So the reversion might take a little bit longer than normal. It might not come at all, but I'm going to be watching this. Let's take a quick look left on this chart here to see if there's any points of resistance over here. Are there any? Are these all-time highs on Cava? That's the next question, because I went to the daily, I went to the hourly, and there's none to be seen. This is the daily. Oh boy, all right, cool. So I guess, that was the IPO. These are all-time highs here on Cava today, so maybe I don't want to mess with the reversion just yet. On that one, that is a piece of information that may or may not make a bit of a difference, perhaps. We are testing uncharted waters here on Cava Group, or I guess they for a second I thought they were Carvana. They're not. They're the restaurant group, right?
Yes.
They're a restaurant holding group. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So let's see if Cava can have something for us later on. But yeah, I'll be watching for that break-in trend. Let's see if it bids up all day. I'll be surprised. Volume has been dropping off of the morning session, but look at that. Since that little bit of a pullback, we've just sustained volume throughout this bid back up into 125s. Again, 125. So when we're in uncharted waters, some people like to call them blue skies, whatever you want to call them. Psychological levels definitely is something that I start to consider. That 125 is holding as of a high right now, but the trend is extremely strong on maybe some volume picking up as well. So let's see if that kind of comes in here. But markets coming in, sure.
Oh yeah, no,
yes,
certainly.
just made a fresh low. So I'm gonna assume that Kyle is laughing straight to the bank.
Probably. He's like, I'm now big smile, get down, go red. Shout out to Big Kyle Burnett, man. I want to cover this real quick before we start the lesson. Johnny Nadal asking about Lucid. Here it is. Lucid, good day for it today. 7.8%, 42.5 million shares traded on the day. You're up and to the right. You just broke, though, the 10 exponential and now the 20. So I like it, Johnny. It looks great today. You got to size up, obviously, into this name to make any sort of real money on this bad boy. First area I'm looking, 410. I'd like to see it hold up at the volume weighted average price. That's if it gives way at the 20 exponential. The next area I'm looking is the IB high right there at around 407. This area crest, if it doesn't hold up there, then kind of to me, you're taking it back short, maybe down to 385 or whatever, 4. But yeah, good look for you. Breaking some levels right now off that 4.25, 423 technically, down to 415. I'm all eyes and ears. I want to see exactly what it does at around 410. 410 doesn't hold. Then I'm looking at that 407. Shout out to the highway. All right, let's go over here to using moving averages, guys, as areas of support and resistance. That is a lesson for today, our last lesson of the week. We will continue, though, with the moving average lessons into next week. So let's start, as we typically do, just by explaining some of the more basic concepts. In this case, we're going to talk about support and resistance. Support and resistance levels, essentially what they are price points where security tends to either pause or reverse, okay? Support levels, as opposed to resistance, support levels are where buyers are more likely to enter the market, while resistance levels are where sellers are more likely to enter the market. And by selling here, you don't have to be short. You could be long and then looking to take your position out. You're still a seller entering the market, okay? So that's what we're talking about there. Support, where buyers enter, resistance, where sellers enter. So how do we use moving averages to gauge these areas of support and resistance? Well, they can be effective tools, obviously, for IDing them. When the price touches or breaks through a moving average, that's the operative part here. It can signal a potential reversal or continuation, really depending on the context, and that's what we're going to talk about. But when we talk about moving averages as support and resistance, we need to understand that you can use them separately, like the 200 on its own. The 200 simple moving average can be a support level and a resistance level all on its own, and that's fine. That's totally valid. But what we're going to talk about today is using pairs. And the two pairs we're going to talk about initially are the two ones we talked about yesterday, but from a different light. The first one is the 50 and the 200-day moving average. Let me just load up RDFN on my side chart so I can know what's up. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're back break even on this. So let's see if it moves up a little bit here on RDFN. All right, so the first 50 and the 200-day simple moving average. Why do we use simple in this case? Because this is a long-term indicator pair. Okay, and if you're looking for a more long-term, you don't need to use the exponential. The exponential, I would submit to you, is better suited for the shorter-term trading and shorter-term trading time frames, what I mean to say. And the reason is because it more heavily weights the more recent price action than it does the historical price action. So when you're not looking to more heavily weight on a shorter-term time frame, simple moving average will suffice. So how do we use it? When the price touches or pulls back to the 50 SMA, it can act as a potential support level. Conversely, when the price touches or pulls back to the 200 SMA, it can act as a potential resistance level. And what you're looking for in this particular instance is if the price constantly bounces off the SMA, it suggests to you strong support. Conversely, if it fails to break the 200 SMA, it suggests to you strong resistance. Now, all this is basically presupposing that the 50 is below the 200 in this case, okay? That's what the presupposition here is. It doesn't have to be that way, obviously. The 200 can absolutely be below the 50, depending on what the price action has been like. The waiting time here, how long you should wait to try and gauge what's happening. So the waiting time can vary, obviously, depending on the market conditions. However, a common strategy in this particular instance is to wait for the retest of the support or resistance level after the breakout or the breakdown. So if you basically breached the 200 as an area of resistance, and now you're above the 200 by a little bit, one method is to wait for the price action to come back down to the 200 to retest it. Yeah, I thought you had something to add. Something you want to wait for the price to come back down to retest it. Now, obviously, that strategy has some weaknesses, being that you might miss a price action entirely because it doesn't have to come back and test that previous area of resistance, now support. Some indicators that you can use to help your analysis using the 50 and the 200 is on balance volume. And it's to confirm essentially the strength of the support or resistance. If the OBV is increasing as the price approaches support, it suggests to you that there is strong buying pressure and that area, could bounce off. The other two pairs that we want to talk, or the other pair, excuse me, that we want to talk about is the 20-day and the 50-day exponential moving average, the EMA. Very similar way in its use to the 50 and the 200. So you're looking here as for support to bounce off the 20, to reject the 50. Again, this is presupposing that the 50 is on top of the 20. And what to look for, the same principles apply. In this case, you're looking for consistent bounces off the 20 or consistent rejections off the 50. And the waiting time has to be a little bit shorter here than what you would have waited in the 50-200 combination, because it's a shorter term time frame. So by definition, you should be waiting a little bit less for the price action to confirm. And some of the key indicators that you can use here, Ram, are momentum indicators like RSI, stochastic oscillators. And what you're looking for here is a divergence between price and the indicators. And that can suggest to you a potential reversal coming up. Don't necessarily need to see that, but that's one of the things you should be on the lookout for. Some strategies, though, for using these moving averages as areas of support and resistance. Obviously, like we always do, we look to buy at key areas of support. So when the price touches or pulls back to a moving average, which we would glean here as a support level, you can consider that as an entry point and you can buy there. You should also be looking possibly to sell into resistance if that fits into your plan. When the price touches or pulls back to a moving average, the resistance level, consider selling as a potential exit point. But you should also be on the lookout for breakouts or breakdowns. So if the price breaks above a resistance level or below a support level, it can signal a strong trend change. And we always call that the winds of change may be coming to these markets, and then you may need to revisit your trading setup there. It may no longer be valid. You always guys hear me talk about, oh, if it breaches this level, it breaches that level, my level is no longer valid. And the retests, I can't stress this enough because it's a key method here, and it really does help. After the breakout or the breakdown, depending on which way we're going, the price may, underline that, may retest the former area of support or resistance, and this can provide you an entry or exit trade. And I made the point earlier about the Caterpillar 300 and how I thought I would never get CAT at 300 again, and especially because once it pulled down off that earnings day, it found support at that $20, $25 area, and then it rocketed back up and made a new high at 370 or something like that. Yeah. And so then Black Monday came in and I did get my 300 buying opportunity. So lo and behold, okay? So just keep that in mind. Those retests of key areas of support, even though 300 is not a moving average, the principle is sound here. And last but not least, tips for using some of these moving averages as support and resistance. You should definitely be considering the market. Oh, baby, I'm printing up a storm here on Redfin. All right, 2 outs already, and I have another. We have 2 more outs still on this OB. So, yeah, I'm very happy that I packed my patience with this trade. I'm putting it here at 40s, and then the last out we're going to put right in front of 50s OB. So that's the look there. We're going to go 11. Oops. We're going to go... not buy, that's wrong, 1148. And we'll look to take out everything at that level. So please this dang punch with this trade. And I'm sorry to have interrupted the lesson, but it was only a trade I'm in, and we're like about 25 pennies in the money. So considering market conditions is absolutely necessary if you're going to use moving averages. And the reason is they're all but useless in consolidative markets. You will get so many false signals with these crossovers, you're going to want to pull out your hair and quit trading, okay? So make sure you understand what context the market is in before you employ these indicators that may be next to useless. So volatile markets, extreme volatility, and consolidative markets really are the antithesis of moving averages. Second point here. Combined with other indicators, we kind of gave you some ideas about which indicators to use with these moving average pairs: on balance volume, stochastics, as well as the RSI. And we did a nice little tidbit there with RSI yesterday. And adjust the moving average periods. I made this point so many times. The Katina man, he loves the SMAs, and he has the 50, and he has the 200. Nio is also of the same kind of thinking. I like the 10, the 20, and the 50, and the 200 EMA. OB likes the 8. Adira likes the 9. So experiment with different time frames, see what jives with your methodology, what jives with your kind of trading style, and the time frame off which you're trading. The NOS boss will have a different time frame than the Katina man. The NOS boss swing trades, the Katina man intraday trades. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that they would maybe necessarily use the same moving averages. If they did, great. And that's all that I really have to say about that. Oh, that's the end of the lesson. No problem.
Solid lesson there on moving averages different ways.
Oh, you're muted, Obes.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Sharif. Solid lesson on moving averages, how to use them, how they can be used, and kind of perspectives of that can be had for those moving averages. And yeah, definitely a point that he said there at the end there, in a sideways consolidative market, where again you can see that if nothing's too sideways as of right now, but again, I guess Alphabet. But even then, maybe there are some moving averages that might be working on that one. But if things get really rangy, they're not going to be as useful at all. That's where you want to be using. So there's trending indicators, and then there's oscillating indicators as well, right? So in a range bound with range bound price action, you want to go for the oscillating indicators, and then in a trend bound market, you want to be using some of those trend indicators like moving averages and stuff like that. So Rogelio saying, oh boy, yes, for sure. Oh boy, indeed. Oh boy, this chart is making me say, oh boy, Sharif. Wow, Cava can't stop, won't stop. I might as well just get long. I got to do better with getting involved with trend trades. I might just get long and risk prior bar low on that one. But I'm just so sometimes I'm just so itchy for the reversion, man. I'm just gonna wait here. I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna sit on my hands. Let that beautiful chart kind of play out, go to the upside, Cava. But when you start to fall apart and the longs rush for the door, I definitely want to be there as the man at the door. So, be like, all right, come on down. You've had a fun party all day. I will, I don't know, that's too much ego. But that's the joke. 125 holding as of right now. Got a little bit long here on top of VWAP on the Nvidia, but it is coming in like some strong selling there. But let's see if it holds some of these prior lows here. Bit of a range compression. You see that. You see a little bit better here as well. So we've been making lower highs and then higher lows as well. So a little bit of a flag forming here on the Nvidia. Let's see if we can break down this 127. Long on top of VWAP here. Oh boy. All right. So we're about 40 pennies out of the money there. Right. I gotta probably deal with that one soon enough if it'll come down into those lows. But let's see. Market, that wick off of 19.7. Oh boy, I did not notice that one. So yeah, we might be poised to trade a little bit lower here as Apple makes fresh low of days here on. Okay, all right. You know what? I need to get out of this one, Sharif. So I had to stay.
The Katina man's $2 in the money on the Apple short, by the way. Look, I had something to ask you there, but I forgot what it was. Now, look at this. This is so annoying. Redfin, now I'm out of the money. We were just 30 pennies in the money. Now we're 1 penny out of the money as it comes back into test 11. I don't mind this retest. I'm not going to add to it because I have the position size. They already want. Okay, so this kind of makes me feel good. It comes back into 11, and then it just bounces back up 10 pennies real quick. Let's see if it can continue to move up. No, this is the type of position that I can be in all afternoon before I get the print, right? Because it's made its move, and now it may not continue its move until the more liquid time period comes in, and that liquid time period, I would submit to you, is still an hour and 15 minutes away. This is Goolsby dropping a story. Is that him right there? Oh, the Ghouls man. The Ghouls man is on CNBS, and he's talking up a storm right now, so we're going to find out what he's saying. Goolsby. All right, here it is. He had three sessions today, Ob, to talk up a storm. Here, let's talk. Fed's Goolsby says support. Fed's new focus on job market inflation is on the path to 2%. Thanks, bro. All right, here's the other one. Fed's Goolsby says policy now at its tightest point of the entire hike cycle. Current Fed funds rate set for different economic conditions. Fed forecast show widespread support for rate cuts. Everything we wanted to happen to get rates down has happened. So why are they still up, bruh? So that's a look there. Let's keep going and see what else he's saying. Here it is. Fed's Goolsbee says, by almost all measures, the job market is cooling, doesn't like to offer firm guidance about Fed rate decisions. Well, that's kind of what Papa said today. He wasn't happy about the job market either, and that's why I feel we are kind of bearish on the day. Fed's Goolsbee, everything we wanted to happen, okay, you already said that. And then last but not least, Fed's Goolsbee, everything we wanted to, okay, so yeah. Everything we wanted to have, yeah, so that's just repetitive. I'm sorry about that, guys. So yeah, he's talking right now. I try to resist committing myself to monetary policy, he says. Fine, okay. So he's talking right now, I believe. And so as we get more information, obviously we'll share that with you. What's the look over here? What's the look on your side, Ob?
Not much. So yeah, that aggressive selling did come in there, and I guess I didn't necessarily have a stop at the break of the trend. But again, I'm kind of managing risk with share sizing as of right now. Bought some more there on top of that 127 as we kind of pop back above that 19.6. So we dropped down 100 points on that last candle there, 19.7 to 19.6. Let's see, catching a little bit of a slowdown here. I don't want to call it a bid just yet. A little bit of a slowdown here on top of this 127. Let's see if we can kind of continue this chip chop on this Nvidia as this chip chops around on the day today below VWAP now. Let's see if we can get that pop back up into VWAP, or does the selling continue to the downside? I have no idea, but kind of waiting to see what this 19.6 does as of right now. But yeah, with the Jackson Hole kind of going on, and a lot of Kyle in the chat, a lot of Fed speakers kind of coming in and out. We do have to be a little bit wary with some of the volatility that may come in with things that might be being said, if that's the right word. Yeah, breaking news. Goolsbee said, "Get low." Low.
MNTS is halted, guys. Here we go. Another small cap gapper showing up on my scanner. $27 million market cap. Let me flip to the 1 minute here. This is the daily. So you can see that we were moving big boy yesterday in MNTS. We were a 57 penny name. By the end of the day, we were $1.50. Okay. So good move there. Another higher high and higher low today. The wick came into 90 pennies, but we're well above that. We opened at $1.40. The current print 167 on MNTS. Halted to the downside. We had 3 halts on the way up. First down halt, well above the volume weighted average price. And let me tell you, it's my estimation that these halts, although makes it very hard to trade, they respect these moving averages. And so what I've seen before is you get these halts and they halt right at the moving average or above it. So sometimes it's a good entry to get in. So I'm going to be all on eyes and ears. Let's load up MNTS, see if we can trade this bad boy as well. We'll take off Cava here. I can't believe this thing's $2.50 from where I got in. Unreal, bro. So you know what? We should probably leave that on because we may trade that again. So let's load up MNTS over here. MNTS. There we go. And now it's okay. So it's open. Here it is, trading at $1.70. The halt level, guys, was $1.66. Let's see if it holds up above that level. Again, the volume weighted average price right now on MNTS at about $1.33. There are a couple of other support levels we can use, or a couple of other halt levels we can use as support. That $1.53, $1.52, right in front of the $1.50. This area over here could be an area of support. We'll see. I need to see this one curl up, guys. It's already big boy. It's already up 193%. $27 million market cap, 157 million shares traded on the day, and a 16.5 million share float. Let's find out what the short is, or the short float is on this one, MNTS. It is 3%, so not big and not really anything to write home about. But this one is in play, now up 200%, looking to go back above that $1.75. It halted. Essentially, the last up halt here was at 175. So let's see if it's able to break above that and maybe weasel back into 2. Higher day right now, 204, Ob.
Yeah, so we're catching a little bit of a bid there off of that 19.6 as of right now. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print, I ask? 10 minutes and 54 seconds. Let's see if we can reclaim this 127 here on Nvidia, with the market potentially trying to catch a little bit of a bid, but that sell-off was aggressive, again, with some Fed speak happening as of right now. across the board, a lot of selling potentially coming in here. Got to keep eyes on a few of these names here. Amazon still selling off. Softy continues to make some fresh lows there. Let's see the Spider. Yeah, definitely that shorting the pops on the Spider. We're definitely paying off today. Softy, interestingly, high a day is 419.34 there, Sharif. So it's so close.
It's almost the weekend, though. I feel you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Ram?
Yeah, let's see that 127 reclaiming as of right now. Let's see if we can get a little bit of reversion off of that strong selling that did come in there. I'm not looking for too much. I'm looking for just a little bit of a pop back up into that VWAP area here as 127 comes in. Let's see, there it is. I see Sharif pumping his fists. Those guns coming out. Bro, I got to be careful. Like, you flex too hard. Something might fly, like Trendla.
Well, I don't care about Trenda, bro. Ken Trenda, whatever. We're just joking. All right, we're long here on MNTS after the haul, and boom, we'll take that one up to the upside. 18 penny winner, woo! No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm happy I'm trading this though, right? Because this one, I didn't take as big of a position in MNTS as I have in RDFN, but we'll look to, we'll dabble in it. I'll get back in if it comes back to test that $1.70. I like that 170 area, and I placed my stop right below the previous halt level at a $1.65, sorry, at a $1.62, just a couple of pennies below this halt level over here, and we just wet our beak there on a little winner. Nothing to write home about, but we're gonna do what we can up here. All right, back to Redfin. Defended 11 again. So a couple of defends right now at that 11, and now we're putting in a bit of a higher low. I need to see a higher high. A higher high takes me above 1130, right? So if we're not putting in higher highs here, I have to question this whole trade. So we'll see if we can take out something. Well, I've got it out at 39s, and then I'll have one more out there, and I'll look to take out at the $0.50. But first, we got to get above that $1.11 1/3. Here comes 11 1/5. Now we're printing the fifth. Let's see if we print the quarter. Up 20% here on RDFN. All right, here 21s, 22s coming in.
Get that aggressive bid. Oh boy.
We're moving up on the market? Yeah, cover it.
We just know. I'm just saying that bid is so aggressive, dude. We talk about that bounce off 19.6. We blast all the way back up. Let's see if we can get to that 19.7 now with that bid. I was like, the bid's not there just yet, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep buying this as I feel better and better about it there. But let's see if that bid can come in. 19.7, a bit of a wick shimmy dance, as Sharif likes to say, on that previous candle, 15-minute candle there. A test from 19.7 all the way down to 19.6 as we failed to follow through 19.6. Rebid back above 19.620, and now we're getting that volume kind of coming back in. But yeah, that sell-off was kind of aggressive there, and a bit of a reversion of that selling there, Sharif. That's kind of what I wanted.
Yeah, no worries, Ob. All right, we're at 27s now, and we're at 28s. All right, I'm taking out a bit here. Let's see if we can get filled. Come on, print. Oh, no, we're not going to get the print. So maybe it's the world telling me that I shouldn't be taking it out there. Mother Market, Ob, is telling me that I should wait for 1140.
You got to listen when she's
yeah, well, Mother Market knows. So we're going to do what Mother Market says. We're going to go 1139, and we're going to look to take it out there if we can get something there. All right, so yeah, the reason I de-risk is because I know that this is an obvious area of resistance, this 1130. So I don't want to be, locked in a range where we're trading between 11 and 1130. I'd rather just take this as a breakout trade, and if we're going to range, then I want to get out near the high. I saw somebody there in the chat I was really happy to see. They said MNTS was good for them. So let's see. Who was it that said MNTS? Oh, I think I lost it there, but I told them, like, hey, did you trade? Yeah, Shark, 2003. Looks like he traded MNTS, or they traded MNTS. Let me know how you did. Oh, he says, or they say, I was in and out of MNTS, made $70 in 2 minutes on 300 shares. Shout out to you, my guy. That is the modus operandi here, to take some scalps on this name, keep you out of trouble. And if it works for you, keep doing it over and over until it doesn't. So that's a look. They're happy with this trade and looking for the next one. Cava coming back in here, Ob. So could we have a possible entry here on CAVA? There is this interesting level, 124.50. We whiffled and waffled at 124.50 before breaking it on a decisive basis through that 125 1/5. Then we came back and tested 124.50, and it seems to have held at least on this 1 minute chart over here. So if we come back into that level, you know, you could have something maybe resting there with a tight stop, like 10 or 15 pennies below that. Because this thing's given dollars at a time, guys, right? So it's a fantastic look today for CAVA. It's just about getting in at the right time. Good look there. Yeah, Redfin, we're still below the third of a dollar. Let's see what that MNTS is doing. So it didn't really move up farther from where I got out, not by a whole lot, maybe a couple of pennies. We'll see if there's anything else to be had here on MNTS. Definitely that $2 break still in our purview.
Yes, sir. So I did hop out of that Nvidia Nvidia long there. Yeah, I didn't really kind of manage the initial entry well, but when it does come down, slow down, I did I guess exponentially size at the lower end there. And yeah, it seems like we're getting a little bit of a bid back up, so I might have sold a little too early there. But we talk about moving averages, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, I gotta show this chart once again.
I love it.
Right here, let me just pull it in. Right there, boom. So look at that, right here. Bit of a moving average hold, right? Trend deceleration comes right back in aggressive. But we talk about using higher moving averages. Take a look at this one, Sharif. That's the 200. We bounce off the 200 aggressively. So I'm like, all right, well, that might be a little overextended. I'm more than I might be. Did I double up? I guess I a little bit more than doubled up with those two entries there, and kind of managed the position that way there. But yeah, oh boy, we're coming right back in 60s. I sold. What did I sell? I sold 39s. We're at 60s. Okay, that's fine. But look at that trend hold on the moving averages, Sharif. So it's a great example of what your lesson on the day today has been, right?
I love it.
Trend holding, breaks, reversion, kind of reclaims the trend, holds attempts, higher, lower high, can't really make it, breaks, and then starts holding the moving average the other way. Trend deceleration, where it goes, that light blue is the 21. Trend deceleration pulls up into there.
I love how you call that trend deceleration, because I think that's very appropriate. Yeah, because that's exactly what it's doing.
Kind of so we're selling. Sellers are in charge, and then maybe sellers lift a little bit. They're like, all right, we're going to give some room, and then they step right back in.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, and then we come down to the downside. But let's see, VWAP test as of right now. That's what I was looking for, but again, it mismanaged the initial entry on that position. So clearly, the decisions are not the best.
The Katina man is $1 in the money, Ob, off that 126.60 along on, can you guess? NVDA, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, Katina man, can I ask a question about that trade? I'm going to throw up my chart if you're able to. So was this the area that got you interested? He is a support and resistance trader. I should have known. So this is the area. This is the IB low. Well, almost the IB low, printed at 1045. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. It's a local area low and an obvious area trough. Breaches the 50 on the 5. But guess what? It bounced right back up again. So we get right into that 126.60, 126.70 area. The Katina man puts the buy. Shout out to him. Great trade there, Sean. Hope you print up a storm if you're not already. All right, so here what we're getting here is a 19.7 move again on the future, and that's had a lot of these Mag 7 names curling into the 20 exponential moving average, save and except for Meta, which is at the 10. So this is kind of what Big Spile was saying earlier. It is, I feel, the short the pops kind of day right now. I'm going to be waiting here, but I'm definitely looking now short on these Mag 7 names. We're back into 19.7. It's been a symphony of lower highs and lower lows on both the futures and the Mag 7s. Why would I look long now? So that's the thing. So now we're looking short on these bad boys. We're still involved in Redfin. I should tell you that I took out another beak wetter there at 11:30. The next beak wetter I'd like is at around the $0.50, or I get stopped out, whichever comes first. So now let's load up. And I'm sorry about this look here on Apple. Because it just because of the what's it called, the dark pool prints. I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to see if I can get in at this level, and I'm going short on Apple. All right, so we're gonna go short over here, looking for a 19.7 rejection on the future. What's my out? I'm going to have to give this to the $0.50 on the dead one because it's been having trouble with that level, but I'm going to look to wet my beak at around 20s if we can get a little bit of a move down. But it looks like it's whiffling, waffling. We're short 30s. We're break even at the moment. I'm going to have to put my out through the break of the $0.50 because that's going to be my out there. So the stop is in place. Come what may, I see a topping tail on Apple. So I'd like ideally a move down. We rejected 19.7. Apple's not doing anything. That's so annoying because you want to reject 19.7 and then you want to come back a little bit down. But it's not about what I want. It's about what the market gives me. So we're going to keep watching this and look for the short until the short tells me that the short's not in play. So that's a look right now. Still holding Redfin and looking for an 11.5.
Yeah, dude, the selling is like distinctly different than some of the buying that's happening here today. The bids are kind of not as aggressive, and then the selling that comes in here on Nvidia, dropping it down by 10 pennies at a time, 20 pennies there, it goes back down.
Get down.
We talk about that moving average. Old Sharif. Let me bring that chart back in, and my charts are frozen. Okay, never mind. Right there, boom, right here. So we're kind of respecting this trend to the downside here as of right now. So let's see if those moving averages can help us out a little bit today, as Sharif has been giving us some lessons on following the moving averages when following intraday trends, not just intraday trends, just trends in general.
All the time, yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We get the print on Apple, baby. Yes. Get down. All right, we're about 15 pennies in the money. We'll look to cover near the 224.75. 224.75, but it's going against us now. It just popped back up into 20s. We're short 30s, so that's the point of de-risking, but there's all sorts of bamboozlement on this market. I don't want to paper hand this trade. I'm going to pack my patience. The stop's already in play. Come what may, but looking for the 20 exponential on the 5, rejection on Apple, and another move back down. Dan the Man Evans, NQ. 19,611, 19,564, 19,5 possible now due to bear pattern. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. Keep your eye out on his levels in the chat. Him and Big Spile, they trade up a storm there on the futures. So I'm gonna adjust my stop now on Apple to account for the less size there, and then we'll look to cover Obviously, everything I made a mistake there in my stop placement, so we'll have to do that again. There we go. Get down, Apple. All right, there we go. 225, and we'll take it out there. So now I'll be looking to cover the short on Apple if it breaks below the whole dollar. 225 is what I'm looking there for.
Yes, sir. So we're getting to covered a piece. As soon as I cover a piece, it like rips right back up. So I'm like, all right, oh boy, I'm gonna kind of pack my patience for this one, as Sharif likes to say here. But yeah, look at that aggressive bid coming back in. I was just like, oh, the buying is not as aggressive as the selling. Nvidia is like, oh, let me show you. Coming right back in as we try to push that 19.7 once again. So let's see what Nvidia has in store for us here. But again, got to remember, this is VWAP. We're hovering right underneath VWAP right now. So can we expect a little bit of volatility? Sure, why not? There's a little bit of volatility as we're pushing back above that in 127.5 right now there, Sharif. Let's see if we can get through that 19.7 as well on the Nasdaq as we print here sideways underneath VWAP on Nvidia. So I got to keep an eye on this one. But something that might be breaking a bit of its trend, Sharif, is Cava.
Oh, you want me to check that? Yeah, sure, of course. Let's have a look at CAV. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A little bit of
a pullback.
But, this is that 124 level we were yapping up a storm about. So let's keep up. Thank you for calling this out. Great call out.
Looks like a reversion to me. I want to get involved soon enough.
I like it. Let me load up the 5 here on Cava, the Cava one, and have a look. Okay, so this is the first time on the day that we actually touched the 10x, the 20. Not even touch it. We're at the 20 exponential. A little bit above we're about 50 pennies, we're about 75 pennies. That's how distorted this chart is. The 20's at 123.50. The price action is at 124. It's $1 above the 20. That's how quickly Cava will give you $1. It's like Meta all over again. But yeah, nice hold up here at 124. I got to tell you, I know that you love these reversion charts, but I need proof. I need proof that it's coming back down. I know you know how to spot that way better than me, so I'm going to keep looking.
Sometimes you just got to take the risk, man, because like if you wait for confirmation,
you bet a bad price.
I mean, no, it's like everybody waits for confirmation.
Sure.
Right? But it's like honestly, I believe that like on the turn, when it gives you that turn, it's much better to kind of at least maybe not full size, but start kind of getting into it.
You could add in,
and then add it when you have confirmation. Then you can kind of push into it, and then maybe building into it a little bit better. But again, that's how I like to do it. That's how I'm currently in my trading journey. That's how I'm kind of viewing it. As of right now, that's subject to change as things change as well. Markets are ever changing. Remember when I showed you the first page on my playbook. PowerPoint or whatever is the market is ever changing. Adapt or perish, right? And you have to stay nimble. You have to stay ever kind of flexible with your mindset and your strategies as well.
Ain't that the truth, baby? All right, we're gonna let Apple cook there. I mean, it's lulling me to sleep, so I'll go to a different one that's lulling me to sleep. Here's Redfin. There's an obvious seller at 30. I won't be convinced otherwise. That's the third time now we're touching 30 without a break. Obviously, we broke it earlier. I'm talking about once we gave back 30 and got into 11. There's a seller at 30, it's not obvious when you look at the level 2, because what is there? There's like 25 lots on all exchanges here at 11:30, which is obviously not the case, because you're looking at the time in sales and you're seeing the size. You're seeing way more than what's actually depicted. So most of this stuff is either coming in at the moment or basically icebergs. You're going to have to account for that when you trade this kind of thing. I'm looking for 1150. Let's put in the dang order right now. In fact, I'm going to front run it a little bit. We're going to go at 45s, because what's a life without whimsy, Obe? And we're going to look to basically take everything out at around there. So it was a bigger position for me, this one. I don't usually take bigger positions on the show. That's just the way I roll. But with this one, I did like that $11 area. So we're going to look to take it out in front of 1150. And there's more selling at 1130. Unsurprised with that. Back to Apple. So now we're 3 pennies out of the money on the dead one. Let me look at what it's doing on the 5 over here. This is not what I want to see. I don't want to see it hold the 10 exponential. So we were taking the short because it was the first time it got into the 20 and curled back down. Any break of the 50, I'm gone. I've already put my stop there to account for the newer size. Now, this is going to be interesting over here if we continue to move up on Apple. And I'm going to be all eyes and ears. Pardon me? Oh, thank you. I will. Sure. I'm going to be all eyes and ears at 225.75. For whatever reason, we held there all morning from 10:45 until we gave way at 11. So if we work our way back into 225.75, which just by the way happens to be pivot points, I'm going to be looking to flip completely differently on this name. We're already 16 pennies out of the money here on Apple on a small amount, and are likely going to get stopped out here if it breaks a $0.50. So that's a look there on AAPL. Come what may. I'm going to send it to you while I set up for the ad read.
Yeah, no worries. So still kind of chopping and churning here at that 127.5 underneath VWAP here on Nvidia. Don Quixote asking, what is the plan? All right, the plan is, as long as this holds under 19.7 and we hold underneath VWAP and we're sustaining a little bit of a hold underneath 127.5s, prior highs here, consolidation highs right now, 127.66s. I'm sitting at 127.42 with the entry, as you guys can see. So let's see if that level sustains. And if it doesn't, I will be more than willing to stop out and reassess. We're following the trend to the downside. We've been making lower highs. Sorry, excuse me, lower highs, and now we've kind of attempted to, I guess you saw the aggressive selling that came in through VWAP, right? Well, again, Goolsby saying something, I don't know what, but we got that aggressive selling. Failure of VWAP is how I kind of saw it there, but we take the reversion as it might have been a little too hard, too fast there, and we get a lot more on the stall of the too hard, too fast, and then we pull back up into VWAP, and we make a lower high there. So let's see if we continue a little bit to the downside, but that 19.7 is definitely going to be a little telling there, Sharif, and that is the look, Don Quixote, or that is the plan.
All right, I like it. Shout out to Adara in the chat, always sending out good vibes. Lily, I'll short you. She's threatening Lily when she's at an appointment. I love it. Shout out to Adara. She'll be back soon. All right, guys. Are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Ram, you got idle cash. Throw some in this. Earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months. Plus, U.S. users can take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out, thankfully. Enjoy 6% on cash balances along with up to 2,000 commission rebate. That's pretty cool. Sign up with Mumu to trade on extended trading hours. Trade 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. well beyond regular market hours. Whether you want to react to pre-market news, catch after-hours earnings, or simply manage your portfolio with more flexibility, Mumu has you covered. Maximize your trading potential and stay ahead of the curve with extended hours today. For more details and full terms and conditions, scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Thank you to Mumu for sponsoring this part of the show, always doing the absolute most in a fantastic way there. So we're going to close that bad boy up. And Apple is about to stop me out. We are now knocking on the door of my stop. We break that $half level. I am gone. The $half level also happens to be exactly where the 20 exponential on the 5 is. Now, this has got me feeling like I should be adding here with a stop like at 2 or 3 pennies above it. Because if we reject the 20 exponential on the 5, I'm going to feel this big for not having added here. I'm adding, and if it breaks, it breaks. Well, that's it. We'll just use the flatten key. I know exactly where my out is. Screwed up there. And here we go. So I will have to flatten here, sadly, as it does break above. That's fine. We'll give up a little bit there on the dead one. Still positive on it, though. Don't go back down, Apple. Don't go back down, Apple. Don't do it to me, Apple. It will do it to me. I know it will do it to me. All good there. You cannot be upset about these trades. But what I did notice while I was reading the ad reads is that we did break 30 on Redfin. So we got up into 1134. So it looks like that seller at 30 did get taken out. But as per usual, we're still whiffling and waffling. No real direction. Still waiting in the mid 40s there.
I see Marie in the chat saying, Cava is flirting with the doorman. I see you, Cava. I'm patiently waiting, for those longs to potentially start to exit through the door there. But I'm kind of, you know what? I should probably be pulling up the ticker on my on the side here. You know what? Yeah, let's look to get involved here. Cava is a nicey ticker. Okay, cool, nice.
Apple.
Let me see that tape. Let me see that tape, baby. Let's go. Cava.
I like that. I like that. Where the money at?
Go ahead, bring that back.
Da-na-na-na-na.
What was that? That's Chingy. Yeah. I remember Chingy. Chingy was dope. Okay, let's go here. What's the open price of this bar here? Opening price is 123.92. High of the bar is 124.74. Oh boy. Okay, all right. I might consider changing some sizing based off of that risk. The spread's about 15 pennies-ish. Okay, all right. But yeah, a little bit of a break in trend. But let's see. You know what I like even better? I like when the trend breaks. Yeah, you want to take a little bit of a dabble here on when the trend does break. But when it comes back in and retests that trend support as a trend resistance. So that is even better there. But here's the thing. We haven't pulled back that much. We've pulled down about 2 points. And I'm looking at the volume here on Cava. The volume has been dropping off just slightly, and the relative volume but the relative volume has been kind of sustaining. So I kind of want to keep an eye on that. But yes, first red bar in a while, but we've had red bars in the past. Let's see if we can come down into VWAP here. I'm looking for this 123.80s to kind of give way, and maybe some potential. Again, we see the action kind of starting to potentially form on the chart. So I am moving my visual over to the tape and the book to kind of look for that confirmation, that confluence, to be like, all right, well, are people actually selling? The chart is looking like the trend has potentially broken, but are people actually selling distinctly on the tape? And as of right now, all I see are a little bit of mid-print, so let's see if that selling can potentially come in. I'm looking for those dark reds below the bids, people punching in or punching out as they step out the door there on Cava. But yeah, let's see if this restaurant will have a meal for us today or not. Restaurant brand? No, that's a different ticker. Okay, see that pop right there? Okay, so let's see if that pop is met with any sort of selling there. That's something else that I want to see as well when I'm looking for the short is like if the buying does come in is there anybody trying to push back into that buying? Are there players that are kind of being aggressive to that buying, holding it down, and then that's more confluence and confirmation there as to point towards maybe sellers are actually in charge because you see buyers pushing it up. You see buyers pushing it up, and then all of a sudden they're like, sellers are just like, no, that's as far as you go, and then it comes right back in. So take a look at that. Not really that strong of a break as of right now. So like I said, it's looking like it might be setting up, but it has to have that confluence there with on the tape in the book there for sure for me to really kind of get involved there. But yeah, I have my size queued up. I got my order queued up to get ready to punch, just in case that selling comes in aggressively there. Thomas Johnson in the chat saying, is it just me or is SPY moving the same as it did yesterday? If so, I'm calling trip 5s end of day. That trip 5 was an interesting level that you mentioned that a couple days ago. We had that day high at trip 501, and I was like, oh boy, that's going to be a little bit of an over-under. And I was like, if SPY, so the plan for the next day was if SPY holds above trip 5s, look long, buy the dips. So did I do that really well? I got to work on executing my plans a little bit better, but the plan was good.
All right. I'm looking at Cava here, Obe, since you called it out. We keep looking at this 20 exponential, but we have lower lows now, lower highs. But on this last pullback, if I can zoom in here, we're putting in these higher lows since this pullback with this kind of flat top below 125. And the lack of selling here is kind of, it stands out. So the entry here, if I was to enter, I'd have to give this to at least 124. That's 50 pennies worth of risk. But it is offering me $1.30 from currently where it is at the high. Probably wouldn't take that. I can also base my out on the breach of the 20 exponential, which is the yellow line. That's a little bit below 124. That's at around 123.75. I'm trying to figure out how I want to get into this. I'm very long bias on Cava, whether or not the market is red or selling off or whatever. But I don't want to give back what I've made on it. That's what's kind of holding me back. Let's see here. So I'd have to give this to at least 124. Maybe I can get a better price because it's ranging. That way, if I can get a better price, maybe at the fifth of a dollar or the quarter of a dollar, I can risk a little bit less by putting my stop through 124. It's exactly what I'm going to do. Now, I may miss that trade and by doing that. And yeah, I am going to miss it because it's going up. What? Bitcoin's up big, Katina Man says. What is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's at 62,000. 61.9. Bitcoin's at 61.9, guys. Crypto's absolutely in play. Raymond, let me show this. Here it is. So Bitcoin up 2.67. You got ETH at 3.2, and then all the derivatives or all these crypto-related names like Mara up big at 18%. Probably Patty Ice trading up a storm on that. Riot also, but Mara is really leading here. It's Hive and Mara. Mara up 6 2/3. Hive is up 10 3/4. So all the mining names are moving as well as the actual instrument itself. BTC, good afternoon for BTC as it looks to, I guess, recoup some of the losses it's had lately. So good look there. No entry here on Cava. Oh, baby. We are up nicely, though, on Redfin. Now we're knocking the door of 40 pennies, Obe. We've been waiting at 11:45.
Nice trade.
I appreciate you, Obe. And shout out to the Katina men as well. Always good vibes, Katina. We always know about that. And we're waiting here at 11:45. That's 6 pennies away. I'm happy with this trade. I'm happy I packed my patience. But there's some selling here, as there was at the 11:30 area. There's more selling, it seems like, at 11:40. But this Cava trade is the one that I really want to focus on now, man. I really feel like I might have something here with this. If I can get the entry proper, I can risk a little bit less than what I want to risk. We're showing 55s right now on the bid, 75 on the ask. So obviously 20 pennies worth of spread on a $125 name. You should be able to stomach that. That is kind of normal for these names. So we'll keep tabs on that. Bless you, Ram. You think if someone threatened to key your car, would you be saying bless you to them?
I'm a nice guy.
You're a nice
I would
guy,
like to think so. I don't know. I'd be like, I might say some other things before the bless you, but you know.
Love it. It was. She says that I instigated it and that she was just simply responding, so she's defending herself. I like what Patty had to say. He's like, no chance. He said, Patty was pretty. Oh, Patty, she says, watch your car now. She threatened to key my car today, Patty. She knows where your car is too. Oh, baby.
Patty just got a new car too.
I know,
that car,
brand new
looks
car.
dope.
It's so sick.
Dope. Yeah,
it's so sick. Big boy car.
Right? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Ram is bullying all the dudes around here. She's 5'2", but she'll take on everybody. So shut.
Okay, 5'3". We
At least 5'3", guys. Shut up. Just teasing a little bit. Don't ever key someone's automobile. Yes, thank you. I didn't really know that.
You don't mess with
touch the car,
yes,
says Vicky Novak. That Neil says, don't
it's a no
mess
drive zone
with
Neil.
a man's whip. You know what I mean? I love that. The chai's absolutely undefeated. I'm having a great time.
You can't be messing with the man's whip when the whip game's strong, all right? And some nice cars in the lot downstairs.
Yes, sir. Your Ram has a sick car too, bro.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Okay,
yeah.
What's your car, Ramin? Where are you parked?
It's just look. Where are you parked? But what's funny?
Information for future.
What's funny is like
for a friend.
You know, if Ram was to be depicted as a car, you know, you choose a Mini Cooper. I don't know, like a smart car. But she chose to drive the exact opposite. What is it, Ram? A quad cab Ram?
A what? Who's it? What?
What is it again? She's going to show a picture.
Okay, all right.
She's got the Sierra.
Let's see a picture. I'm down. All right, so 19.7 is coming in on the market here. 19.7's testing as of right now, and we got a little bit of a pop there on the Nvidia back in towards VWAP there. That was a little aggressive push back towards VWAP there. Did get a little bit more involved, just kind of patiently waiting to see if that'll come in as, again, sellers kind of, buyers were in charge off of VWAP initially, and then sellers started getting a little aggressive there underneath the VWAP. So I'm looking for more of the same until it shows me otherwise there. But that aggressive buying into VWAP might be a little something of concern. But again, with that push and that test of 19.7, maybe something slightly expected there. But something I do want to note, and something I pointed out earlier as well, was that 200 MA bounce there, a little bit of a double bottom happening there on Nvidia, 126.60s, and we're pushing back up into VWAP. So that's another piece of information that also has a weighting in my mind that I'm keeping in consideration as well. Again, as the market tries to pull back up off of this 19.6, we've been aggressively selling since the morning session. 19.9s all the way to 19.6 there, Sharif. 300-point range on today's price action. Absolutely crazy. Oh, this Cava is just putting in higher lows consistently here, and so it doesn't give a dang about where my dip trade is. Look at it, bro. It's right up back into 125. This just all sorts of strong. Every time we dip into a level, it's just getting bought up again. Look at this, 124.50. I think like 6 bottoming tail candles that were dipping into that $50 level, all of which were bought up. I saw it reflected on the book, but we could see some other lower prints coming in on the tape. And there it goes, man, right back above 125. Cava is on the way up. There it is again. It's going to test highs. The high's over here. 125.80. So rejecting 125. Now let's see if we can get something. Let's see if it can come print us right down in this area, 124.31. I see you guys. Daniel, Melendez, Ram with the Ram makes sense. Nah, she's got an Explorer and a Sierra. I misspoke there. It was bias in my mind. Ram driving a Ram, right? I mean, it would just be perfect. I know she wants a TRX. It's like $150,000 on this side of the border. Shout out to Ram. I believe in you. What's a TRX?
It's the Ford. What's it called? No, that's a Raptor. This is the Ram TRX. It's kind of like, is it like a Hellcat, Ram? It is a Hellcat. Okay, it's like the truck version of the Hellcat.
All right.
Yeah, that's big boy. Vicky and Novak, it's a classic indeed, the most beautiful car ever made. Vicky and Novak saying, I have a DS23 Palace to 1974. That's a Renault for all those people that don't know because they don't sell it in North America. Or they did maybe, but they don't anymore. Definitely Renault and Peugeot and all the French cars. Not on this side of the board.
Romeo's, where
Alfa
are they?
Romeo's Italian.
They're Italian.
Yeah. But good call. That's the look there.
Fall under there.
So shout out to him. Zion Lala, Trader TV Live. What? TTV Live in room 112, where the players dwell and the stash and more cash than Burt Padell. Y'all making that money. We're spending the money for you. Shout out to Zion Lala. He's always rhyming in the chat, and he does a really good job with it. Love that kind of attitude from the viewers. Shout out to you guys. All right, let's keep this going over here. Yeah, no, nothing. I was just looking over at the Katina man. He was talking to Neil. 1140 is where I'm. Where the local high here on Redfin. But I'm still waiting at 1145. What are you doing?
Yeah, that the buying coming in. We did break that 19.7 here and pushing up higher as of right now. So I'm looking to potentially get out if this 128 sustains here. Again, like I said, the plan, we pointed out the plan earlier. Let's see if we sustain below this VWAP here. We're trading above it as of right now, and we're pushing above that 19.7. So I should start piecing off of this one a little bit here as the bid potentially catching right back in as we're getting some aggressive buying coming back into both futures. You can see the ES and the NQ going crazy as of right now. So, yeah, I do have to kind of punch out and reassess on this one there, Sharif. But that Cava, man, that Cava is still holding sideways as of right now. Nothing too crazy on that one as it continues to push to the upside here. Well, not really. Well, it doesn't really continue to push to the upside, but it's sustaining this price action well within its upper quartile here on Cava. So let's see, it has slowed down a little bit, but again, things can start to slow down. They decelerate the trend and then they just continue the trend as well. So I'm watching that 126, I'm watching the 124. We're chopping and churning around that 125, Sharif. But Cava reversion, I don't think it's ready yet. I'm still standing at that door, but not too many people taking the exit just yet.
Yeah, you're right. And I got involved in that to the long side now, Ob, and so that might be trouble for me if what you're saying actually comes true. Because when we broke above 125, Ob, I saw a whole lot of selling at 125.10, and that really pushed this one down. Like I've been waiting at the or at the $0.50 for a hot minute. And it didn't come down. Well, and it came down into there. Here we go. So here's printing 57s. I'm waiting at the $0.50, and I've got a tight stop below that $0.50. It's going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, I'm flattening out. It's going to have to hold up at the $0.50. Otherwise, I'm gone. And there it is. So breaks, give back on this trade. Not really happy with that. I had so many opportunities to get into this trade, and I screwed it up. So that's on me. That's on me. And we're going to look to do a little bit better. So that's the look right now. Cava on the way. I think you might have something right here. For me, I'm getting all sorts of short if we break 124. So there was all sorts of defending here at 124 level. We had initial trouble with it. We bounced off it. Initially over here, 1230, again at 1230 or 1226, 1231. We come back into it at 1 o'clock, come back into it again at 110, and here we go right back into 124 again on CAVA. Let's see if it breaks 124 now. Maybe the reversion man next to me over here brings this bad boy down. I want to see exactly what we get. Oh, we're breaching 124, baby. Zigging and zagging, but now the spread is really opening up. It was about 30 pennies there at 124. So let's see if we hold up at 124, but the bid definitely dropped below that 124 and it got super wide there. And now we are really giving it up. There it comes, Ob. But look at this, zigging and zagging. No, I think this is a short. I think you got this one right. Here goes CAVA really coming off those highs. 125 was a bit of a resistance level there. We couldn't get it back above it. Now we're printing below that 124s. Are we below this wick over here? Yes, this is really coming in now, Ob. What's your look?
Yeah, I'm kind of watching that as well. Yeah, it's starting to really pull in here as that trend really starts to break down here. 124s. Let's see again. Like I said, there's a couple ways you can execute on this, or I like to execute on this. Let's see if any of those pops kind of sustain this selling. The selling is now, it's like confirmed. Okay, we're seeing some selling come in. We broke this consolidation shelf low. But yeah, if you got involved in that 125, you're chilling right now because you're about a point in the money at below this 124s. But yeah, let's see if any sort of bidding on this ticker gets met with some aggressive selling. A failure to follow through will be the next thing that I'm looking for here to potentially get involved. But that back through that 124, Sharif, that's solid. I see that you did you
I got out.
Entry?
No, I didn't. I tried to get in.
Boy.
I tried to chase it, but it wouldn't let me in. The spread was ridiculous. Now it's tightening up a little bit. It's getting above 124, which when I look on my side chart here on the 5-minute, it's defending the 20 exponential. So I got to tell you, it's got to clear the 20 exponential for me to get short. I didn't realize that. I'm going to put my short at the third of a dollar, and I'll give it to a quarter. So if it drops into 123 and a third, the mean reversion could get mean here. We're putting that stop in place. So let it break the third of a dollar. Let it break the third of a dollar. I thought you were talking to me, Katina Man. Sorry. The Katina Man is still long Nvidia, and he's trying to get into SOXL at the moment, taking it long, right? He is in it. So the Katina Man right now is trading up a storm on these microchip names, and then goes Cava right back above 124. All right, let's pack our patience. Let's not make rash decisions here. Let's watch the price action unfold. I've already put my order to go short below the third of a dollar, 123 and a third, and I gave it a nice amount of room there in case the spread opens up. But it really looks like it wants to defend that 124. That might have been a specialist breakdown here. If that was a specialist breakdown, like we got the specialist breakout on Meta, that got me out of my short position, then dropped $5, this could be the same thing here. So I need to be on the lookout for a 124 defend on this level. So very interesting. Say it again.
What's a specialist breakdown?
So specialist breakout, this is talked about by John J. Murphy's, actually it's in the, okay, I need to look at this for a second here. So essentially what it is it's basically an obvious area of technical support or resistance that a lot of people are watching. Whoever a big trader or an algo will push the price well beyond that area of support or resistance to stop everybody out, and then basically proceed to go in the direction it was previously going in. And so it's just whatever you guys call that.
Like a lick grab.
Yeah, I mean it's synonyms, right?
It's like potentially like a stop hunt or something. Right?
Absolutely, like
liquidity grab.
They call it different things, and they want to sound smart, right? So they'll call it a specialist breakout, specialist breakdown, whatever, but it's all the same thing. So I think what you're saying is absolutely right. Yeah,
a little bit of a wick dance with the...
Wick shit, man.
Yeah.
It's got to dance, so we're not the only people that can dance, not like I dance. I mean... It's all good there. Look, I don't have a read on Cava at the moment, because I don't know whether or not it holds up at the 20 exponential. I'm going long. All right, let's go 123.79. I'm going to send it to you to put my stuff.
Yeah, no worries. So we're holding this 128 as of right now here on the NVDA. No real kind of pullback coming in just yet. And I think I am kind of overstaying my welcome here for sure a little bit on the ticker for now. So let's see what we do with that 128. We did break back above some of these prior highs there, so I do have to respect that as well. Something else I do want to kind of put on the chart right now is, okay, so we can kind of, we can get a little bit extended here. Take a look at that. Quickly put in that little bit of a trend resistance here off of these two highs. Yeah, we can easily get back up 128 halves before we get anywhere else. And we're only about 20 pennies away from there as of right now here on NVDA. So let's see if that buying pressure really brings us in to that trend resistance. Trend resistance now being intraday off of those highs there, off of this high and this high. A little bit of, if you throw in a line there, it comes in just below the half right now, and we're getting that aggressive buying off of the 200 moving average there, just below that was at 126.50s ish, 126.60s, and then pick right back up into 128s there. Yeah, so shout out to Sean. I know he has the long on this one there from much low there. But yeah, that double bottom 126.60 is a little bit telling for the bid back up towards VWAP there. So a little miss on my part not to kind of hold that long and flip short underneath VWAP. For now, a little bit of I guess misread as we continue to just grind to the upside here above this 120, above VWAP now, and let's see if we pull back in. Moving average, we're extending. We're talking about moving averages. We're extended a little bit off of that moving average. Sitting at 127.88 as of right now. So my average is 127.60s. Let's see if we can come back into that 127.88, or maybe we hover above and we continue to catch a bid and get extended to the upside. As of right now. What do you got going on, Sharif? I see that this 124 is still holding. This is what I was a little concerned about. If we just go sideways and then make another leg up, I don't necessarily want to be involved. And this is like, yeah, okay. we talk about waiting for confirmation, but this is not really, I guess, not really, a trend has broken, but it's just, the buying has just slowed down. So I want to see a little bit more before I want to get it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've given it to the 77 penny area, so it's going to have to defend this local area low. Otherwise, I want no part of it, and I'll stop trading it at that point. Because, well, we'll actually look to take it short at that point. Well, where is it exactly? Relative to the volume-weighted average price, it's still well above VWAP at the moment. So we're 10 pennies out of the money on this name, but yeah, it's it might be some trouble here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, oh, here we go. Now it's going to break down. It looks like it is coming down. Yeah, we're going to get stopped up. What's going on with my stop? What's going on with the stop? That's frustrating. Okay.
It's not registering your stop?
Hey, no, it didn't stop me out there.
That's a hard
here
flush.
we go. What's that?
That's a hard flush.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, we're short now, so
There's a reversion, yeah.
Yeah, we'll look to take out some there. So we'll look to see exactly what we get with this bad boy. But there's a whole bunch of weakness now coming into the Cava one at this level. So pack your patience. We could be zigging. We could be zagging. Wow, what a day today on these markets. Yeah, I'll tell you. Let's go like this and then look to cover. Okay, so we'll leave that one to be. Redfin, still in the money on this one, but it's lulling me to sleep. Apple, though, this is interesting here on Apple because we got into that 226 area, but that exact same area was the volume-weighted average price on the future. So it looks like we're rejecting, at least for the moment, not rejecting, but we're not clearing the volume-weighted average on the future. So I was thinking about what to do here at the whole dollar level on Apple. I kept eyes on this one, but it was just, really zigging and zagging, and I'm unsure exactly how to trade this one, so I'm going to leave this one alone. But we do have a lesson that we have to get to in a short little while right now, now actually, so I've got to keep an eye on that. But I want to make sure that my position with Cava is all good, and we're already out of the money on this one again. So lots of trouble with this name today. Initially did well on it, but bamboozling me now, and it looks like it might be going up here with the overall market. So sucks to be me. Now hopefully this stop works. Let's just make sure the stop is in play this time. Did I type it in right? Yes, I did everything right. So it should be stopping me out here if we get up above 80s. That's quite frustrating, but that's the way it is. So anything you got before I start the lesson?
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kind of patiently waiting. I do want to get involved with the Cava, but like I said, I want to see those bids. Yeah, okay, we got that selling. We broke down the 124 there. Let's see another pop. Let's see, look at that nice little gradual wave back down. Let's see if we can get more of that right there. If we can retest that 125 potentially, I do want to get involved with the Cava reversion going into the end of the day there. Again, looking at that volume dropping off as well. Volume dropping off. Our vol, not really, not as much, man. So interesting kind of discrepancy there.
All right.
Go ahead with the lesson there. Let's cover some moving averages.
Yeah, I know. I'm just still not done this thing, so just gonna have to hang on for a second here.
No worries, sorry. No worries. Yeah. Sharif's on the Cava there right now, and I'm trading. Let's see. I'm still in the Ford. Ford kind of came all the way back up. It bounced off of 13. I think what was it? 11, 13 a couple of times. I was looking for VWAP down at 11.10s. Didn't really come in. It hovered about 2 pennies above that before pushing right back up. So I'll keep an eye on that one. Maybe just not ready. Maybe not ready just yet. But I think
we're good to go.
Is ready though.
All right. Sorry for the delay there, guys. We're talking about using these moving averages that we've been talking about all day today as areas of both support and resistance. Let's talk a little bit about exactly what support and resistance are for the traders who are just joining us and are newer to the trading game. So essentially, support and resistance are levels where price points of a security or an instrument, doesn't just have to be equities, they tend to pause or reverse at those levels. So when a support level comes in, it's technically where buyers are more likely to come into the market. And when resistance levels are hit, it's the area where sellers are more likely to come into the market. Now, sellers don't just mean short sellers, and buyers just don't mean buyers. People who are short can buy at that level, and people who are long can sell at the resistance as well. So all sorts of different scenarios that can take place at these areas of support and resistance. I think Michael Noss made a really good point today when he was talking about the actual psychological, the theoretical reason behind support and resistance. If you were long a stock, right, and then it comes back into your area, and then you say, oh, I wish I had bought more there, and it comes back, you're buying at that area, right? If you were short a stock and it finally comes back down to where you shorted it and you want to cover there, so there's a lot of buying by people at those levels. That's the theory behind support and resistance and why it ends up working out, because of the psychology and the actual mechanics that people are engaging in at those levels, right? Explained a little bit about that. Michael Noss did anyway, a little bit better of an explanation that I did in the morning. If you want to check it out, 8:45 a.m. in the morning show. So using these moving averages as support and resistance. So essentially moving averages we know are good for identifying areas of support and resistance, but when prices touch or break through moving averages, it can certainly signal a potential reversal or continuation, really depending on the context. But when we talk about using moving averages as support and resistance, we're not just talking about using one moving average, although that is absolutely valid in and of itself. The 200 can act as support and resistance levels. The 50 can act as support and resistance levels. So absolutely valid. But what we're talking about today is using these moving averages in pairs. So we're talking about the 50 and the 200 SMA, simple moving average. And basically, the idea here is how to use it. When the price touches or pulls back into the 50, depending on where the 50 is here, it can act as potential level of support. Conversely, when the price touches or pulls back into the 200 SMA, it can act as a potential resistance level. What we're assuming here is the 50 is below the 200. Okay? And what you're looking for is if the price consistently bounces off the 50, it suggests strong support, buying at the 50 moving average. But if the price consistently fails to break the 200, which again we're assuming is above the 50 here, it can suggest to you strong selling, strong resistance level. And the amount of waiting time, the observation that you need to engage in here to see exactly whether your level hits or not, you're basically waiting, your waiting time can vary depending on market conditions, but as a general rule, some traders like to wait for that move back in to test that support or that move back up to test resistance before they want to get involved. So if you break the 200 moving average and you were south of the 200 moving average and now you've broken above it, a lot of traders will wait until that price comes back in to retest the 200 moving average, not as resistance this time, but as support. And so there is that retest strategy. Some indicators that you can use to help you in your assessment or in your analysis using the 50 and the 200 is on balance volume. This likes to confirm strength, or that you use this to confirm the strength of the support or resistance levels at that area. If the on balance volume is increasing as the price approaches support, it suggests to you strong buying pressure. That's not the only pairs of moving averages that we are talking about. Yesterday, we introduced two, the 50 and the 200, as well as the 20 and the 50. This time, though, we're not talking about the simple moving average. We're talking about the exponential moving average, EMA. So how to use? Same thing as we talked about with the 50 and the 200. You're looking for basically a pullback or move into the 50 as support, and or a pullback or a move into the 200, or sorry, the 20 and the 50 as resistance. What you're looking for, if the price consistently bounces off the 50 SMA, it suggests strong support. If it's bouncing or failing to break, the 20, if it bounces off the 20 EMA, strong support. If it's rejecting off the EMA, it's resistance. Waiting time here, you should be waiting a little bit less than you would for the 20 and for the 50 and the 200, because these moving average pairs are for shorter term trading. And some other indicators that you can use with these is the RSI or stochastics to confirm the strength of the support or resistance level. A divergence between these indicators can certainly suggest strong trend reversal. Here are some strategies for using these moving averages as areas of support and resistance. Typically, you should be looking to buy near support when the price touches or pulls back into a moving average, which is the support level. You can consider buying a potential, or you can consider buying with a potential entry there. You should sell or look to sell near resistance when the price touches or pulls back to a moving average, which is the resistance level. You can consider also selling there as well as a potential exit point. But you should also be on the lookout for breakouts or breakdowns. So when the price breaks above a resistance level like the 200 simple or the 50 exponential, or below a support level like the 50 simple or the 20 exponential, it can be a signal of a strong trend change. And you should be on the lookout for a bit of a different look there. And one move, or one strategy you can help employ, or you can try to employ to help your trading strategy, is for the retest. You wait after the breakdown or the breakout above that moving average. What you want to do is you may want to wait to see if the retest comes in of the former support level, of the former resistance level. It can provide you an entry or an exit opportunity at those levels as well. And last but not least, tips for using these moving averages as support and resistance. Consider the market conditions. Very important. Moving averages may not be as effective in choppy markets or during periods of high volatility. I'm going to say to you, consolidative markets are the kind of kryptonite of moving averages. So make sure you're not using them during consolidative markets, and it behooves you to combine them with other indicators so you can get that full picture, the full balance of the evidence kind of thing. Use moving averages in conjunction with other technicals like RSI, stochastics, and MACD. MACD obviously made up of moving averages. And you should be looking to adjust your moving average periods. We've talked a lot about this, how Adair uses the 9, I use the 10, Obi uses the 8, Sean uses the 50 and the 200. Neil, what do you use on your charts? I just want to make sure that everybody knows. Neil only uses the 50 and the 200 on the daily. He doesn't use them intraday. So there you go. So everybody has some different styles there. So you should be experimenting with the different pairs, like the 50, the 200, the 10, the 20, whatever you want to do to make sure that it works best with your trading style as well as the best on the time frame that you trade. Like Neil is using it on the daily, but he doesn't use it on the intraday. So keep that in mind and experiment in the sim and see what comes of that. I can't believe this Cava thing. I want to kill it. I want to kill it.
It came right back, right? It came right back. So, yeah. What do you have to say about that?
What do I have to say about Cava?
Yeah.
I think I just said a mouthful. I want to kill it. I want violence, Ob.
Wow.
I want to exact violence on this name. A bit of 125 resistance here, Ob. How do you see it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going sideways. We talk about it going sideways. At 125, definitely a key place of interest in my opinion. And yeah, so let's see. Okay, so we're getting some selling coming in here once again on these markets here. Let's see aggressive selling coming right back in. Coming back into the moving average here, 128.09s here that we were holding, 128.9s. Let's see if that continues to hold. But that selling coming in real aggressive as of right now. Again, we kind of pull back off of what is this? It's like a 19,770-ish area here, and we're pulling right back into that 128 area here on Nvidia. So let's see what this price action will bring in here. Can the selling get just as aggressive? Back to the downside, are we going to continue this bit of a chip chop here on Nvidia, sideways consolidation, a bit of a flag pattern potentially forming here? Again, we never really got to that 130, but again, today's a Friday. Gonna be packing my patience there. But yeah, that Cava, man, that Cava is holding up very, very well as of right now, Sharif. So yeah, I don't have much to say on that one either. I was like, I want to get short. I was like tempted to get short, but I was like, I don't know. It doesn't really look as good as I'd like it to for a reversion. And again, we talk about that relative volume. It's doing over 10 times relative volume. That reversion can be pretty messy. That's what I've noticed. That's what my stats kind of show on reversions when the RVol is higher. Sometimes it comes in nice, but more often than not, especially mid to later on in the day, if the RVol is sustaining, then yeah, it might take much longer. It might be very messy. It might be competitive. In terms of the reversion there. And again, if it has a catalyst, which it clearly does today, it has some sort of catalyst today, you don't necessarily want to fight that either, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in it again here, so we'll see exactly what happens there. I feel like I've been trading this more like aggressively out of frustration rather than out of technique. And so that's something that's not good at the moment, because I'm noticing that I'm doing that. If I'm noticing that I'm doing that, then that means I'm doing it. So Yeah, we'll see what we get here. I'm going to get stopped out if it breaks above 80. I'm looking at wetting my beak if it breaks below that 40 penny area, showing 55s right now. So I'm break even on it. But yeah, it's not doing a whole lot. And I keep trying to take a very strong name short, and it's just making me pay over and over and over. We'll see if we get something printed here as it dips down into the 40s. So maybe a little weakness coming in here on Cava, but don't want to call that out too quickly because, well, we've seen what it does. So yeah, it's a look there. Are you still involved in trade? So I'll let you cook there and do your thing. Let's see what else is moving. Let's bring in some of the side charts here that we haven't talked a whole lot about. There's been some of these other, small cap gappers that we've had on watch today. Not a whole lot in terms of upside strength today for FIFI. For Faraday futures was very strong yesterday. Has kind of really sold off, and we've been really holding the pre-market low over here at around 720. So Faraday futures was a fantastic short, it looks like there, since the bell, because it was all sorts of strong before the bell. And I saw you guys at the big desk. When we were at the big desk, you guys were talking about this one really early on. There's also ARQT. This one obviously has been below 10 for the majority of the morning, but that 995 area seems to have been a bit of a double top, bouncing off the volume weighted average price a couple of times, trying to work its way back up. So that's been in play. Redfin, I'm still involved in that, in the money on this one. Peloton has also held up at the highs, very strong at around that 480 level, but a bit of a double top at 485. Really wasn't able to take out the level there. PRTG broke down below the volume weighted average price, so it's not tradable for me as a breakout trade right now on this name. PRTG was up, though, nicely 123% or so. Yeah, not much else in terms of the small cap gappers. Still flat right now, or 1 penny out of the money on my Cava trade. But here we go. We haven't had the ask break down below 124.50, but the bid is. And this is the second time that that's done that. So I'd like to see the ask come on the south side of the $0.50. I think that'll help a little bit of the selling here as we whiffle and waffle on this name. But yeah, still about, we'll break even on it now, but still red on it. No question about that. They're looking at exacting some revenge here. So the bid now below 50, and I'm seeing, well, the ask is now below 50, excuse me, the bid was below 50, but still above 40s at 41s, and there you go, some buying as per usual. So we're gonna have to pack our patience there, Ob. What's your look?
Yeah, I'm kind of just watching this Nvidia real close here. 128 potentially coming in here. I see that in the chat, Strobe 9 asking, I'm measuring RVol based on a daily window. How do you calculate your RVol? So the indicator I use here is just the RVol indicator here, 5-period indicator. So I'm looking at specific bars over the course of the 5-day period, and how that specific bar on that time frame that I'm using has traded relative to the past 5 periods. On the daily, yeah. So that's kind of I'm pretty sure that's how that relative volume indicator is measured for me. So yeah, I'm just looking at how does this 3-minute bar compare to the past 5 days 3-minute bars at this time, relative volume in that time. So that's kind of how that calculation is done. Here we're trading back below a little bit on that 128. Let's see if that can come in. 19.7. Futures turning as well a little bit here. Again, interesting price action nonetheless, as some of these trends and supports and resistances come into play here on Nvidia, and as well as the futures here as well. So gotta keep a close eye on that one. Let's see if it can come back to the downside here. 120 VWAP here on this chart, sitting at 127.80s. VWAP on my chart over here on the side, 127.74. So it's about a 10 penny difference roughly on the VWAP, and I think partially because here on P-Pro, it's not necessarily taking all the candle. Like we don't have some of the pre-market data before. I think it's 6 a.m. So some of the data points that VWAP uses can make that measurement a slightly different there on depending on where you're using that VWAP there. So yeah, no problem, Strobe. Anytime, I'm more than willing to kind of answer any questions you guys may have to the best of my abilities. There, Cava still trading
I'm
sideways,
printing on it.
dude. What do you got?
We're about 50 pennies in the money right now on Cava as it broke down below the $0.50, multiple topping tails. So we'll see if we get something a little bit more. Yeah, so I got partially filled up here. So I added initially at the $0.50. I added again once it popped up into $0.75. Sadly, this was a partial fill. That's why it's red, not purple. So I don't have my full position. So that means I have one more out. So I'm going to pack my patience. I'm going to move down my stop to account for the move down. So that way, if it pops back up, I'm not getting trailed out too aggressively here. I don't have that much time left on the show. I've got to move up to the green screen here. So I don't really want to be managing this position either when I'm up there. So it's going to have to do something for me 21 or I'm going to have to get out right now. So yeah, it looks like it's moving back up here. So maybe we'll just take profits at 39. We're short 66s. This isn't really what I wanted. I really wanted something around this 123.50 because that is the area crest, or sorry, area trough. And so if I'm looking for that breakdown below 124, it can't just be at 124. We'll see. Well, yeah, I don't think I'm going to have time. Here we go, back down into 16s again. Let's see if we can get a break of 124 this time. So some selling here, and you can see the blue come in on the time and sales. And here we go back down. But there's a buyer at 14 because that's, okay, here we go. Now back down into the whole dollar. Let's see if we can print a little bit more to the downside over here, Obe. Showing 25s now on the ask. 18s, they're lower than that. Let's see if we can drop a little bit more on this name. Now up 21 and 2/3. Here we go. All right, here comes the $0.50 test. And there it is, baby. Yes, finally got out of a little bit of trouble there. That was not a dollar winner. I hit that by accident, but that got me out of a little bit of trouble, which is fine. I'm still negative on the day. And I'm very disappointed about that because I feel like I had some good trades. So we're going to get rid of this Redfin as well. We got to get up into the green board here, Obe. But I'm going to leave you here with them for a few minutes. And
yeah, no worries.
I'm going to weasel up the green screen. Thank you for being on, and I hope you kill the rest of.
Thank you, Sharif, again. For giving us those lessons on moving averages and trend indicators today. Definitely an indicator I use on the daily on my part. Again, to define trends, to define what other players might be looking at as well. Right? You know, a lot of people use moving averages, and when those moving averages start getting violated, I want to be on the other side of that move there. Again, we talk about trading being a PvP game, so it's always a good perspective to know what other people are looking at and if it's working. And if it has been working, you're like, okay, well, this has been working for people. And as soon as it stops working, guess who's headed for the exit there? And again, you want to be who is it? I think it was Maria in the chat. Being like, yeah, you want to be the doorman or doorwoman in that scenario for sure. There, and that's part of what reversion trading is kind of about, right? You're taking the other side of the move as it kind of corrects or starts to go the other way, distinctly different from the way it had been going earlier, right? So yeah, it's been a pretty solid midday session here on the day. Crazy moves. We had some Fed speakers today. Shout out to the reversion man, Jay Powell, when he stepped up on the podium there. Some crazy volatility coming into the market, and he steps off. Some more crazy volatility coming in, and then Goolsby with a little bit of a flush earlier there as well. Again, market reacting to some of these words that the Fed speakers have to say, so that always brings in some solid volatility there. Tony Price saying a little off topic, but how are your cats doing? My cats are doing perfectly fine, man. Thank you for asking. Yo, what's up? How's it going? She's saying she's just chilling. She's good. But yeah, no, my cats are doing all right. Cats are doing well. Chilling. They're pretty much chilling. They're at home right now. Just I guess waiting for me to come back there and kind of maybe give them some treats, give them some food as well. But yeah, no, thanks for asking. It's been a solid midday session. What's going on, Adara? How was everything?
I'm not mic'd up, but I will yell. It was good. Thank you for asking.
Okay. All right. What's that? Oh, she passed the mic? Okay, yeah. No. Yeah, no, she's saying it was everything was good, everything is Gucci, and yeah, you'll be seeing her for the afternoon show as well coming up. So yeah, it's been a solid midday there. Had some good trades, had some bad trades, but you know, we reflect, we journal, we learn, and then we try to come back a little bit better tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday though, but Monday is what I mean. When I say tomorrow, I mean the next trading day is usually what I'm referring to there. But yeah, no, thank you all for spending time with us here. Hopefully you guys learned a thing or two on moving averages today and some crazy volatility. We only have about 30 seconds left, so I'm just reading the chat there. Freddie, the friendly guy, is saying, I have a lot of rescue cats too. Cats are awesome, man. I'm not really, I know people are usually like biased from like cats or dogs. I like animals. Cats are, I've grown up around cats, so I have a little bit of a bias there. But no, they're definitely good companions, I would say. Maybe not as, again, dog is a man's best friend, they say, and I think dogs are definitely super cool on that end there. But cats are pretty solid as well. You know, they kind of do their own thing. I like the vibes, mad chill, so you know, that's what I like. But anyways, I'm not gonna ramble on any further. I'm gonna pass it over to the big dogs at the big desk there, Sean and Neil, about to cover some tickers you guys have been mentioning. Sharif at the green screen. It's been a blast. I'll see you guys around. Take care. Have a good one. Happy trading.
Thank you very much, Obi. Welcome, guys, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. As Obi mentioned, Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the names as decided by you guys. So make sure you're joining Adira and I, or Ruby and I, during the midday and getting into the chat and voting for the tickers that you want talked about here. Yeah, this is the NQ, and you can see we zigged, we zagged. Lots of movement in the pre-market, moving up ahead of Jackson Hole's or Jerome Powell's speech during Jackson Hole, or his statement. When he came on, we moved back down, we moved back up. Right now, we are about 0.75 or about 0.4% in the green on the Dow, the Russell, or excuse me, the Nasdaq and the ES. The Russell, though, absolutely outperforming here to the high side, over 3%, as we watch that trade continue to happen, that rotation trade that started about a month ago, guys. So the first name, as decided by you guys, NVDA, another volatile day for Nvidia, off the lows, as you can see there. Wedbush did talk about this one, maintaining their outperform rating and increasing the price target to $138. That's up from $120. Still, though, bit of a tougher day for these Mag 7s, guys.
They're going on. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Time to get some trades on, try to do a couple different moves here, try to do some dances, trying to figure this market out as we're still up 1%.
Cats or dogs? Apparently we're trying to figure out.
Dog, but I mean, I have both. What's up to William?
I have neither, but I prefer dogs.
What are we talking about? Nvidia? Yeah, dogs. Yeah, I mean, I think dogs are. We took our dog out for a walk yesterday. It was beautiful. All right. Although our cat likes to go around the backyard and just hang out. You know,
cats are all about hanging out, which is kind of cool,
he's
too.
Not one of those cats. You can take off the hat. All right. So Nvidia today, pretty patient day. We lost on it early. That was fine. We left it alone, but guess what happened? We talked about this on the midday show as well. Looky, what we got right here. Came right back into support, and we're still long. So we made it, I mean, we didn't make it all back. We're still in the position. But as this continues to go back up to the upside, we are bumping our head again in this impossible support. So took it out, took it again. Upside move into 128.50, now $1.70 in the money on this trade as we continue to go. The better trade, we were dancing around with SOXL. We just took that long as well. I mean, this was a pretty good break of VWAP, break of that level, break of VWAP, go long on SOXL. And that our best out on this one was all the way up in here into 33. So just a couple pushes here on SOXL. So I still remain pretty bullish on the semi space. I mean, if you're going to look back and see what's strong today versus what's weak, the Nasdaq right now up 0.8, Nvidia up 4%. So, I mean, I feel like we're doing the right thing here. We are also short the TQQs. We'll get to that maybe when we talk about the SPY. But yeah, Nvidia today, pretty good name overall. Could always have done better though.
I only traded Nvidia twice today, which is it's a little different, but it is what it is. And look, I was on AMD this morning. We talked about that for the midday show, or at least the lesson of the day. And I'll maybe start there because you just went over Nvidia, mine are pretty simple. Look, I liked AMD to the south side, and the reason why it was a lesson of the day was just a simple fact, and not just this, I mean, even Tesla as well. Like, it's one thing, and it's all well and good to say, hey, I want to short some pops going into Powell's speech, or even coming out of it. I'm favoring the pop and fade in the morning trade, but it just, no patience when it got to the 154 level instead of waiting for 155. And there was one little dip here when it got to 155 into VWAP. Then it broke out. Massive reversal in which I'm like, okay, if it's a head and shoulders here and that's the rejection, let me just get short tight to the 155 in case it flushes. But when the same thing happened again on the other side of it, which is here, I didn't get in till it consolidated. So I did at least attempt to short in here. Didn't end up working out on AMD. At some point I'll talk about Intel, but I'm not in it right now, so no point. And then when Nvidia, it was pretty simple. I was looking for this. Like 127 was trying to break down. So it broke, I added on the way down, but the best way to think about it is it comes into this support level. I'm like, okay, if buyers step in here, cover, and then let's just see what it looks like. And then after it made this low, like this one was like, okay, it's pretty strong, let's get some out. And it got to here, I'm like, okay, let's just stop it out at that local high at a break even for the last little bit, because it was just it was clear to see it was a fail break at that point. So it came to the upside. I flipped into the long when it broke out this level at 128. And holding into VWAP here, trying to add to it in front of VWAP. But if we get to 130 today, I'll be impressed, obviously, because this market is nuts. If we can get back into 130 on Nvidia specifically. Also, if the market can even break and get to some of those highs, I'd also be incredibly impressed with it. But Nvidia is above VWAP and up 4%. So not really thinking short on this name.
Here up 4 1/3, well above the market and well above the other Mag 7 names. Good look today for Tesla. It's a little bit off the highs. There was this headline, obviously not market moving, but I want to tell you guys about this because this is a big moat for them. They're actually recruiting employees now to walk with these bots and collect data for 7 times a week, minimum of 3 times the minimum wage of California. Obviously, again, not market moving, but nice to see that they're advancing with the humanoid robot.
I've traded Tesla today.
The humanoid.
Yeah, the humanoid. I don't even know where the sticky note is. Did I throw that around today? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Yeah. We have Tesla right here, shorting in and around 218. Let's go over to Tesla and have a quick look. Well, that 218 didn't even come close. There's the short rate here, as we didn't start shorting 218 until it was underneath VWAP. So the day started with a bang, right? We were just waiting. We actually went over to Nvidia. It doesn't break 218 until we get 10 o'clock. So until we see Powell's remarks, that's when it actually goes up. And then it comes right back in, pretty good, right into 218 again, right here. And that was a break down again, break up, break down. And so I was like, you know what, we'll go short here. But Tesla goes, no, not a short this time. So we actually wind up losing. If you see here, some of these are okay. VWAP down, like these are, right? There's not a loser here until we eventually start to break through 218 again. So I feel pretty confident about what we were doing and our level. We just shorted 218. It's going to wind up being a red name for me today. But again, I feel like it was a good level. This was the break rate here that happened at 10 o'clock. So if we were on that break, it was 217.25. Here's 218, had a little bit of resistance, then pop. So I was only looking at it in and around that area. 220, good level maybe for some support. Some resistance. That's exactly where we're bouncing right now. So maybe 220 off to something there. I thought I'd look over and see you maybe even in it. But
well,
I don't know if we want to go short right now, but
that's sort of the thing. It's at the level I like this morning. And look, ultimately, if you picked a spot, like I like this level to short the pops, a lot of things sort of broke through them. So this was a morning where it wasn't necessarily about getting the level right that the stock was going to turn. It was more about finding the spot at which the momentum was gone. If you're trying to short pops today, it was about finding when the momentum came out and then catching the other side of it, as opposed to picking a level and saying this is going to be the place that it stops. That's why I mentioned some trend lines in the lesson of the day this afternoon or at lunchtime. And that was the only time it was a good short. Like that, the first short, this was a good one initially, but I didn't cover it all. And then we end up a couple of stop outs in here. And then we wait for a trend break. Miss this one. But when this trend break happens, we work into the short. Never goes more than, it was basically a $1.50 to $2 range in here. That was the best you could capture. Try to reload one last time into VWAP. Stopped out. Didn't re-enter, and thankfully so. look at the wick bottom, and then this goes running in to this short level, which I did have just before we came back on air. So Tesla will be red for me, mostly because of the morning. And like I said, sometimes it's not about trying to pick the exact top or the exact bottom, but just getting into the move in the direction you want when the momentum dictates that you should be making that trade. So that's what it's all about here. And these lessons and the opportunity to trade them brought to you by good friends Mumu, where if you're looking to maximize your idle cash, hey, maybe you went short at the top, long at the bottom today, and got some ducats to throw around. For Canadian users, enjoy 6% per year on cash balances up to $10K for 60 days, along with a 2-month commissions free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Mumu, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you to take your trading game to the next level. Thanks to Mumu for sponsoring this portion of the show. Boom.
All sorts of Fed speak today. Obviously, Jerome Powell with his prepared statement at Jackson Hole. Fed's Goolsbee was on 3 times today during the regular trading hours, and there was all sorts of stuff said. Just to summarize everything for you, Fed Powell believes it are coming in to their goal of 2%. He's confident that inflation now has we're not really looking more for upside pressure, now more looking for the downside pressure. He doesn't feel that way, though, about the employment economy. He feels, unemployment coming in a little bit too high, and it's concerning him a little bit. So some bit of a mixed bag in terms of comments, some dovish, some hawkish. The SPY, though, guys, close to the highs.
Obi waiting over here, waiting to get on camera more. Yeah, this guy's too much. He could have gone by at any time. Okay,
real subtle.
Look, I come back in a good mood, but honestly, I got filled. I put my stop in there. We went for a walk. It was pretty simple. Came up. We got stopped out right here on the T. All these short. Look at it. I mean, we had this short, bang, like this short right here. 71. First of all, you guys all saw me trade this. We had some good moves back in at the end of the day. It was this one. We said it's right here. Don't do anything until Powell. Well, here's me shorting as Powell's talking. And then boom comes out. I mean, just absolutely monster moves, right? This is $72 short. That's $69 out. So, I mean, that's the top and the bottom of the whole move. So we thought the same thing coming into here, up to $70.80. I feel like at this time there was a VWAP, or it must have been a 50 period or something on a longer time frame. Well, we put the stop in there. We got stopped out. As soon as we got stopped out, almost that minute or that second, it turned around and dropped all the way again, another $2. So that's disturbing. We shorted again. Bang, right here. Let's go right now. So here comes the market back in right now. So we'll just take these fills. We just reloaded this thing again. So we're at VWAP. We're taking this short. RFK right now going to speak. We do, just in my ear, we do see that 63,000 for Bitcoin starting to go as well. But we just got back into this market. I know it's up. We're at VWAP. I just kind of feel a short brewing again. I don't know. Maybe that's just what I had for lunch, but we're going to find out what's happening now in this market very, very soon. Yeah, the salad was actually pretty good, and I didn't have any of the pasta. It seemed like it was okay, the pasta there, but I don't know. You might have jinxed the salad, man. You were like, oh, man, I can't believe how good these salads are. And then since then, I feel like it's gone to the downside. But the TQQs right here, $70.30. What area code is 365? You can see phoning me right now.
Oh, you know what that is?
Anyways.
365.
It's not here.
You guys probably know this.
What?
The chat. Someone in the chat's going to know what a 365 area code is.
Of course. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Someone's probably from a 365 area code. No, I'm not.
There's something called
cheating.
Google,
if we Google it, then we're cheating. Remain.
Let's just go over here quickly. DJT right now. Trump.
Ramin just call all of you guys cheaters, but DJT is moving.
I thought she was specifically calling you it, but maybe it was what she was calling all of us it. But there goes DJT. Nice move right back there up to the upside. So again, we do have RFK right now speaking apparently. So we'll see if that moves. Apparently he's going to be endorsing Donald J. Trump. So we'll see if there's any sort of an effect on that one.
Niagara.
You're into Lucid, aren't you, for some reason?
Why are you? What? This is the third time you've asked about Lucid.
Lucid Dreams.
Are we supposed to be buying them over? Because you keep saying Rivian, Randy.
What the hell? Lucid's up 10%? What is Randy even talking about these days? Randy talked about this earlier. Randy, what the hell?
Are we taking a 440 break?
Stop worrying about brisket and give us these trades a little bit earlier, man. This was
Lucid 440 break.
You did mention.
Yeah, but you kind of just said Lucid it was more of a questioning tone. You weren't really like, yo, buy
Randy,
Lucid
you're in the
right
wrong
now.
business, man. You should be a trader. 10%.
He basically just kind of was like,
Randy,
what is Lucid up
out
to?
Here.
He didn't give us like go buy Lucid right now vibes. Also, one quick thing on the futures here: Lucid 440 actually does look like something. So we're not just waxing poetic about it. Apple's at VWAP. I'm short at VWAP. 50 is the out. If it breaks out at 50, I'm just going to jump out of this trade. We had been scalping it in this range, but the market's starting to head back into the upside. And I'm looking at so Softy's not at VWAP. This was my bad stop out of the day. In my defense, I wanted to go check out what lunch was, so I didn't get back in. That kind of stunk, but I wasn't at my desk either when it happened or when I would have had a reasonable opportunity to get back in. So Apple could break out, but Microsoft is still under VWAP. So if you're looking at the constituents, what's strong and what's weak, Softy's red on the day and underneath VWAP and still trending down. So even if Apple comes out, I might get an opportunity, like the 416 level here on Microsoft does look still pretty juicy. This is right around where it closed. So I think the resistance makes a lot of sense here on Microsoft. So I'll be looking at that. And just to quickly go over it again, Lucid up 10%, triple top, and this is $4 and maybe 38 cents or 37 cents. If 440 goes, Lucid's got a decent short float. This could be a squeeze play as well. And you know what? Just because we said Lucid, Rivian, it's only up 8.5%, but it's been barcoding off this 14 level, trying to break 14. It's possible we could have some EV names go squeezing this afternoon. As we go back to the green screen for some Peloton.
All right, Peloton earnings report yesterday did very well, beating expectations on the top and bottom line. Multiple different analysts chiming in today. I did my darndest to find an outperform, a buy, something like that. Not available quite yet, but you do have some price target raises. $3.50 by Morgan Stanley. Roth MKM, a little ambitious with 6. Telsey Advisory Group with 5. Multiple different analyst upgrades or price target increases, guys. But this one's up nicely, 4 3/4.
Yeah, the theme was, you know what today, what should have been the plan, but everything's gonna be hindsight 2020. Your optimal plan today was, if you wanted to fade, wait till after Powell, but then just go into the earnings continuation plays and go into the earnings breakouts, right? So if you looked at Cava today, that was a clean breakout and continuation. If you looked at Zoom today, Zoom was an earnings beat and a continuation. And then if you looked at Peloton, it was simply a continuation play from yesterday's move. Now, it did you dirty if you were long in the pre-market. You can't pretend that that's true, but sometimes the moves get better, or the moves up are better when you do rinse like this. It tried to break the previous close, failed it right at the open, rinsed everybody out at the 420 level. You can't make this stuff up. 420 always seems to be some kind of a level on these stocks. So rinses everyone through 420, and then that's exactly where the turn ended up being. And now you're headed for $5. So this is a squeeze play with little to nothing above $5 till you get to 6. There's a decent chance Peloton wants this today. And I'm talking about the $6 level, but it has to break 5 first, obviously. So great day to have been long Cava, Peloton. As I said, Zoom was pretty good there. Those earnings plays could not be beaten in terms of upside. Like the market stalled out and the big earnings names all kept going, or the continuation. So good for stocks like, it's a weird one because when the market was tanking, things like Rivian and Lucid and Peloton were the ones that were going up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we sometimes talk about that as you get some of the laggards will start to outperform first as the market tries to battle back from a bad day. So yesterday was a bad day, obviously, and the market's trying to battle back. And it is, for sure. Okay. Something about Apple. It's never a good sign whenever I hear a story about Apple. We got to go figure out what exactly it is. But there's the Nasdaq, just pulled back a little bit. We get some out at the 50 period, $70.06 or whatever that is right there. I think we got 08s. We'll see if it pulls back even more right now on the TQQs. Let's just double check on whatever that was. I just heard something about Apple. We'll just see. Okay, not really doing anything. So I don't think there's. Well, there's Apple set to unveil. Oh, we knew this.
Yeah.
New. I love how Shreve loves that, his Apple products. Nothing. New iPhones, AirPods, and watches. So we got the date, September. It's September 10th, Shreve. That's basically the September 10th. They're going to be releasing iPhones, AirPods, and watches. So a whole new suite, apparently, for us Apple people to spend all of our hard-earned money on. But here we go. Let's watch out for this. Just quickly, we are $2 in the money. We are $2 in the money on Nvidia right now. And I just want to say that I think I was just going to try to respect, we talked about the 50 period moving average. So 128.30 is our current stop on Nvidia. So hopefully bang on that one as we'll continue to watch SOXL. That's trying to go higher as well. We're long here on SOXL. And then we have the Nasdaq short. So far, so kind of good, I guess. Over to Sharif again.
All right, last name on the rundown here, Super Microcomputer, green on the day, but off the highs. There's no specific catalyst for this one, but there was this headline about the Chinese company circumventing the Biden administration embargo on the use of advanced chips, specifically AI-specific chips. They've been able to use the services of AWS as well as some other services as well. So keep your eye out on this. Super Microcomputer up a little bit, but no real headline.
I feel like I said that. I can't really say anything I didn't say yesterday about Supermicro and 2 days ago about Supermicro and then 3 days ago about Supermicro. Like, wake me up when it breaks out of this range. And then I also said I said might not happen until Nvidia reports. There's Randy. Camera surfing.
Randy, I'm excited for the pulled pork and the pork shoulder. I'm just waiting for the invite. We're really super busy this weekend, though, Randy. So
when are we all going up to your man cave and then just eating mad barbecue?
Is it
going on a fishing trip
to do something? Like one day you just bring in like a crap ton of ribs or wings.
I'm talking about free. You talking about pay?
Yeah, I'm talking about pay. I'm talking like we each drop in like $30, and Randy just crushes it.
He's nice like that. I mean,
I think that'd be fun on the show. We have like a little taste of Randy barbecue. I'll bring something. I'll figure it out.
Ramin wants shrimp as well.
You do shrimp, Randy, or
that look? What does that look tell you?
Randy not feeling the seafood as much. That's a
I
no. Love seafood too.
I
mean, we had shrimp on the Barbie last night.
Trust me. But shrimp is like
a lime Thai.
Yeah, you want you want the scallops, you want the prawns. Shrimp is that's some minor league stuff, man.
King prawn over here.
Level up a little bit.
What about some lobster tail? Just get the nice little lobster tail on the barbecue. I mean, not much beats that, my guy.
King crab,
bacon wrapped scallops we can be throwing down. I mean, I still think we should do Wingstop even right now, to be honest with you, now that we're talking about that. Let's just, are we done?
Oh, I'll just show the chart. Here. Chart of SMCI, 600 bottom, 640 top. Doesn't seem to want to break it until Nvidia reports its earnings. So until that happens, not much going on. The consolidation in SMCI, short the top, long the bottom. It's been working for you if you have been doing it. Goolsby's talking. Good. I thought I heard that the RFK thing was at 230. I don't know if that's true.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, if that's true, I thought I heard 230 for RFK, so it might be worth watching if DJT does anything in that moment. So that'd be 8 minutes from now. Like, it already went, and now it's consolidating higher. Oh, the other thing about, I don't think we said this today. DJT, the lockup expires on the 25th, but there's this funky provision on it where if starting on the 1st, if it's above $12 for 20 straight trading days, then the lockup could expire on the 20th. And Trump owns like 59% of the shares, so if he were to dump them, the stock is going to absolutely dump. It's worth knowing what those days are. So it's either the 20th or the 25th. It's going to stay over $12, so it's going to be
September.
It's going to be the 20th of September when this lockup expires. And like I said, he owns 59%, so if he decides to sell, it's game over.
All right, one more. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? It's like the share structure there. As long as everybody understands what they're getting involved with, I think it's probably fine. But It's a shot in the dark at some point right there. And I actually, by the way, the TQs as we were going, we got. I mean, there it is, man. We just took some out again as it comes back in. So that was a decent move. I mean, we're just trying to play this range. I mean, if this breaks and Goolsby just keeps on talking something, then boom to the downside. Goolsby was already on CNBC and all this kind of stuff earlier, I believe anyways. I thought that's who we saw. And they're just sort of showboating around. This is what they do, right? They get the interviews, whatever, create some hype about their name and whatever. So we'll just wind up seeing what happens here. We did cover some down there. Like our best fill down there was 90s. We got 69.90 and 69.95. Oh yeah, while we were gone, I put that same stop here for SOXL. So SOXL breaks the 50-period moving average, and we just got out of our last piece. We were holding literally 10%. Not 9 outs there. That's the last one. Looks bad. We got out 11s at 18. We'll see what winds up happening, but we did take advantage of this move. So let's just wait to see if that move continues. And if it breaks, right? We were going to get out here at the top break. $70 and 30. Well, here's my stop right here.
34.50.
Yeah, 34.50. $70 and 34.50 before we get out. So that's what we're going to try it up there. And I'm going to put some more offers just to get a few more shares in case we get back into that area. So that's going to be the rough zone for me. And yeah, that's what we're going to go with for now. Shorting the market.
The zone. Oh, you know what? We haven't looked at
the zone.
Okay, before I get to crypto, this is about to go. No, yes, no. Okay.
Maybe.
Whenever I talk about a breakout, it doesn't break. Whenever I talk about like a stop level, I guess it doesn't want to trigger. Like, is that what's happening? I'm just above 50 here. It's at 50. I'm just above it, so a couple of cents above this. I don't like putting it at the even dollar level, but it's not that far away. Okay, now that I'm staring at it, Apple is going to probably, maybe it'll do it. You'll see it in a second. There it goes. You know what's interesting? I keep seeing this. Like when I use my own stop, like one where I put in the price, like you'll see it like go to like here or something like that. Like that auto trigger stop that we have, like that fires like 1 full % higher.
Right.
The 100%. So it's actually not a market order, believe it or not. You guys saw it live. Like when it went to go hit 50s, and now we're coming back under. I should probably re-enter this trade. Now when it went to go hit 50s, like it's throwing it all the way 1% higher into 228. But no market orders for me.
It's like a marketable limit order.
Yeah, exactly. It's a marketable limit order.
Yeah.
But there is when you throw that type of an order, there's actually a rule at the market as to how far you can cross. That's depending on the price of the stock. So it always has some kind of limit.
But no man can cross it though.
Where you're not allowed to. But this is actually important because we had traders on this floor, and you might remember this.
Oh yeah.
That were trading earnings and wanted to throw aggressive orders to make sure they got filled when a level would break so they would get out. And what happened was they crossed further than you're allowed to cross, order rejected, don't get filled in the aftermarket, stock moves twice as much, get absolutely rinsed. And that was not knowing the structure, the market structure, or what that order was allowed to do or not to do. So when we say, if you're going to trade in the aftermarket or the pre-market, know what stops you have available to you, know what gateways you're now allowed to use, know what types of orders. Because if you can't fire a market order, know what types of limit orders you can throw out there into the vacuum. You say it's like a small thing, but believe me, if you lose money because you didn't know a rule in the market or how to, like a certain order is not going to work in this moment, as opposed to, I was just wrong on a trade, you're going to hate yourself way more. And I've been there because the first time I got shut down big, it had to do with a misunderstanding about the auto cancel feature, the way it used to work back in the day, where if you, on a single individual stock, if you had a certain number of max shares you could set for that stock, and mine had been changed that morning, and usually you always check, what's my daily loss limit? What are my individual max share limits, whatever, if it happened to change? Mine had gone up. My daily stop limit hadn't gone up that I was allowed to lose. But my actual maximum share size had gone up. And so I had orders on a stock and figured, oh, well, once I get past this, it cancels the others. And they stayed out there because my limit had gone up. I got a bunch of extra fills when I thought they would cancel. I just assumed it was going to work. It didn't, and I got rinsed. So know the rules. Know what, control the things that you can control because the market's going to do what it's going to do, and you'll hate yourself if you don't. So wicked out and back into Apple because it immediately regained this level. I'm still going to be taking some out in the quarters because it's a very, very tight range. Still no breakout on, I think I mentioned Rivian was trying to go for 14. It didn't go. Lucid as well. not near 440. I know it broke the high, but Lucid's high in the daily was like a 440 level. So we keep our eyes on Lucid, and we'll keep our eyes on Rivian just in case they do something funky.
All right, just talking about TQs. So this is one again where this is going to be very, very machine traded, right? There's not going to be. It's going to be very, very algo based. Just follows the futures. So you're going to see like random spikes up and down, and we actually witnessed this today when this name completely fell apart. So that goes again back to market structure and things. Understanding if there's going to be no bid, you know which sort of instruments may have more liquidity than others. So like every single level, there's all these share sizes, but yet you don't see the thousands and thousands of shares go through. Most of the time, you'll just see like right there, just rip through levels, and it's orders being pulled, and then traders or whoever's trying to get in there executing like me, trying to punch out real quick. That's why you got to sit on the bids to get filled, I feel like, because you just want to be run over once everyone pulls it, and then you're the last one standing. So you get some kind of a rebate with that one. We're now $2 in the money on Nvidia right now. So that just keeps on going higher. I feel pretty good about this one, although we want to keep adjusting our stops. So right now the trailing stop, well, it's at 40 anyways. We're at 35, so it hasn't gone up that much. But just keep on watching this. The 50 period has been true. When we took this, we just take it all out. Like a lot of it out here at the 50, a lot of it out here at that last sort of dump off spot there at 127. We wrote down earlier the trade that we wanted was 127 long on Nvidia. And if you're going to look here, we had that right before. It's like our timing today. I showed you that example on the TQs where basically the whole day could have been that. This is the same thing. It ripped up there. We got stopped pretty much at the bottom. And it's just, we just got to do better. We don't have to do better on anything, but right there, that's the bottom. Nvidia hasn't been that low since I punched it. So it's like, you know, that out right there, 126.50, 30 minutes later, it's at 129.50. So, I mean, yeah, you want to talk about like making a day difference right there. I mean, that's a pretty good example of missing out on $3 and punching the bottom. Now, I can't say I would have got $3 because there's no way. We'd have probably had a percentage points left. But at the end of the day, a trade that I should have won on winds up losing, and that's just risk. And we talk about that all the time. Our job is to manage risk, put on trades, and then manage the trades. So that's what we do. All right, come on. I think we did not get a fill. So I'm not even sure where I'm waiting here. You want to talk about managing risks? Yeah, I am. $70. So $70.04 is where we're waiting. It got pretty close to that. It went to $70 and like 5 cents. So if it comes back in just a little bit, we'll take another fill again. Kind of just a random spot. I must have just gone down 10 cents. But right here, we're taking some shorts on the NASDAQ. I think we get a chance to fall here into the weekend. I don't know. Could go up, could go down. Goolsby's still speaking, I guess. And if not, we've already come off a little bit here today. So let's just wait to see where we go. If it stays straight today, then we're fine. We'll just, or level, we'll then, you know, basically get these out if we can right here. Feel like we'll eventually get run out the top. So let's watch this and definitely take some out like we're trying to do right here. For some reason at 04, see 04 almost hit right there. And we're still not filling. There it goes. We get filled at 04. So we do wait around for that one and grab that. So a decent fill here. We're now 20 cents in the money on this NASDAQ short, which was reloaded. Nvidia is getting close to coming out. Right now it's 40s. Just double checking our order is still at 34. So if that comes out, that comes out. But hey, man, we have way more risk right now in the NASDAQ. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a lower push right now. Waiting here, sub 70 to get a couple more fills. And then if we're lucky enough to get to 200, then great. We'll take that. And that's at 69.80. And we're already sitting there. We're at 69.87.
So just on my trail on NVIDIA, I'm going to show you visually why, and then you'll see it if it breaks 50. So this lower high or higher lows. Now it's got that trend. It tried to break out, so I'm underneath that 50 level. Once it breaks down under here, I'm not reversing into the short, but I am getting out of the long once it does that. The other thing, I'm trying to get back on the offer of Intel for obvious reasons, because every time it does this, which is barcode or consolidate underneath VWAP, my gut tells me just try to short it because it's been falling almost every single day, especially at the close. So if that's going to be the case, just looking for the short here on Intel. VWAP's about the 60 level on INTC. So NVIDIA for now is holding that 50, looking pretty decent. Microsoft is nowhere near the levels that I wanted to get back into the short. So Nothing really going there. Those crypto names should be in play, although I was looking at the EV names for some breakouts. Like, it's Bitcoin at 63,000 and Mara doing this. Man, it's chasing Mara up here. Like, it's right on resistance on Mara. You know, you got right here, just underneath about like $19, like 18.5 was big resistance. You got the 50 and the 200 period running. It's so hard to want to be long something that's trending like this when it gets to a big level on the daily on Friday. You know, Friday afternoon, a stock runs this far and goes right into a big level on the daily chart. My inclination is usually to short it at said level. So in lieu of not standing in front of it short, I'm at least not going to chase the long on Mara up here. It feels like it should be more of a reversion. Okay, there goes that 50 level on Nvidia, so I'm out. If it gets back into VWAP, that's about 127.90 or so. We'd look for a re-entry down there. So just Apple, and then we got into Intel here off of this barcode. I actually had a long on Intel today, very, very briefly, like 45 to 55.
We took another bid right here on the TQs. We are still waiting for it to fall down just a little bit more. We got a 98. That was what we were bidding. So we get that fill. We'll wait to see. Or sorry, we just canceled the 98. We took an 02, canceled our 98s. Now we're waiting for a little bit lower, like I said, into the 80s and into the 60s and the 70s and 60s. And we'll see if we can get a little bit of a pushback here for that play. So far, so good here on that reloaded short. And like Neil mentioned, we'll always, we'll have different targets. I'm going to give it just a little bit more, but the 50 period's breaking. So at the end of the day, we will hope for, yes, sir, a nice move down for the yes, sir. Let's go Nasdaq. I mean, I have, many times the shares on the Nasdaq than we do of Nvidia. We already talked about only having 10% left there on Nvidia. So that was a good trade. What's our SOX L out saying right now? Basically right where we got out. So we've already tested these lows before. So let's just see if it wants to stay there. And if not, maybe Nvidia does bounce at these levels. We're only giving this 5 more cents from where we are right now. See, again, the Nasdaq, this is just how program trading it is. Like, goes down, just gets bought right back up. So that bottom right there, 95. So we got to put a bid now at 96. See if we can get that fill. And this is what scalping is. Like, if you guys are joining for the first time, this is what we do. And, trying to find out levels that might have some kind of support and resistance, buyers, sellers at those levels, take advantage of it. If not for couple minutes, maybe longer, depending, or sometimes seconds when levels break, we'll be punching out immediately. So I'm just going to go short here. Remember where we're short? We're short at 70.20, and our stop is 70.40, so that's 20 cents. So we're just taking the one for ones now. I mean, but I do think we go lower. So that's what I'm trying to do. Hold out that maybe we break lower and can have a banger. I mean, this would set up for a much better move, like down into here, 69s, for sure 69.30. Like, you break this level, then I think we test the 200 period. Then at that point, we start looking over at other names and see what they're doing. Because if the rest of the market falls down, this is the Nasdaq 100, right? We know that we've got some overhead resistance right now, and we just talked about this with Nvidia not trying to break above this 129 area. So that could come down. We talked about Apple and Microsoft.
Microsoft's breaking down.
Microsoft breaking down. Apple right here underneath VWAP. So it's setting up. Like, I'm not trying to talk like I'm smarter than I am, but it's setting up right now for a potential move down. So we'll wait to see if that does happen. And if it doesn't, then we're already 1-to-1. I mean, I think that's the right amount of risk associated now for 2:30 in the afternoon. So we'll wait to see if we're right about this one. But our stops are in place and our hands are relatively quiet right now.
Yeah, I was just looking over. I was scanning every single thing. Well, not everything, like a bunch of different things that are on my iPad. The Mag 7 names, a couple of earnings potential plays there. And I went back over to Microsoft. Look, the market's barcoding a little bit here if you look at it on this time frame. So this is a 15-minute, this is a 3-minute, so it's not exactly the same. But you have essentially like the same range being put in. You got Apple going sideways off of VWAP, but you've got trend down very clean here on Microsoft since it tested VWAP and I got out. So I think this is one where on any pop, it's just a better look. On Softy still trending into the downside, so I'm going to pivot to that. I mean, Intel, it is what it is. Like, every single day it's been at VWAP, I think, since earnings. If it's underneath it, to me, it's just been a short at VWAP if it's underneath in the afternoon. and then do it every single day if you can. And sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. But as trending stock down is going to be a little bit better. We're going to be looking at this up here. It's about 415 where you connect that trend line. So any test back into 415, I would look for the entry in Microsoft. Just going to replace it with a level 2 over here. So I have it up. I want to make sure that we can, when it gets up there, I can just hit the entry on one of my different level 2s. Yeah, the other thing we're going to watch is some of those EV names, but I think it's more likely that you're going to get a crypto move here. So Mara, again, retesting that high. If you're going to dip off that resistance at 18.5, you would think something along the lines of the quarters could be a place to join it. I'm not punching any highs here at all. Franz saying if I like the 15-minute chart, I should look at Rivian. Yeah, but Rivian won't break, Hans. It just won't go. I had actually for most of the afternoon or lunchtime, I was sitting at least in here with a stop break through 14. And then I just ended up canceling it, and it's still, like, look at it. I mean, it's trying to go. That's at 95. I guess it could go again.
Why are all the EVs up so much?
I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not.
Randy just comes over here and is like, Rivian.
Well, Randy just sort of says Lucid and Rivian, but there's no.
There must be a story.
Sure, I'm going to type in Lucid. I check for Rivian.
I'll just check on Benzinga. We'll be able to figure that out. Right now, Disney is at a level where if you thought about shorting, you could. DIS. Again, I'm going to stick with the market for right now. I think
it's a rate thing.
It's a what?
These guys are saying
a rate thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing them basically say, basically because Powell's comments about the economy and future rate cuts. So all the EV names are going higher because then borrowing costs would go down, I guess.
You got it.
So that whole thing.
I got you. All right, so right here, the reason we want to say Disney is you're coming up here on the 20-minute chart. Someone said look at the 15, and I was sort of already looking at Disney. So coming into a little bit of a break. Stop loading. Right here, 90.40. So some nice top resistance going all the way back to yesterday afternoon when that continued to move down. And yesterday we were talking about this 91 break as well, and that one did not happen. There it is there it is there, and now we're going to the downside. I feel like if you're thinking about a short or something like that, I don't think it'll happen today into these levels. But once we get below, what is this here? Basically 89, it's 89.15, but once you get below 89, then I feel like this does have a nice little retracement back in. So we'll see what does happen with Disney, but this 90.40 right there, we're pretty close to it right now. So if you are looking to go short, there is something there. And then you also have a nice little barcoded top. There's 90.50. I guess now that you zoom in on a 1-minute chart, you see it's 90.5 right there on something that you're interested in for that trade. So that would be something that I'm looking at right now as well. Disney. All right, so Nvidia is still holding. Like I said, we all had different levels to punch out on. Neil got out at the 50 marker. We were 4 cents away from getting stopped out on Nvidia, right? Or whatever that was. And now it's all the way back up. So that's pretty lucky. Some stop outs, we feel like we got hit on, and others we did not. Right there. Now this is 128.48. So what we'll do is we will cancel our Nvidia stop. Wow, it's still going higher, which is not going to be good for my TQQ position. We just got more shares into that, but hold on a second. 128.44s. I'm just going to hurry up and do this because we just got more shares on the TQs. Put that order in, see if that happens. So here we go. We just got a nice little short there on the top end of this trade. So there we go, we'll take some more out. We just shorted some 26s there. We just took some 18s out. It's not going to look crazy or anything like that, but it could work out for us here if we can start to scalp a little bit, as the TQs just gave us that fill right there. So we take another fill out. And I just said that example. It's like some trades you'll see will get in and out real quick, and other trades will wait. But I only got out at 10% there because it did make that move right back up and gave us an average price of 24s like we have now. So a quick little trade there as it did come back in right into VWAP. Now we'll wait for the 50, which is down here at 10s and 11s and so on. So that's kind of where we're looking right now in this market. That seems to be a tricky one as we get right back into the highs. Remember, I was like, this is a stop out potential. So if you're thinking about stopping out on this little wick there, you may want to use a little bit less shares because realistically, 19.8 is still pretty top bound here.
Yeah, like I said, we're still in that same range. I do have that order in on Rivian, so that might pop in any seconds. I just saw it at 97. We reloaded Apple. If it breaks the local high again, we get out. You're kind of getting these scalp trades a little bit higher and higher. So every time it goes down there and you get your little 20-cent scalp trade, it's basically just a higher low. So I'm getting a better price for a tighter stop because it's not really giving you the move into the downside. So if it does break out here, it's like 8 or 9 cents worth of risk, but we've got to get some out if it goes underneath VWAP again. Where's Rivian? We'll get to Rivian in a quick little second because Apple's about to go. We did reload it one more time. Each time we're taking profit. We're giving ourselves a local stop up here, and it is not hit yet. All right, everyone, I stare at it, it's not going to go. Tesla is about to break $220.
Wow.
And if this was this morning, like, I was like, oh, short 220 on Tesla. Tesla just looks like it's gearing up for a big breakout. I already have the order set on Rivian. All right, Rivian's pulling back now. Tesla or Rivian. We'll leave Rivian in there because it's been stronger on the day. Tesla's not actually breaking the high of the day. But if it starts going off 220, this could be an opportunity to join it rather than take the breakout at 244 at such a random level. So we'll see what happens on Tesla. I'd rather leave the order in on Rivian because that's been so incredibly strong, relatively speaking. Like, it's up double. It's got the short float to go with it. Let me just double check Lucid. Yeah, Lucid's not near that 440 level. Feels like Rivian's the one. If something is going to try and take out the top here, it's back into 96. There's about 100,000 shares on the offer. That's not a whole lot when it's done 31 million. So it's going to have no trouble breaking through the 14 even. I'm only crossed to 04s. Feel like I should be able to get a 1 or 2 fill.
Oh, my. Marissa's like, oh, it's St. Pat's time. I'm like, huh, St. Patrick's Day? Like, what's going on here? And that's apparently Gia's team name. So, I thought she already started. Okay. All right. So let's go here. All right. So we did take a little bit out there on the TQQs. I'm just going to probably talk about this position because it's the only one that I'm in. Well, we're in Nvidia, but we've already talked about that. We have a little bit less on that than this TQQ position because we just got reloaded. And we have a couple fills down here. We just got 12s, by the way, as that just fell in for us. Remember, the 50 period right here is 10s. So we've obviously haven't been able to break, but I don't want my bias. I just said there's a potential for us to collapse in, but it might be like maybe this also, if you look the other way, potentially we can make a move back up to 19,800 right now as well. So we're kind of just dancing in the middle here, and we don't want to be caught with our pants down when you're dancing around. So we have the stop out. The stop right now is even more aggressive. Like our last fill was 26s. Our stop is still 40. So when we make money, it's sort of helping us, bite the bullet a little bit if we wind up getting stopped out. But we're still holding up more than half now of the reloaded position. So we'll have to wait to see if that, 245 dump. Kyle, I don't, it's 246. So like, hello,
What is it about 245?
I don't know. Kyle just put it in the chat there, so I don't know. But hopefully we do come back in here a little bit. Oh, you already mentioned Tesla, so why did I go over to that one again? What about Google was another name? We could look at a couple other runners if there's any other names you guys want us to look at. Look what's happening. Let me just quickly, as I look at Google not doing much.
RFK's live now.
I was going to say, look at IBIT right now. If you're looking at some Bitcoin, IBIT right now up 5% and at day's high. Like you want to talk about a potential rally spot right here. 3620 coming for IBIT again. Like, this 50 period moving average, just loving this all day. Bounces off the 200, supports VWAP again. And now you're all the way up one more time for IBIT. So feel like this is a good breaking spot. We know RFK and President Trump have been, sponsoring Bitcoin. They even talked a little bit about it. He spoke at the Bitcoin conference in Miami, I believe. Trump did. And then he was also, both of them I thought were talking about people should be holding Bitcoin. You guys, those of you in the chat would know this story much better than I, but I believe there was something there with that, as Randy pointing at IBIT.
Ghost Randy.
Right now. All right, I'm just going to continue to watch out for this TQ trade and hopefully get a little bit of a dump off right now.
So I was just sort of saying there, RFK is currently speaking. We know he's endorsing Trump here, so this is not as if it's going right now. It's about to break out these highs. Let's see what actually happens here, because I don't feel like this is any new news. This is exactly what everybody expected for multiple days now. So if it manages to somehow hold above this bid or not completely dump, maybe worth joining. It's doing a lot of volume since the announcement that he was going to make the announcement, for lack of a better, the announcement of the announcement, and now he's making the announcement. It's doing a lot of extra volume, but still no real break through this high. I think one of the good things for the stock would be that it went to the all-time low and is trying to bounce off it. Just remember, stopped at 25 pretty heavily yesterday. So any longs watch out for the 25 level. And keep in mind, I saw someone in the chat say it, I'd be surprised if the second eligible, there wasn't some aggressive selling done in September. I think other people that are holding this might want to get out in front of that and take profits when it does go up. That's just me. That's where my head would be at if I was in this DJT. But right now it's not really following through. Rivian still refuses to break out. It is still at $13.97. It's like, yeah,
I mean, there might not be too much movement in the afternoon
still
period,
there,
which is kind of why I'm trying to focus on the futures here. Nike, $83. Let me check out on Starbucks. That was a name that we've looked at before. I was really interested in that 92 level. It keeps on holding and holding and holding, which is great because we're long Starbucks. And we were lucky enough to get long down here in the 70s, just trying to buy higher quality names, at least brand names, because we saw retail was really strong. So, I mean, can't predict a CEO change, but you knew that there was activist involvement, right? We talked about that over and over again, Starboard and somebody else. And then you took a position in Nike when I was Pershing Capital there with Bill Ackman. But right now, Starbucks holding, like, look how good that 92 looks. Again, today up 1.8%. Looks like it's a double up from the market, so that's relatively strong. I don't know if it's going to be a good breakout play or not, but if you zoom back the other way out, you'll see you are trying to get to that high one more time, 94.50. So that's a Starbucks look right there. Again, real strong all day. Real strong. There was one pullback when Powell was done, basically. And I feel like the whole market did that move. And then since then, it's kind of just been a ho-hum type of situation. So, all right, the TQs is still there. Nike Palantir. I haven't heard this 1 minute today, and I haven't looked at it either. So tisk as Palantir today, okay, down. So we are not expected to see this red in a 1% market. So I think Snowflake and I think some of the software as service names and things like that continue to get a little bit whacked in this environment right here. Palantir, I thought, might have been a beneficiary of lower rates. But again, they don't need to raise capital or anything, so maybe that's part of why they're not really getting bumped up here or bumped up today. So we'll have to wait to see about Palantir, but pretty good move down, but absorbing this 31.50. So I think this will be a short up around 32. So if it can come there, we have VWAP, we have this little area of consolidation where I think it could drop off of. That's 32.10 actually, with a VWAP protection of 32 flat. So just some ideas to work with. Unfortunately, the NASDAQ is doing absolutely nothing. We had a little bit of a dip down into 19s there. We're at 15s again, right ahead of VWAP. If we can get that level, that is VWAP 13. So if we can get that, we'll take it. And other than that, man, sitting on our hands. Nvidia is still working, but really not moving. I'm going to guess Intel's not moving, but
it has dropped a whopping 4 pennies since I got in.
4 pennies. That's hot.
It's like, I mean, like not much moving on the offer. 14's on the offer of Rivian right now, so it's still creeping up there. Like, I think it's going to be a scalp pit on a breakout. It's a breakout trade when the market's not doing a heck of a lot. So thinking it's going to go from 14 to 15, no. I'm just thinking if it can go from 14, quick stop at like 98 or 99, and it can get to 15, 14, 10, 14, 15, that'd be good enough of a move there. So it's on the offer. I don't think it's going to move $1 from here at all. And like for Intel, like I'm on the bid every 5 pennies on this thing. And then if it breaks down through the low, we'll see if it can do what it does every other day. Let's go to Adara. We've got some business at the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Can't like
anything right.
I can't make this stuff up. Like, so remember what price we said we were sitting at? 15s. It went to 16 and stopped literally right there. Like, there's nothing else. There's nothing else. I put my hands up for that one, and then it just rips right back up to the top. It doesn't matter. We would have got out of a piece, but it's just funny. Like, you sit there with an order, and we talked about that, and then it just spikes right back up. But obviously, it's a nice aggressive move. Generally speaking, the amount of shares that I'm talking about will not affect anything here. I mean, this has done 54 million shares. Like, unless I'm sitting here with 1 million shares, I wouldn't expect my levels to mean anything. So just funny that I guess everyone's kind of looking maybe the same way. And look at that, boom. There's not that much liquidity in this market right now. You're going up and down 10 cents like it's candy. So we got to get something out here. This leads me to believe that we could have a downside move. I am bidding some 18s now to try to take an amazing 7 cents and capture the whole move over the last 20 minutes. That would be nice if we're able to do that. But for right now, let's see if we get a little bit of action now, pulling back in. Would be nice if we can get that fill down 15, 16, 17, and then try to make a move into VWAP. If we're wrong, fine. But let us breathe a little bit here. You know, like, come on. You know, throw a dog a bone right now. Take a couple outs, and then if you want to win, fine. But give me an out down there, man. We've been very, very patient waiting for this. That's what we're going to do on the Nasdaq. And it sounds we've just been short all day, so the bias is clearly here. That's what all these purples are. I don't have one long today in the market, so I don't know. Finally, thank you. There's 18s. Now, if we can get 15s now, then maybe we can get that. So nice little move back in. All right, let's just keep on going, man. I mean, hopefully we get that. Nvidia, we could change our stop. It's basically flushing right now. We should probably get out almost right now. Our stop is at 44s. Let's just do it breaking through 54s, 128.54. We put that stop in, flatten it out automatically. So we want to play the 50-period moving average. So we got a little distracted there. We should probably be out right now. Let's just give it a couple more pennies, see if it goes down. Don't want to just flip over the stock and punch out. Let's see if it wants to work as the TQs goes right back up. So see, we get one fill at 18, it goes to 17 and does not give us 15. So hopefully there's a flush coming, Neil, but I'm not so optimistic anymore about a market move. Are you?
The good news is I got ones on Rivian, and then I joined the offer at 4. Starting to get 4s, 7s, 9s, and then 13s. I was sitting on the offer. It got right there. Someone popped on the bid for size at 3. I'm like, oh, we're going to get the fill at 4. Sat there. Nobody bought 4s. Nobody bought 4s. Nobody bought 4s. Somebody swiped the 3 level. I'm like, okay, we're going right back on it. Get out at 99. The lack of volume that just happened there. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is the thing. If you're just looking at the chart like, oh, look at the volume spike. When it takes out 14, it's going to run. But if you were actually watching it, like I was just sitting there staring at it, like all that volume was on the break, and then it tried to go higher, and like literally nobody was buying above that high. So that's the definition of, kind of lackluster. Oh, and if you're wondering about that DJT break, oh, well, maybe we should be taking a DJT break at the high because RFK is speak. Nope.
Ooh, we got it.
Nope, absolutely not. So that's not working. And if you took that breakout, as I said, like I'm basically just in a short that's kind of slowly going down. I keep thinking Microsoft is going to actually spike to give some kind of a fill up in here. But the longer it holds down, the lower the trend line gets, and the closer it becomes to just taking an entry in this one. Because there's just not a heck of a lot going on. So we're going to have to be patient with it. It's just because it's power hour doesn't mean there's going to be power moves. That's
what I was trying to figure out.
It's pretty much that simple. So, you know, if I see something that's like really actually moving, like not just, it's at a high of the day and it has a chance to break. Like I went over to Peloton. Peloton's done 70 million shares today and is up 2 days in a row after earnings and has a big short flow. It's got a big $5 level. But it's doing absolutely nothing up at this top. I don't wonder if it shouldn't just be what just happened on Rivian. If Peloton does the same thing, just short 99s on the way back through. Like I think that's what I'd rather do. If none of these things are going to go, let someone else take the next break, and then when it comes back under, just short that. Because everyone's going to be running for the exits when their breakout trade doesn't go anywhere.
Bye-bye. I mean, it's just, we still have, like, we got out basically, we got out of about 20%. We want to hold, man. My next bid is in the 90s, then in the 80s. So I already said this. I said this in the chat. We're building our position. We talked about why we like this short. We're in the short, and we're in it with shares. So let's see if this wants to go. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. We're at the highest spot we've been at since the morning, so this has been good. Right now, are we bouncing off 70? See, this is why it's so hard for me to look at stocks. Stop looking, my guy. And then you can hold it for a little bit longer. We'll put a bid at 03s. There it is. We'll take it out at 03. So we did get So, I mean, you guys saw this, man. We reloaded lots of times here for the short, and we'll just wait to see. Now we got to wait. That's 80s. We're bidding 87s. It just went to 89s. Give us it. Give us it. Let's go, Neil. This is what we're talking about. This is how you have to have this confidence in your trades, man. We sat there. I mean, we didn't have that much confidence, but we didn't get out of our position. We talked about the levels that we wanted. We wanted the 80s. We wanted 15s. I can't believe a couple minutes ago we were like, we can't get 15s. There's the move back down in right there. And here we go again, man. The party has just started here for the NASDAQ. How low can we go? I say lower. Back over to Adara.
Keep an eye on MSTR here. A lot of these crypto stocks really strong, but MSTR here about 11%, getting into high of day here at that $150 level, and looking a little bit more bullish here than some of these other crypto-related stocks. So just be aware of this name pushing higher here as we get into Power Hour. Also, RFK Jr. still talking. Have him on my ear. We'll let you guys know if there's anything being said there, guys.
Yeah, I think that ship might have sailed on RFK. He didn't say anything that we didn't already know, and I wouldn't necessarily expect it. I'd be cautious about that. Mara, MSTR, whatever you happen to be looking at. I think those are coming in and fading, and Mara especially is at that big level, 1850s resistance for it regardless. So I'd be a little bit careful with any of these. Like, you're just at such not ridiculous, you're at such big highs. And then MSTR specifically, let me go to that one. Like 150 on a Friday. Oh yeah, this is not gonna. Our charts don't split adjust. Sorry about that.
Man.
Yeah, 150 on a Friday when you've already made that move. It's a little bit dicey to punch some highs. So at the end of the day, I like Rivian because it had a short float. It tried to go, as I said. If I got on the offer and just got it all out, I could have made 2 cents.
Boom.
On Rivian. Like, I risked 2 cents, but like going into the trade, there's no way I'm thinking we're punching along at 01s, we're going to get out at 03. That was never the plan of action. So that one's going to be heading to the downside. You're just slowly bleeding here in the market. So here comes, I got a bid at 41, and then I'm going to have a bid at 35 as well on Intel. We're just going to hang on to this. I think if it goes 50 down into 30, it goes a point down, and we'll take it from there, because the risk is, to me, to the downside. Really, if you think about it, like where we are overall, it's monster sell day and then underneath a previous support level. So without breaking out the top, there's just a heck of a lot more room to settle back down around like a 19.6 or something, and then you still haven't chewed through that resistance to the upside. So sort of is what it is. Let's hang on to this and see how far it does go to the downside. Rivian millionaire on 1 million shares, though, he says. On what?
Yeah, we're on 1 million shares of Rivian probably. But there, guys, I mean, honestly, for all my tradeaholics out there, we got to have a name for all of you. I hope I'm not disappointing you guys by getting out of this a little bit too early, but we're starting to get hit now on the downside. We called this move, man. Remember, this is 20 cents worth of risk. We're now in the money 40. We're starting to take some of this out. It's a big position. It's a big trade. It is the NASDAQ short. Oh man, I'm just watching it here. We just took some more out. I don't have any more bids now, so I want to be kind of hands off. If it does flush in, though, we talked about some levels that we were looking at, right? Into here, that's 40s and 50s, so maybe that's okay. Maybe that's a level to go to. So let's just go to 60s. We'll put a bid at 61, and then maybe we get sort of that situation again where we really start to collapse in. So there we go, man. I mean, I got to have a name. We'll think of something. But there it is. Nice move to the downside here for the triple Qs, and we just covered a bunch at the 200 period moving average. So if this, we already said this, man. This is what we're waiting for to happen today. We're putting these numbers back in the building one more time. It's a little bit of a face slapper here as we continue to make moves down. There it is now, 60 cents in the money. That's a 3-to-1 trade given to you right now, and there it goes, collapsing back in. We're bidding 61s. I might switch that to 6.6. What's up, eh?
Still getting some comments here from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., so just be aware of DJT in those regards, saying that he's actually suspending the campaign, but he will still be running, so there will be a possibility of him being on the ballot in certain states. So just to be aware here, that is what's going on with regards to DJ Key, and comments from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is still talking, suspending the campaign, but still on some of the ballots, guys.
I get that. I see how that makes sense. He's not spending money on stuff and going out there and stumping, but he's still technically on it.
But I think maybe in states that he thinks he can steal some votes.
Oh, yeah, it just said like
Mr.
battleground.
Steal your girl over there, RFK.
Mr. Steal Your Girl, RFK. No. The shorts are Steal Your Girl this afternoon. So
shorts, give the girls. Let's go.
Sometimes it is what it is. Like risk 2 cents, you try to make 10, 15. I think we're going to get some of these lows in here. There's a lot of things that just rolled over. So I can show you this because we're in it, but I also wanted to point out Nvidia just got to VWAP and is trying to make a bounce play here. So quick little bounce while that market was going down. Nvidia doesn't seem to want to lose VWAP. I'd like to see it consolidate. Look at what it did last time to give you the confirmation. I don't know if we'll get the exact same thing, but I don't want to just sit on a bid here. If I think the market's rolling over, I want some more confirmation that the buyers are good to go. Obviously, Tesla's lost its level as well. So the 220 has come and gone on TSLA. This is a good level on Tesla. I feel like if it puts in a lower high and the market starts taking lows, I'd want to join this one into VWAP, not necessarily through strong stock. If it short to me would be 2 VWAP. Not through it because it's a relatively strong stock, a very strong stock, I should say, today for Tesla. All the EVs are. But if it fails at 220 again, this time I should take it.
So I'm not even sure what kind of percentage of a position we have left, but I'm going to say probably about 30% left or so. So we're just going to try to piece it out as we get down now, as we've been doing. Like we just mentioned, this is right now 2-1. We were able to get something at 71 there. That was our best fill. That's 71. So you guys saw me put that in there. Remember, we missed the 66s. We take a 71. And then now my next bid is at, well, we're bidding 56s. So that was right into this area here, just before this little drip. And then we're bidding down here 40s. And then if it wants to go, great. I mean, we could just retrace back up, but we've already, I feel like, done quite well on that. And we can still wait. I mean, this market is going to go back and forth a little bit. So no surprise here as we wait to see what the eventual settling down of this trade is. Good job going long. If you did have something there off the bottom, I feel like you always want to go long, strong names. Tesla's up 4% there. We did get dropped out. We can always have a quick look, of course, on our Nvidia trade because that, I think, went the other way as well, right? Look at that. Like, that's the props right there. When we're talking about hitting outs, you know, like, and I'm just looking at it now. That's the 50-period break. So right there, even though we only had 5% or 10% left, you save this. So like that goes all the way to the downside, and it's like just by getting out, you know, you get that coffee when you go home. You know, it's just like it's boom. Save yourself a little bit of money, have some risk management, and sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it gets punched out and rips right back up, and that happens to me way more than good outs. So you know, you got to take the good with the bad. But there it is, right there. I mean, pretty happy to be able to have that fill in the pocket coming through. Join me in Raider Trader tonight. It's not going to be long, man. The thing is ending immediately at 4:30. So I got to head right over to High Park immediately. We have it's going to be probably some of the biggest attendance that there's been at High Park so far as we wrap up our season right now as the High Park girls play the Royal York rep team. So it should be back and forth game. But I'm very, very confident.
Why do you think it'd be okay? I was about to say.
I don't know.
You were saying that to be polite. Oh, I get you.
You know, I mean, they're two rep teams facing each other. I have no idea what's.
You were doing a Sauce Gardner there.
I mean, I think we're going to win. But you know, as a coach, like we're a very high-spirited organization, so we want to make sure that everyone has a great time. And I will not be pitching our best pitchers.
I'm guessing you didn't hear when Sauce Gardner was asked about Daniel Jones. Sauce Gardner, he's a cornerback for the New York Jets.
I know he talks a lot about everybody, I feel.
He was asked in a press conference because the Jets were practicing against the Giants, and he was asked a question about how does Daniel Jones, the quarterback of the Giants, look? And all I can say is this. You know that athletes are trained to give certain answers, like not truly speak their minds, but give like TV answers and not say anything critical of another player on the team to get bulletin important material. You could actually see in this guy's brain trying not to trash Daniel Jones. Like, I've never seen somebody he's an eloquent dude, he's kind of funny, all that kind of stuff. But he was trying so hard not to say that the dude is trash and trying to compliment him, but also not trying to be BS. I was dying laughing just listening to it because you could just see this dude being like, oh my goodness, I'm stepping on my foot. And then he ends it by saying, yeah, we had some fun out there. It was really competitive. I'm like, dude, come on. Just say the guy stinks. Sometimes I just wish there'd be more athletes that would go up to the podium and just tell it like it is. Charles Barkley is like that. That's what I
Part
loved
is
about
good, yeah.
Chuck, man. It's just he doesn't care about all that nonsense, and I get it, endorsements and stuff. So
Yeah, now
like,
he's already got paid.
no, like who am I to judge? Because people do, you just want to get paid. So I respect that to a certain extent. You want to make sure you get your money, then say whatever you want. But come on, dude. We all saw how bad that guy was, and you're going to sit there and try to, I almost picked him off, and then he held on to the ball. I'm like, come on, get the hell. I want to see what else is going on here for some moves. I'm holding on to the one short we have. I did take another leg out when I saw the market bounce there, just because if the only range we have is, sorry, I was just on Nvidia for this VWAP play. If the only range we have is this, like we're short here at 54, our stop was here at 57, it got down to 40, and then it started to get bid up again, so we got some out. Now we have the 35 level where I'm just going to wait. That's this low here, and $2.25 is just, I mean, I know it's like the quarters, but it's the morning range bottom, pre-market low. Like it's all of the lows from this morning. If it gets to $2.25, I would get out of it. AO just said Josh Allen 2.0. No. And I love everybody. I love our trading community. We have the best trading community out there. There's absolutely no question about it. I love everybody in this chat. But respectfully, AO Lewis in the chat, you were a little bit wrong on that. And when Josh Allen wins the MVP this year, I will do my best not to gloat too much. But I will. A lot. He's going to be the MVP this year.
If he can put up those numbers with...
No, because he has nobody now.
That's what I was going to say. With who he has now,
He's the
then, yeah, he definitely deserves...
He has nobody to throw to but a bunch of rookies. So
getting
they're
some
second-year guys. So.
Getting some look there.
You're going to get
Well,
it.
he has, what's his name?
Belton Kincaid, baby.
The guy from Washington, Curtis Samuel, doesn't he?
Curtis Samuel.
I know he's old. Yeah, I'm just saying.
If I didn't hurt my Achilles, I could probably take him in a race.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah.
No, you're right. He's still fast.
Yeah, I mean,
Still really fast.
I mean, he's in the NFL.
No, I know. I'm joking. He's past his prime is all I'm saying. Like he was a good player a few years back. I don't think he's going to be a guy we can lean on.
Right. No.
For the Bills.
No, it would have to be Kincaid or some James Cook action back there and stuff like that. So, all right. So we'll take a quick look to see if there's anything else going on. Amazon. So these futures have come back up. I mean, we sort of talked about what percentage we had left. So we're just going to hold on to that and see if it was good. Good outs there at the 200 period. We cannot complain. Amazon, we said we'd have a quick look. So let's just do that quickly because it's approaching VWAP as well. And this name, we're looking for weaker names, right? We did talk about that, looking for some weaker names. Wonder if Amazon is that thing as well. Underneath VWAP right here, there's not going to be many names that look a lot like the futures, but right now, we're right at VWAP right here, which is why we're shorting. I mean, we're already short the NASDAQ. So I was kind of thinking the same thing right now. If you thought Amazon and the market was going to be a little bit weaker, instead of just saying, well, we're only looking at this one name and it's the futures, maybe you want to look at an equity. Amazon's right here at 177.10. Looking like it might want to come back in a little bit. The 50-period moving average is still downward sloping. We hit it right there. It just absorbed that and came right back in, but that was at 178.50. Now you're at 177.50 with a little bit of protection. So I'm just saying that's 177.50. So what I mean by that is that to me would be an out. Now you just got to calculate, like, is there going to be enough movement to hold this 50 cents against you in order for it to drop down 50 cents. The market just looks like that's a complete V-shaped recovery there. Right back to highs again. So watch out now, man. I mean, I might put a little bit more back on for the TQQs here. But after that, I think we'll just let this thing ride a little bit here to back up to the upside. There you go. We'll take those shorts at 23s. And now we'll see. Remember, our stop is still 40s. So if that comes out, that comes out. I feel pretty good right now. We've made the money on this. We'll just put on about half. So now we have half of our initial position, but we are reloaded right now on these TQs. So let's see if it does give us some love back here to the downside.
Yeah, 220 came pretty quickly on Tesla. That happened rather fast. We were just talking about this. We were talking about a lot of things, and Tesla went 19, back into 20. There was this wick out above. I got Lindros in front of it, and how strong it is. Do I think it gets back to 219? Maybe, but I'll be on the bid at the $0.50, that's for sure. And Rivian Millionaire, I'm down with that. Kyle Burdett said in the chat, 5,000 points if Allen doesn't win the MVP. I mean, the points thing is fun. We have a lot of fun with that. You spin it, you get points for watching the program, and then there's fun stuff you can do, sort of dueling people in the chat with our fake points for the viewers. But I'd rather something solid. And Rivian Millionaire just said, I have to do burpees when I'm recovered if Josh Allen doesn't win the MVP. So I'm down with that. As long as Rivian Millionaire, as long as whatever it is, the number, let's call it 50, you have to do it and put it on a video, and then you have to send it to me so that I can see, and I'll show everybody. So just send me the video when you have to do them because he's going to win that MVP award. So I said we take a shot at Tesla here at the 220 level, but I don't want to fight it too hard. It just broke it back out. I had 88s, got out at that 05 level. I don't mind hanging on to Intel because it's lower highs, right? Like the market, like look at this. Like here's the difference and the reason why we're in Intel right now and we're going to hang on to this till the close or close to it. The market's now breaking out of its resistance level higher and going higher and higher and higher. And this is at a lower high and underneath VWAP. So I think it's an opportunity to take this rollover here and just get back on the offer. Forget about 55, try to grab like 45 and see if we can just hang on to this. Relative strength, relative weakness. We'll see if we can grab this one to the downside. I'm going to double check on DJT because I feel like it makes some sense. Yeah, that's still absolutely dead. MSTR is the other one I know a lot of people are looking at in here. Like, I guess that was pretty good through 150. That was pretty solid through that 150 level there on MSTR. I assume Mara's probably breaking out. Bitcoin's 63.5. Yep, Mara's starting to break out as well. We could have an upside move. If you're going to short something, it better be relatively weak. And as a matter of fact, if the market's this strong, I'm going to adhere to a rule of mine, which is wait for some confirmation on the curl. And, okay, we're now coming back underneath. Let's get back on the offer. This stock is so weak. It doesn't seem to want to go to the downside. Softy's breaking 415. Apple's going as well. Got to get something that's, like I said, I want to get something that's still looking like it's a dog right now outside of Intel. I'm going to double check Meta. Meta's breaking a local high. Amazon was strong. I haven't looked at Amazon, but you were saying it was strong. Microsoft's under VWAP. This could be something on Microsoft. Microsoft's at resistance, but it broke the trend line to the upside. See, that's a reversal to me. Like
there goes that stop.
Yeah, I don't know if I want that short. Let's let this one go a little bit higher into VWAP because the actual resistance level's at 416. So Intel's weak, so I don't mind that. I can't find anything else that is. AMD, Eric just said.
Normally I get right back into this.
AMD. No, you're right. AMD is weak. AMD's in that bucket too, well underneath VWAP. Wow, AMD's really weak compared to Nvidia.
All right, you know what? One more try. All right, this is not going to wind up costing us that much this time because we're really close to our stop out spot. We just got taken out. I mean, and I feel like we talk about when stops get run. I mean, you know, to say that everyone's stop was here. I mean, we were lucky enough to get the best price. Looks like we got 40-41s, which is awesome. So our last little hit there was a small, remember we said we only taken half the position. So a small little reload there. So, you know, really lucky to have not been affected by this, but we did lose on it, obviously. So we'll have to wait to see if now $70.50, a little bit higher than that, is the spot for concern. So I'll average into that level. And again, we're just playing with kind of with house money on this trade, but you never really want to lose just for the sake of losing, but obviously. So we'll try that against there. Just wondering if we all got stopped out at the same level there. So we'll put some back in. If we can get this back into the low 20s, we'll take another bid. And then, you know, we were lucky enough to hit that 200 period right there. When we finally collapsed, we were like, oh, finally. And then it just went, nope, all the way back. So now we don't want to mess too much around with our lines here. If it gets into VWAP and gets into the 50 period moving average, then we'll grab some of that. So far, so good here. Looking obviously for a little bit more of a movement here. We just talked about some names. Palantir was one that was weaker, so maybe that just got going again, kind of did, right into that level again there, 31.90. We wanted to short it near VWAP. We sort of talked about that, so that didn't come through yet either. But yeah, so far, I guess just waiting to see if there's anything hitting within the rest of the day here. 317 power hours here.
It's here, but
did Rivian? You already looked at that, right?
Yeah, Rivian. You know what? In complete, like hindsight's always going to be 2020.
It is.
But what's interesting about it? No, because it's actually starting to go now. Like it was a slow motion breakout, and sometimes this is what happens: slow motion breakout. You go to something else, like okay, Rivian's not going to go. It holds 95, and now like it broke 14 again. I don't want to say that it's going because the high is 1408, but the way that this is moving and the way the market is moving, that's not bad. Like if you had just waited for it to consolidate here, so instead of taking a 14 break, say, hey, the market's not doing much of anything, so don't take the breakout, just wait for it to find a support level. You could be long at 97 with a stop at 95, and at least it went to 1408. And if that's what it is, then so what? You risk 2 or 3 cents to make 7 or 8. Because that's the trade that was available, not the break of 14 going straight to 10, like an easy trade would be in the morning. Like breakouts in the morning do this. Sometimes in the afternoon they do the same thing, but that's why you look for like a potential parabolic mover through the highs, like maybe a Peloton, even though it's not doing it. Certainly the crypto names have that opportunity. DJT would have had that opportunity if anybody seemed to care about the news that was already coming, but that ended up being a reversion back to VWAP. So, you know, and it shouldn't be a surprise. This was at $22.75 when we found out the time that he would be saying it, and it's right back to the same level when we find out that he's saying exactly what we expected to be said. So nothing burger over there on DJT. It's the crypto names that have all the juice, it seems right now.
Sure does. Wow, 63.5 right here. We had written down earlier Mara $17. I mean, we can have a quick look at that. Every single time we put down a level for Mara, it seems to be like pretty good. And there's $17 at the bottom today, 1680 Mara, just really ripping down. This is the sticky note trader that we have right here. We put out it every single day. We put down $17, of course. That's when it was above 17. Off the open, it does make that dip into that level, 1680, and then starts to go up. I mean, we only chose 17 because we sort of looked at this from yesterday, just thought about dipping back into this level. We would have definitely given this 25 cents. I mean, this is part of why we wrote down 17. Dipping in now to 17 was the play that I was sort of concerned with there. So good little look there. All right, by the way, we went back into TQQs because I'm trying to trade the futures here, but the market wants to go higher, and now it's going higher. So there it goes, break one more penny, I believe, and we're going to get out of this one as it continues to go. I mean, we could give it a little bit more room. Maybe we'll give this to 60s, again, 70, 61 or so to see about that trade. We're only short at 40s right now. We're trying to give this, so trying to get out. We already put our bids in the 20s, but we just did get run up on the top side here. With Power Hour on, if the market just wants to go up, the market wants to go up. We have those market on close imbalances coming, and maybe we should have checked that out, which now we are. Enbridge again? Okay, Schwab with the sell.
Oh, did Schwab break
like
that?
Energy names, man. KMI here. There's Chipotle, I guess. With a bid as well.
Schwab had that flat bottom break. Did it ever do it? No, it
did not. Okay, we can have a quick look at that as Enbridge still remains a buy again. Pipelines hot. All right, so we'll find out. Here comes the market coming back in just a little bit, but this is just tipsy-turvy action right now. I'm fine with holding on to this. We're close to getting stopped out, unfortunately. We talked about it. Let's see if it wants to come back in just a little bit into 40s and then hopefully a little bit lower after that. Looks like the market wants to get higher. We thought lower. We took advantage of it for sure. Got stopped out low. I mean, when we have all these ins and only one out, it's pretty good. And we even mentioned that we only had half position. So pretty happy with the trading there. Would love for it to get lower, though. Almost stopped out on TQs, 10 more cents. And then we can stop going short the market and maybe just figure out what we want to do into the close. Maybe energy. Or nothing.
Well, there might be nothing. Who knows? But yeah, Schwab didn't come close to breaking that down.
Got some pasta.
But it's still going to be on the radar. This is one of these names. Oh, you got some of the actual pasta.
Yeah, I actually kind of like this stuff. There's like a little broccoli in here. There's some chicken.
There's like 2 vegetables I don't eat.
That salad that we had was pretty.
Brussels sprouts.
The salads are mid. Oh, I like broccoli. All right, so here we coming back in. Brussels sprouts, yeah, not a huge fan of Brussels sprouts. But
no.
My favorite vegetable.
You know what? Fabian is like undefeated.
I really like zucchini. And
so
mushrooms.
The longer we do this,
mushrooms.
It's like
zucchini.
John's talking, camera's on him. He's talking. I make a stink face because I'm like, I generally don't like broccoli. But Fabian is undefeated, catching me doing stuff like that all the time. Like I'll give like a cringe face or like whatever. Or if Ramin's on there, she always tries to catch me eating food. Yes, it is true, Ramin. You always try to catch me eating food. Do you have a Kit Kat? Oh, Ramin is. I mean, to be honest, though, like Ramin is probably the nicest person on the entire show.
See how you switched that up real?
No, it's absolutely true. Always thoughtful. Comes here, works when she's not feeling well. I mean, come on, just always cheerful and giving you positive. Thank you, Ramin. I like candy.
That's good, man. The Kit Kat is nice. I'm having more broccoli here.
You could have your broccoli.
All right.
Broccoli 0. Kit Kat 127.
Kit Kat's gonna work. I think.
Every day, Kit Kat is gonna win.
I like a Kit Kat. Three Musketeers, not bad. A couple different chocolate bars in there.
That's random, and come on, you haven't had a Three Musketeers bar.
Yeah, in the way. No, just Halloween. I mean, I don't. When are you ever going to the store and buying chocolate bars? I don't.
I try not
sure
to.
Lots of people do, but I
Actually, I have a specific rule. Like I don't buy donuts for myself when I go into a donut shop. I'll get myself a coffee because I know what I'm going to do. And if I go to the grocery store, I do not buy treats because I'm not the type of person, like I'm pretty disciplined in my eating in a general sense, but if it's in front of me and you offer it to me, I'm going to be like, yeah, I want that right now. Let's go. I'll eat all the Oreos on the planet if you let me. I feel like this should almost be, look at Nvidia wanting to break out. I'm not taking any breakouts at 320. Like, look at this Nvidia off of VWAP. Bias. Wanted the short. Unless the stock is unbelievably weak, we should be thinking about buying dips because the range is the range, and it is what it is at this particular point. I'm not even getting refills in this here on Intel. Now it's got a flat bottom break. So suddenly there's a wall here at like 39 and 40, so no need to be shorting this. If it's going to break this, I'll just look to short underneath and add to it toward the bottom. So a bit of a flat bottom forming on the one stock that we still have out there. What else we got going? Rivian Millionaire says, let's go. What?
TQQQ longs? Yeah.
Sentinel 1?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. No, I have not even heard that symbol since when they report. The only time it gets talked about. That's a good looking breakout. Look at you, Sentinel 1. Nice looking trend to the upside. It actually just broke out on the daily today, trying to fill in what would be like a $3 gap, because I guess the gap would be to here, not to here, because that would be the opening price. I'm assuming this was earnings when it got dumped. March 13th. Yeah, probably. So Sentinel 1 looking very good. Oh, there's your problem. Overhead resistance. Might retrace that move there. So a good one there for you, Rivian Millionaire. Not sure why it's looking strong, but strong is strong.
Yeah, we should probably just forget about this. We want to talk about a stronger market. I'm trying to get out of 25% now for 10 cents worth of it. If this falls back into 70, 50, I'll take some out right there, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. This market is just ticking higher. We should have probably, that dip buy into VWAP right there, instead of chasing this market short, we could have been chasing names long. And if we would have, we already talked about Nvidia and the damage that we've done long on this name. And we should have, that's $2, right? And so we could have stayed in the pocket there and just stuck with strong names. That's what we've been writing down about Nvidia every day. If we're looking for longs, we might as well go long Nvidia. So I feel like I don't feel like it. The market's telling me that was the right move. So, staying long. Here comes the futures, almost just broke out again to the top side. So that will all of a sudden fire off and we'll get stopped out once that does hit. Tesla breaking through 220. That could have been a long trigger as well at some point. So that was a spot. We're almost at the day's high again though. 221 for Tesla coming back into play. So as this market goes, so go the strong stocks. We already looked at those Tesla, and that's good because that's kind of what we're trying to do is play strength and weaknesses. We just got a little bit sidetracked here with not much happening and us focusing on the futures when we should have just been futures long. I was trying to play this area here. We talked about where the risk was up into here. So that's what's happening right now. And we've taken risk and it hasn't really worked. Well, it's worked. We're fine. But this last trade, probably getting stopped out, being a little bit stubborn. That's still Tesla, sorry. Being stubborn with that one. Here it comes right now. As soon as we take through, there it is. 61 is gone. So we will have to slap a fail on that last one there. And now just kind of wait. Lost a little bit there. Not really the end of the world. And as it pulls back in, I'm going to feel stupid because I'm going to be like, that was probably the top again. We already topped out right here before. And then it just absolutely crashed that down.
If we saw this already yesterday and pretty much almost every single day. At 350, whatever the move is, if you're looking for reversions, wait for the imbalances to give them to you. Like trend, whatever the stock is, trend up, trend down, imbalances come out, and then you get a bit of a reversion, especially on a Friday. So that might be the way to go here for looking for some fades. I might go into that unless it's obvious, like this flat bottom break here, like this, having these on, unless it's obvious like this flat bottom break here on Intel, or something, it's weak. If it breaks the bottom, it's got 20 minutes till the imbalances. Let's see if we can grab that, but it's not doing anything yet. I don't know that I want to chase any moves up. The play was Nvidia off of VWAP. I think that's like the one thing that made a lot of sense that could have gotten done here. That MSTR is still going. Definitely looks pretty good. Scott Edwards, is anyone watching PRTG? That's that Portage stock. That's still going, Portage? This is the one that Sharif was on in the midday. Ooh, underneath VWAP. It's got a nice rounded bottom. We're doing that day one thing. Fails the top. Everyone forgets about it when it trends back into the downside, but then you look back and it holds the opening range bottom. Holds it, actually runs some stops because it goes under, runs some stops because it goes under again, then holds that bottom. The problem with this is it's not breaking out the top. It's just kind of giving you the bounce play, which your risk to reward down here, if you just went long off those levels, you've got your 10% move with a couple of points worth of risk, and now you're just kind of hoping other people will punch long at the end of the day to give you a little bit more, which I would never want to be. Like over VWAP, fine, but under, kind of a no-go for me on PRTJ. That said, it is a reverse split and then first day breaking out, so there's always a chance there could be some continuation next week. Not that I would ever want to hold one of these types of stocks over a weekend. Easy way to have it come and gap back down and you lose all your profits.
Yeah, for sure. SOX L maybe. Sector Watch. Okay. Maybe this will help us. Let's go over to Sector Watch and see if we can find something that's a little bit weaker or stronger.
We're going to take this time to look at some of these names making outsized moves on the S&P 500. And actually, the first one I have here is to the downside. It's Intuit. It's low here. Intuit is on here as well, but we do have low. LOW is the ticker for this one. Trading higher along with a lot of these housing and retail related names. We did get much stronger than expected new home sales data for July. 10.3% increase on a month over month basis compared to the expected 1% increase. So keep an eye on low. Here is Intuit as well. INTU. This one notably lower here on the day. They did beat on earnings, but so for earnings per share and revenue, but much lower than expected Q1 EPS estimate there, setting INTU more than 6% to the downside. Last but not least, GM, General Motors. This one near high of days, up more than 4%. Its cruise segment here announcing a partnership with Uber with regards to deploying these autonomous vehicles on Uber's app as of 2025. So quite a few interesting names here to round up the week, guys.
Thank you very much. And the early look imbalances, Enbridge 1.5 buy, you already had. Schwab, I think, is the same number. Yeah. It's still 1.4 to sell. Usually you'll get some updates at 3:30. Like the early numbers will come out, then they'll start updating every 5 or 10 minutes or so. That's not even happened yet. So these are still from 10 minutes ago. A little bit abnormal. I'm used to seeing an update at 3:30. We'll keep you apprised of anything. Could just be at 3:50. We'll get the real juice and we'll figure out where it's going to be. There was Nvidia yesterday, 6 million to the sell side.
Sell, yeah.
Right, like that's
keep switching.
Like that's a big number on. It's like one day it's a buy and balance, one day it's a sell and balance, but it's usually very large on Nvidia. I feel like that is the stock. If you're looking to hit something because an imbalance comes out one way or another, it is Nvidia that gave you the opportunity. So nothing. We're not getting any kind of a head start with any of these names just yet.
Okay, market. Now you want to go down? Okay. All right. We'll see. What happens now? So what, Finch Jane, what's up to you there in the chat? I lost my butt yesterday, got it back today. Crazy market. You are not alone, I feel like, in that thought pattern there for this kind of market that we're in right now. Oracle, we talked about looking maybe potentially at some energy names. Oh man. Oracle again, yes. We had this play, or no, it was Qualcomm yesterday, I believe, that we had talked about. But again, this name looking like pretty top heavy, just fell out right now. So that's why it came on the scanner. I don't know why this just went like a little bit down there into the 50-period moving average. But Oracle, a little bit weaker than the market and at highs right now. Looking, again, kind of like everything to me looks like it's just been such a nice move back up that I'm always thinking lower. But the lower hasn't been right. So this is not something that, ooh, G got an assist. I like that one. And only punched one boy in the face so far. Okay. So that's nice. All right, so as we go down, Oracle coming back in 139.
Probably deserved it.
And change, yeah, most likely deserved it for sure. I would say she hasn't put up with anybody, so that's really nice. Here we go, 139 coming down into the bottom. That could be a good trade. XOM, we're gonna have Raider Trader on. He liked XLE. Maybe I'll call that up in just a second to see what's up with that. But XOM today up 1.32%. We also tweeted out yesterday that and I don't know what XLE is doing, but we had bought some yesterday. So I don't even remember the price. What percentage are we up right now? 1.4, so that's good. So a nice little win. Tweeted out yesterday that we had bought more, and we've been in XLE. I don't really buy individual names. I already have XOM from a minute, and
you've seen this one?
Enbridge. I mean, Enbridge is one that we've had for a while. Go over to Neil's screen. I mean,
no, like,
why is that always on the imbalance locator?
If you're, first of all, Enbridge is on the imbalance locator every single day. Just try to keep in mind, I should have said this, Enbridge is dual listed, it's in Canada. You always want to ignore any massive imbalance on a dual listed stock until you know that it's the same direction on both markets. Because what happens in dual listed names like TD Bank and Enbridge is it'll be a buy in one and it'll be a sell in the other. And then there's just a bunch of people that get chopped up while the algos are in love with all of the action that they get. But Enbridge, that they look since earnings, you got a double top brewing, and everybody in Canada owns this thing to some extent. If you own like there's no ETF that you could possibly own in Canada. Not ETF, I mean like a mutual fund or whatever. You're probably in this sucker like the rest of us. But I own this one individually. It's like it's trying to break out. Not the sexiest stock in the world, but
it's pretty sexy. It has a good dividend.
Yeah, no, it's a sexy dividend stock, I should say. Yeah, so definitely a sexy dividend stock. So I did short the pop in Intel, which was a whopping, it went from 38 to 47 back to 40, and maybe it's going to do this flat bottom break, but it still hasn't happened yet. So it has now held the same low for 35 minutes and still looking for it to break down. So I did get some in here. We'll just get on the bid at the low because, I mean, if it's going to hold a bid for 39 minutes, you should probably take some out on that bid because if it never breaks and you get absolutely nothing, the low of the day not the low of the day, the local bottom sits here at about 31, 32, so I'll have a bid down there as well. Intel is a name that often has an imbalance that will pair off. Almost never stays. It's the kind of stock that, whatever, like if it has $1 million, it's only $20. So it's nothing for that one to get paired off. Like Nvidia is an expensive stock. It's $128. When that comes out $6 million, that's a chunk of change. When Intel comes out $1 million, that's like Brankel's buying power or something like that.
Brankel,
so,
yeah, that guy's a lot of buying power.
Right, Brankel's? He doesn't even listen to me. Set Lewis of Catan is too much of a fun game.
Neil just said you have unlimited buying power. So
unlimited power.
Unlimited. Put it in the market. All right, so the market's coming down a little bit. Now we're back in the winners, 30 cents in the money. As we start to come down and bring the pain a little bit here at the end of the day. So it's a nice move back in. Let's go as we're coming in for the TQs one more time. Back into the 50-period moving average. We talked about where that risk area was here on the NASDAQ. And it was right into here, man. That's the daily chart. No, my bad. We don't want that. It was right into up here. That's where we got stopped out last time. So now we hold it a little bit to come back in. A good little opportunity there. All right. It's back on, baby. And I reviewed the script. Trade real money, gain real experience, guys. Kickstart your career in the capital markets. Learn to trade from professionals here at Real Trading. This is the campus program. You can apply completely for free. It's realtrading.com/campus. You can just scan the QR code below and learn all about it, man. What you're going to do is join an exclusive community of like-minded individuals. What does that mean? Join a community of traders looking to scalp and make money as a trader trading props. So other people's capital, always a pretty safe way to go. Learn how to trade, use the same platform that Neil and I are using every single day. There's multiple phases here to help guide you through, including going live trading at the end of your training period. So you got to sort of go through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And that handsome gentleman that you always see behind us, his name is Brankles, and he will be taking on the lead of this program. So we're really proud of that. And that means it's going to be a huge success. So again, there's Brankles. You can't really.
He's there.
But anyways, that means we, definitely worth supporting, and we're proud to have that back here on our floor.
You down with OPC?
Yeah, you're down with other people's capital. That's right, I am for sure. And we're down with shorting the NASDAQ
Definitely
right now.
Easier
That's what
to
we're
trade
doing
other people's capital
right now. But that was what that was other people's capital. All right, $70.35. We'll see if that comes through. There's the 50-period moving average. There is VWAP. Let's go to the downside here. But remember, we do have the imbalances coming in 12 minutes. So that's on a Friday of Jackson Hole, of extreme volatility, I feel like. Up 1%, down 1%. What was it down yesterday? Can't remember. Anyways, at the end of the day, up and down multiple percentage
the
points.
NASDAQ 1.7, but the ES... I don't remember what the S&P was down. It was the NASDAQ was like 1.6 something.
Yeah, so
I don't.
There could be some imbalances coming through.
ES was down less than the NASDAQ.
Timon says, I'm not selling.
There was a question in the chat. The reason why the campus program starts in Canada is because this floor is the head office floor for real trading. So, this is where everything is. We got the back office support. So, anything starts, it's going to start here. And it's all going to start with Obi trying to make that putt.
Obi, did you make that putt? Let me see. Oh, he did not. We're here.
Why can't we see?
The form doesn't look the greatest there.
Wow, that's cold.
Boom! Oh yeah. That's just a little bit of Happy Gilmore action there. Much better, Obi. I like that one. But there it is. As we go to Obi, the real trading. We keep talking about that real trading campus, real trading our platform. There goes the cues. Boom to the downside right now. So sure, we did get stopped out. We always do this, man. But now we've got it. So we still got a good position on here into the close. Let's see if it continues to pump our way and the right way. So here we go, starting to keep going up to the upside. To the downside comes the market. We just took some out. We said 50 period. Our next stop is hopefully VWAP. Let's take out a little bit more if we get down to that. That's at roughly 15s. Let's put a bid at 20s or so and just take out like 20% of what we have left. So we'll bid right now 20s. We're bidding 21s. If that comes through, then we will try to get that out. So that's what we're going to do. Sit on the bid here. Hopefully it runs us over a little bit and we'll be able to get that fill. Every time we sit on the bid and get hit, we get paid for that trade. So we'll get paid roughly $2. It's a little bit less than that, I think. 1.6, like $1.60 per 1,000 shares. So it's not a whole heck of a lot, but it sure does help us sort of handle the fees and all these in and out transactions. I often see people. And that's real trading, right? So
the way to think about it is this: it never seems like a lot, but there's think of it as 20 trading days in a month, and then over the course of a year, you have 240 trading days. So if you do save on your fees by adding liquidity, maybe it's $20-30 a day. That adds up really, really quick. And there's some traders out there who just ignore that and they don't even care. They don't, they'll have entitlements for markets they don't look at, or they'll just sit there and use whichever gateway. But if you do consciously think about it, you are in the long run going to put extra bank in your pocket. Now, obviously, this applies to anyone with direct market access. It can access multiple gateways. That way you can sit and earn a rebate. Not all of them are going to pay. Sometimes you pay for adding liquidity. So not every broker is going to have that. I don't want to sit there and say that everyone has the ability to earn rebates on every gateway. We can, because real trading has pretty much every gateway out there. Only 9 minutes to go. No breakout for Nvidia through 129. No flat bottom break yet on INTC. DJT, for those that are interested, did not, in fact, bounce off of VWAP. So that didn't try to make that move back up. In fact, it's headed even lower. This ends up being a disappointment, I would say, for anybody that took that long. I got to double check Rivian here. Okay, good. Whatever. No, I shouldn't bet against this stock. Rivian went all the way to $14.08 was the high. Still the high. Now back in through 14 even. So that ended up not being a good breakout at all, regardless of when you took it. And then Lucid didn't do anything either. So hang on to anything that was short. Sometimes all you can do is try to short the next level down, because you're not going to get the first one. But this will be probably the last spot where I take anything here. Unless I find something that I like and nothing's setting up, going to hang on to the Intel short. And when 350 hits, I'm going to be on an Nvidia level 2. And just as quickly as possible, if it's a massive buy, I want to try to find myself into a long. If it's a massive sell, I want to try and punch in to the short. So you have to, in order to do that, the algos are going to get the first part of the move regardless. To be as fast as you can, you got to be on that level 2 with your hands on, in the ready position or the gamer position, ready to punch. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. But that's the stock I'll be looking at when the imbalances drop in 7 minutes.
Yeah. GG, great day.
Just out of curiosity.
Cut right there, messaging me here.
Yeah. How often does Gia throw down? Like you saying she punched.
Well, they don't fight. You just, if someone's in her way,
you know what
push them out of the way.
Yeah.
She's an elite skater, and she's great size. And Marissa's even telling me right now that some of these dads are like, they can't believe how rough she is out there. So that's what it's about. Well, because she trains with boys.
Exactly.
So it's just like, she's just like, get the hell out of my way, straight up, all the time. All right, so there it is. Like she's.
The thing is, I
honestly,
still picture.
She pulls out my heartstrings like all the time.
I just picture little Gia.
Yeah, well, now, yeah.
You know, when you
saw her here the other day.
I know, but it's like when you've been around when someone is like born and they're like a baby and a toddler.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get that image out of your head. And like now that Gia's like throwing elbows at people.
It was her birthday, 10th birthday. Right there. So there she is. There. That was just a couple weeks ago. There's Adam DeLuz, by the way. Hey, what's up, Adam DeLuz? There he is.
Adam?
Never losing, Adam DeLuz. Right there. Shout out to Adam. That was in London. Here's the team that we're going to go. This is on my team right here. That's me. This is Gia right here. And the rest of the team getting ready to go. That was a tournament, I believe, in Brockville when we were there over the summertime. Don't know who this guy is. This is me and my guy a whole bunch, long time ago when we were playing baseball. My number was 6. He was 6.5. Right now he's 12 years old, almost said 13.
Shout out to Simon Brothers.
Oh, yeah. Here's that trophy that we won. Here's me right here. Here's the Royal York. Oh, no, that's the Ancaster team right there. And as you can see, literally 4 feet, like top to bottom there. The girls.
That is absurd.
Yeah, there it is right there. I think I had my phone there trying to take that little video there. So that's what that is. Here's the whole family going to. I want to find. Oh, there's Mr. Wonderful. What's up? There's my son right there. Oh, here we go. Me and my daughter here going to go get Starbies right there. So, you know, Green Bay Packers. He wore that hat yesterday. All right, that's enough of that. Let's go back over. Find me at Trader TV Sean on Instagram.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, look, you talk about family, and look what happens. Nice downside move here in the key Qs. Put a bid out and get some out at 10, my guy. Nice little trade there. Boom, out at 10s. All right. Again, we are right back. We don't show our net, but again, like we're right back to the highest level pretty much we've been at since we started going crazy there in the morning off that early short. So we started the day red. We'll figure out what's happening right now with this TQQ position. But we said where the stops were, man. First stop here, next stop there, next stop here, next stop, 200 period moving average. The fall down is real, and we have it. We have it all. We have this move, and there it goes, collapsing in finally. Futures, you know, Sharif always talks about he's not here right now, but don't let these stocks off the ropes. We didn't really do that with the futures, but again, look at that. We did not have a bid there. Oh no. We just said next stop 200 period. Yeah. Look where it stops, literally, as they say, at the 200 period.
Figuratively at the, no, literally. Literally at the 200. When it wicks off that one line, it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. Just got the last fill. This is going to be it till Nvidia potentially in 3 minutes and the imbalances. I'm not reloading. This one's done for me. I'm not reloading it. It's a simple VWAP play. And like I said, until this stops doing this, where it gets to VWAP and gives you some kind of a short trade, it wasn't that great 2 days ago. It held VWAP. But when it's a downward move in Intel and it bounces off of VWAP, you generally want to short the sucker in the afternoon. It's right down to the bottom. I got a bid down here. It's actually up on the day, Intel, because it closed at $20. But this is why I say this every time. I have a certain like disdain for only looking at the percentage of what a stock is up. Because do you think this was bullish today when the market is like when the market looks like this? And it's, you know, a little bit higher from the open, but more of a chop fest, and that's the Nasdaq, and yours chart looks like this, then you had a bad day. Even if you're up 1%, you'll read something on like CNBC or something. Intel with a 1% gain on blah, 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 when really all the thing did is sell off all day long. Like, let's be real. What did the money do during the session? That's what we're about here. Like, what's actually happening in the stock, not just what did it close at and what did it open at. So last trade, until we get the imbalances, no reload. I'm going to trail it out just above break even, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now and change the trailing stop as it gets closer to the end of the day. Well, let's just see what happens with Nvidia. I'm going to double check some crypto names just out of curiosity because they were the bigger movers as well. MSTR's underneath 150 and starting to pull back. I bet you Mara lost that 19.5 or 16.5, 18.5 level. No, it did not. Mara is still above 18.5. This is looking pretty strong. there'll be some regrets with the crypto names today. It's just
they're just been so strong. We said
But
that earlier.
this
They were
break
holding
was-
61. I mean, we literally wrote it down, man. We talked about this earlier. BTC holding 61K must go long. I mean,
it's more this breakout. Like, it's not very often that you look at a stock like this where you have the morning high be $18, like 18.00, and then it bounces off of 18.00, and then it breaks 18. Like, this on this 15-minute chart, like how gorgeous that long is. And you probably can stop it with like 10 cents worth of risk if you look at that local bottom. It's not often where you'll see levels like that or breakout trades like that, especially on a stock that you like trading. So I just pulled up Nvidia here. I don't know which direction the imbalance is going to come out. One can only guess, but I'm not going to do any guessing. I'm just going to try to see ball, hit ball. And if you miss the initial move, I'm not going to chase it. If it's a big sell imbalance and I punch and miss, then that's fine. I'm not going to chase any move like $1 or something.
Yeah, we were able to get out there. So we didn't get that very bottom, but we were able to get O's there. We did not get that bottom of 80s, but it does come back in. We get O1s or O2s there as we start to go back up and we get lighter and lighter on this. Here's the imbalance locator. You're now 45 seconds away from an updated push, right? So that's when we're going to get it all. And then we'll see what happens. Our stop is still the same. Well, you know what? I mean, we could actually, maybe we should just stop out here, $70.50. I was going to give this a little bit more room. Let's just make sure we make some money on it. 70. Let's go the high side. $70.66. We'll get out to 75% of it if it does break in just a couple seconds. We've seen this happen too many times. Imbalances come out, stock just blows up because they're all buys, right? So we'll have to wait to see if that does happen. We can also get back into the other side. So we do have some lower bids. I'm in the 90s here in case it does come back down in. And then we can also trade up Nvidia because that's been a big mover sometimes as well. 2 and 1, we're going to find out right now. Looks like Nvidia is going upside.
Buy.
Looks like a nice buy. Look at that nice little move up there. There's Nvidia, 2.61 million to buy. So there's the
Look at the paired.
The shoot up, 11 million there. So that's about a total of 13 or so million, 14 million. There's the move up. There's the move back down. So it's not that many shares.
No.
It is like enough to move the stock, obviously. But when you're looking at day's number there, 270 million on the day. So not huge. I'm going to take a bid on the TQs here. We are short 65s. It just fell back in a little bit. So actually we get that fill at 17. Let's put another bid down in the teens again, lower in 13, 14. Maybe we get a little bit of a push back in right now on that. Adair just said the market was roughly 1.5 billion to buy. So Mag 7, 425 million of that. So I feel like that's a lot of that is going to be Nvidia. So if there's a buy, generally speaking, like there's Apple, so that's going up. Ooh, Robinhood, we have over 20. Wow, okay, that was a good call actually on Robinhood being along over at $15, $16.
Robinhood's at what?
Yeah, 21 and change. All right, there's Nvidia still pushing. So the market's still pushing higher. It's a good thing we got some out down there at that bottom just before that imbalance, or just as the imbalance came out, we get that 17s. But we're pretty light on this position overall. So we'll hold it out. If it does come up, great. If not, let's put another bid in the 20s or so, just trying to get some out. I feel like this could flip the other way. We want to make sure we have something on board if and when that does flip and get a lower bid. Like I said, $70 and change is where I'm sort of targeting, but who knows?
Yeah, so I trailed out there at 40s, had the 43 short. It got down, like the lowest was like 32. You really just got to load up at VWAP, I think. The missed opportunity on a trade like this was, for the first time, I was actually long into VWAP. And that's the problem. Like, I got out, and I was like, wait a minute, it just tagged VWAP. I should just be getting out of the long and looking short. But I never entered the short until it started breaking down. This was a chance to accumulate. You know, if you like it, you should be accumulating, and I guarantee you it's because I was long that I didn't want to do it. Some strong movers at the end of the day, including Tesla holding 220. So good look on Tesla above 220. This is what, shout out to Danielle Shea, because I think she said the important thing, and we'll see what happens next week, the important thing for Tesla on this retest and this pullback that we just had was, can it hold on to the 50-period moving average? And that was right around, it's about 217.5, but it got right in there, and this is where it broke out. Like, if you look at the 15-minute, Like this little break, so consolidation at the bottom, it's trend down, trend down, trend down. That's the turn. And that's the 50-period moving average on the daily chart. And then you're going to close higher. So bullish looking here for Tesla and the overall market. It does seem late in the day. I mean, if you close holding gains, that's typically a good thing. You always like to see buyers not evaporate at the end of the day or at the end of a week.
All right. So Nvidia is still having that bid. I mean, that could be something here to watch out for as we go right back into the highs of this afternoon. Nvidia right now going on that bid. So we're not gonna sleep on that, man. I mean, it's still been strong ever since we've seen. Keep going. I just said there wasn't that many shares, but it's gotten bigger. Remember, it was like 2 million. Now it's 4 million. That volume was only 13 or so before. Now it's up to 15. So there are traders adding to this move right now. We just have to wait another minute and a half until it gets to 355, and then we'll see if this goes the other way. You'll get a major update at 355. So some orders just come piling in there, and a lot of this will get turned around. It's nice to see Ford trying to get going again. That had that nice little bottom, I believe, around 11, maybe it was 1020, something like that. Ooh, it went into 950 there. Wow. All right, nice move up for Ford. Wow, over the last couple of days, as we've seen some of these other EV names really start to go as well. Other than that, though, I feel like we're still fine. Just canceling orders. The only thing we have in for is those TQs. And with now just a couple minutes to go, oh no.
Nvidia has 360,000 on the offer at 29 here.
Oh, Nvidia does. Okay, yeah, go over to Neil's screen. I'm just going to watch these TQs and see if they pair off or not.
So I have to watch the imbalance because the imbalance is 3 million, but there's a big wall at 129. My gut is that we're going to have a pair here. It's 2.7 million. The paired volume is 113 million. So the most of this is already paired off. That's the difference. Like yesterday, the imbalance was like 40 to 45% of the paired volume. Today, that's a much smaller percentage, although it just got bigger going into the... Now it's 4 million to the buy side with only about 5 seconds to go when this might pair off. It's not a guarantee, but usually that's what you see. 129 is now gone in Nvidia. Okay, so no update. Now it's 2.6 million to sell, so it did not go completely, but it did pair. Now down to 2.6. So it's still a buy imbalance, but it's not gigantic relative to that pair. Now 16 paired to a 2.4 million and declining a little bit. Not enough to want to go short this sucker, but certainly enough that I wouldn't chase that long there because it is getting paired off in there. There's sellers that are coming in to take that imbalance on Nvidia. So if you had it off the break, I was looking for a number a little bit closer to 4, 5, 6 million to hit the key. It ended up being 2, and then it grew. So if you just went long, trusting that 2 million sell as being big enough on Nvidia, you are absolutely rewarded for it. Nvidia, the stock, is just ripping faces off and saying what up to the shorts day after day after day. Just a buy the dip kind of stock. But it's not really breaking out that 130 high or anything. Good move on the imbalances if you were looking for something in that 2 mil range. I wasn't.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we already we did a blotter refresh there, so I think I screwed up my blotter a little bit here. Okay, I see how many shares we have, all good. All right, so we are short the TQs again, so we're just going to have to start to bid some out here as we go. The market is falling down a little bit here. We are lucky enough to sort of not have that rip all the way to the high side there, as now it's starting to fall back in, and we'll just put a little bit more on the board here and get some out. We are short right now at 54s as we continue to watch out. Nvidia, like Neil said, up to 129. Ford continues to go as well. But the market's almost over. What was a crazy day today, Ford. Man? I mean, that's still Ford. What am I doing? Let's go back over to maybe just watch Nvidia here. What's Apple going to do at the end of the day?
Nvidia is a meme stock,
I believe Apple's 227. That's really nice. Yeah, Nvidia is a meme stock. I mean, love Nvidia here. Once you get going on it, it's just nuts. Even that punch out that we had there, it still went down to VWAP and respected it, then goes down to the 200. Like, almost like technically a perfect stock to trade.
Everybody wants. It used to be that, I go to my barber, like, so, people that find out what you do, and the casual questions are, should I be buying Bitcoin? Like, that's what it used to be. Yeah. And now it's just, what about this Nvidia? That's all anybody wants to own at this point. And when I'm like, I usually tell people, okay, you probably own it. Because I'm like, what are you in? Like, you're in this fund, that fund. Like, does it have U.S. stock? You own Nvidia. This is how much you probably have if you own something like SPY or Qs along those lines. So it's definitely the flavor. In the afternoon, if it's above VWAP, just go long. I think that's the lesson that we have here for this stock. You can tell when it's strong versus when it's weak. Usually look at a fail VWAP and then it just tumbles. When it holds VWAP, it runs. Today it was a runner here on NVDA. 2 minutes to go. I'm canceling all my orders. Nothing to be had here. Wow, Microsoft went green. Okay, that's a little surprising.
What a run at the end of the day, up 1.07%.
Microsoft was a dog all day, most of the day, and then look at it break that trend and gonna close the day green. Yeah, that's a pretty big rally. This is not a stock. This morning, this felt like it was gonna be a repeat of yesterday on them, and Meta not having the same fate. Meta's actually much weaker here. Worth noting, both those names stunk yesterday. Meta is holding at the lows while the market's trying to go higher.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so we're flat. So we just took, just got out there. We were just going back and forth with TQs. Nothing really happened. We were able to take a little bit of an advantage of that at the end of the day. So yeah, so far so good here. We'll end of the day. I'm going to go over and join Adara over there at the desk and get going ASAP
Raider.
because we should have Raider Trader on. I don't know. I caught him by surprise there yesterday.
Yeah, but he said yes. Didn't he?
Yeah. He did. He said yes.
Yeah, he said yeah. I mean,
okay, have a good weekend. I'm out of here.
have a great one. Hey, good luck at the game. I mean, try to protect those boys from Gia. We don't want them to.
My wife's already messaged.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got to make sure you do that.
Out of here.
We got 1 minute to go in here. Let me just get on the Nvidia chart because let's take it on home with the best of the best. While everyone looks at the rest of them, we'll have a look at the best of them. Right now, Nvidia, let's see if it can chase the high of the day here, 129.65. Let's see if it can get going up to that top. It's an absolute rocket ship, 4.4%. Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Roger, if tomorrow's data is bullish, squeeze face ripper. If next week's data on Nvidia holds up, unbelievable. But don't forget, the expectations are so high for Nvidia on Wednesday. It's always difficult to live up to them, though they just seem to do it over and over and over again. I'm just worried about what happens the day that they don't meet those expectations. So Adara, it's been a fun one. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. That was a little loud. That was definitely a little bit to the loud side. That's okay. We enjoy it. The market is now closed. The wild week is over. The Nasdaq does a 1% job today and change. The ES does exactly 1% as well. So today, the ES is just as strong as the Nasdaq. It means we probably missed something. Oh, energy, probably a little bit of the banks as well. I'm going to guess why they're both up 1% there. So a pretty strong day as well. Did you just say tan in my ear? I don't know. Oh, tan and uranium are up today. Really? Tan stinks usually. Oh, yeah, good. The tan is actually having a strong day today, so good for them. I know they're going to go over this as well. First off, big shout out to Fabian and Ramin. Thank you for the Kit Kat, Ramin. That was very nice of you. Making us look and sound fantastic every single day, bringing you guys a great show. And then a big shout out to Sharif, Adara, and Obi filling in for Adara on the midday today. Your learn to trade, support and resistance using moving averages, another fantastic lesson. Big shout out to everyone in our community and our chat. And of course, big shout out to my man Sean. Brennan on vacation. He's actually not back next week. He's got 2 weeks he's going to be on vacation. But you know what you got to do here, which is just sit back, relax, chill, because it's not over yet. It's been a fun week. It's been a good week, but you still have a little bit more. You get Sean, you get Adara, you get Raider, you get the aftermarket recap show about now.
Keep yawning every time. This is the second Friday in a row it comes to me and I yawn. Hello, happy market recap, everyone. How are you doing today, Sean?
We're doing pretty good. We're ready to go here. As Neil said, we just have a half hour left, and at this show, we will recap the market. We'll talk about some of the trades. We have our little fun stuff to do. We'll talk about the sticky note. We'll talk about some of these names that continue to move here, not only in the aftermarket. I mean, today, normally we've got earnings. Obviously, on a Friday, there won't be much. We can sort of dissect what was going on there today at Jackson Hole and what that meant when Fed Chair Powell came. We also had Fed Goolsbee on the 1s and 2s today as well.
And 3s, because he spoke 3 times.
That's right. I think he might have spoke even more than that, I feel like. There was Harker, I think, was coming through.
Yeah, Harker wasn't even scheduled. Like, when I was doing the email, he wasn't supposed to speak, and all of a sudden we get Harker, so good times.
Yeah, Powell noted that the time has come for interest rate cuts. The time has come, but he did not provide a timeline or hint at any of the size of the cuts. But if you see right here, the NASDAQ kind of loved all of that talk. So we actually have to, I don't know why this is on a daily chart here. Let's flip it over to a 3-minute chart just to get a quick little look. So here's the prepared remarks from Powell. Comes out, just absolutely blasts off. Once he leaves and sort of says his little speech there, it's only 20 minutes, comes all the way back down in. The market definitely finds the base at yesterday's close down here at 476. Basically turning, not turning red, but coming close to turning flat on the day right there, and then just took off into the close. A nice little action spot there as we get a buy imbalance into the close. So there it is right there from 350 all the way back up, taking out 480, basically closing at the day's high. And if you're going to go over to the NASDAQ, I mean, wow, hold the 50 period and start keep going. There's been a lot of stock that have had a huge move up from that moment. I mean, I feel like Nvidia today up 4.5%, still trying to go. We've actually, live on this show, man, we talked about uranium, and Michael Noss was like, Sean, you talked about getting long this name at $25. We didn't even do that. And now it's at 26 and change. Uranium continues to go higher right there. As there was some note there, I don't know, was it Kazakhstan or somewhere? Or one of the uranium
plants. It's like the largest, it's in Kazakhstan, it's the largest uranium producer, setting production targets.
They're having some problems there with some of the materials, so that sends the price of uranium upside, which gives a lot of love to some of these stocks. We talked about CCJ. If you're going to buy one of them, you might as well buy this. CCJ up 5 today, as well as Cameco continues that move higher. Yeah, what a hectic day it was. You are right, Joshua Lee Malloy, as that just keeps on going to the upside there. We have some big earnings for next week to keep in mind with Nvidia coming through and CrowdStrike. So there's a few different names, and Lulu, if you want to get involved in that.
Dow, and CRM.
And CRM, that should be a fun one as well. If you were a bear today, fail, I guess. I mean, wheat and UNG right now, the only two red sectors that I'm seeing right now, Adara. And I feel like as we talk about rate cuts, IWM, look at this one. Wow, big pop up here, big pop up pump. Scott Steiner, I don't know if you know anything about wrestling or anything.
I do not.
Do not, okay, that's fine. Steiner Brothers.
Even a little bit.
That's okay. He's basically this guy that's like juiced up like crazy. Wait till you see a picture. Go find me a picture, Fabian, of Big Papa Pump. I want to show it to everybody. The one where he has the chainmail on his head. Go find that from WCW days. Crazy. Okay, I don't know. Hold on a second, Ramin, in just a couple seconds here. We go with SMH to the upside, KRE. So some of the names, the interest rate sensitive names upside today, including KRE. That's the regional banks. Nice move up 5.8%. Breaking out again. These are daily charts, right? Near the highs. You want to talk about the breadth of the market? We talked about utilities, industrials, XLV at highs as well. KRE bouncing. Uranium, interest rate sensitive spots, right? TAN. We had, wasn't Ryan Faluna, was the individual from Mumu, Justin. He came out and talked, yeah, exactly, Zach's, talked all about TAN and some sectors that could possibly be hot if we got a Democratic win come 71 days from now. So if that happens, that would be a nice beneficiary of them with renewable energies. And again, oil, there it is. The chainmail there, that's Big Papa Pump. Why do you think he has that nickname?
Because he's pumping some iron.
He pumps up some iron. Yeah, he pumps up some iron there. He puts like the wrestlers. He starts lifting. It's pretty crazy. Go watch that. But yeah, chainmail on the head. Supposed to look more dangerous. Look there, Big Papa Pump. Put that up again, man. No one even saw that. There it is, Big Papa Pump. If you're wondering like what exactly we're talking about there. All right, let's get out of here. All right, USO, not get out of here. Yeah, we should be having Radar Trader in about 10 minutes or so to come on. And I'm going to talk to him about some of these sectors and some of these moves. But USO downside, just yesterday I bought some XLE. I like that stock as well. Again, this is the Energy Select Sector Fund. Just bouncing off, holding that 200 period and trying to go back up. We just bought this yesterday. It's for long term, man. I'm just trying to diversify a little bit and go through. Obviously, ARK has had a minute, man. ARK right there on that deadly Monday down to $37 all the way back up to $47. Put $10 on 37. This name up almost 25% in just 2 weeks. ARK to the high side, led by a lot of Tesla. I mean, Tesla's had a nice bounce back as well. Other names such as Clover and some of these beat up names continue to report well. I believe it was Raider, and we'll talk to him about this when it comes through. Some of the weaker names, so some of the lower cap names in IWM and whatnot could retrace a little bit stronger than others. I mean, look at this name, kind of undercover too. Clover Healthcare, insider buying, CEO buying some shares, and look at this. Boom goes the dynamite on Clover. $2 breaking to $3.37. Clover continues to be that winner as well. Holla if you hear me. All right, it's a big Papa Pump thing there as well. Berkshire, you know what, man? You don't have to fool around. You could just put your money with the richest of the rich and buy Berk B. Berkshire right now as well, breaking the top. Again, big insurance names there. Apple, although I know they've cut their position. Apple gone. Berkshire right now still making new highs and continuously growing that company. Insurance, big banks, the name of the game there for Berk. Remember, they recently just bought Ulta Beauty as well, so that could be another one.
Ulta reports next week.
Okay, Ulta coming with next week report. So if you do think that maybe someone knows something, this could be one of them names. We did have Pan W come. That was a nice report as well. We saw that earlier on in the week. Blasting up to 370, trying to get above that high, but does not yet. Fails and now moving back in. Whenever you get a name that basically touches highs and pulls back, now you look for areas to hold for support. 340 or so for Pan W. I think we like that play for a little level of interest. MSOS has been a dog for sure. I think there's a lot of traders that thought the weed business would be bumping with some of this talk come election season. We really haven't seen any of that, so very, very choppy here. Relative strength ETF right here, the RSP. So equal weighted. We talked about this. Everyone gets a vote. So Apple doesn't get 10 votes. Everybody gets one vote in RSP right now. Huge move again to the upside and starting to break out. So much strength everywhere. I saw you hop into the midday talk about Eli Lilly, but look at this. Nice move right here. 150 breaking higher on XLV. That name continues to go. Its largest constituent, Eli Lilly, who at Dara right now is at the highs. That is Eli Lilly at 950 right now. Did you miss trading at all today, or?
I did really miss trading. I have to tell you though as well, Eli Lilly, that 950 is a really, really interesting level for me. It's interesting on the daily chart. We've interacted with quite a lot in an intraday basis. So when I saw we were closing near 950, I said, Dara, if we get a milli next week in volume, you might be trading some Lilly. So just because the stock is almost $1,000 doesn't mean there can't be opportunities if volume sets up, especially with all these catalyst positive studies. We had earnings recently, lots of analyst upgrades. So anything can be on watch if the level set up is what I'm really trying to learn.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about levels, and then you wait for the catalyst to sort of break those levels or fall back into those levels as well. Just quickly here, Walmart. I thought this was going to be a story of Walmart today a little bit, and the retail sector being a little down there, but then Walmart at the end of the day just said, no, thank you, hold this beer, and we'll go up 0.16%. Let's take this opportunity right now to look over at a stock heat map and try to find maybe some names that have been a little cool today because everything was up. This is the most interesting name. We actually identified this earlier, Meta. I don't know if there was a situation with Meta or what. Maybe you can find out if there was a story, Adara, but Meta right now down 0.74. Let me take that opportunity to have a quick look. I tried to get out of... Yeah.
This came up 11:15. Meta cancels their high-end mixed reality headset. They were already kind of rangy and weak by that point, but this was reported at 11:15 by The Information. Also, like 5 minutes earlier, apparently, Meta and Spotify CEOs are criticizing AI regulation in the EU. That's reported by TechCrunch. So a couple maybe bearish stories coming out, but they were already weak before then.
Baby, you mind grabbing my water there? It's on the desk. We could do some little Hydration Nation moments coming through here. I just look at a daily chart for Meta, and the thing about Meta is, I mean, look at what's happening here. We're topping out near the highs. There's not too many names. Again, we showed a lot of ETFs, but as far as the Mag 7 names go, I do not really see many names right now trying to break through the top. We've seen Nvidia come back into 125 and say, thank you very much. That was Fabian. I'll take a drink of this in a minute. We'll take a drink. But right there, Meta near the highs. So that could be a little reason for that pullback there in Meta. All right, back over there, MasterCard down 0.51. So there's a little bit of weakness there. Procter & Gamble down 0.58. Just looking around, what is this? Intuit, ZTS, okay. Zoetis, I believe that is. Pet Care. I think. But basically just Meta. What is this name down here? MMC, okay, McCormick, I believe, downside there as well. AON, and then finally coming in, CME Group downside. Why is that? Maybe there was a report there as well. And who is this in the chip space? Micron. All right, so Micron not having a day today. That's a nice little downside push. Micron was the one name that I feel like it gets so hot, and then I always think about it like, they're never mentioned in the same, because it's DRAM. It's not these graphic cards. That is the hot thing to go right now. See you, Fabian. Have a great weekend. But look at Micron really coming back in. We talked about Meta. We talked about Nvidia being near the highs. Obviously, AMD. You know what AMD's high was?
All time?
Yeah.
Like around 230, right?
Yeah, right.
Let's say 233, I'm going to guess.
We'll take it. I was going to say 220s and change. But right there, so we did get that wick up to 227. So we'll split the difference on that.
We will. We'll see.
But the idea behind this is they're not all built the same. AMD continuously making this move down, man. We're still not above this 160. Until we get above the 160, I cannot stamp a buy on that. We have to wait for AMD to slow down. But what I mean by that is look at Micron, downside as well. Look at names like Broadcom since the split, right? Back up, trying to get back higher. Bounces off the 200 period. Broadcom holding out well. Nvidia also holding out well. So if you pick your poison the right way, I feel like there's a lot of money to be made, even in sectors that have been outpacing the rest of the market, like SMH. Look at ARM. If there's going to be a name that I'm not in that I think we need to get some exposure in, it could be ARM. They're in everything apparently. And if cell phones and whatnot continue that push, maybe ARM. Like they have all the patents. My whole thing is that it's kind of like with Qualcomm. When Apple starts doing their own chips, which they're already doing, they're in the iPads and I believe the MacBooks. Well, what happens when they start getting rid of the Qualcomm Snapdragon or whatever it is in some of these Apple phones? It's not just Apple. This can go on for everything. They're all developing their new chips. We've seen Google do that as well. So part of it, I worry about that with ARM. I'd like to find out what SoftBank's holdings still are with ARM, because I feel like that's definitely something that's been pretty key to look at. We do going to have Raider Trader in just a couple minutes. That should be a lot of fun. He had indicated on our show before, looking at some AMC, some GameStop. We could potentially talk to him about that. And then next week's earnings as well. Is there anything that maybe Andrew is excited to look at? That'd be Nvidia, Crowd, Dell, Lulu, and CRM. So we'll talk about that. And then again, I remember quite clearly, we were just on the show talking about this. Look at this break here. Look at this line that we've drawn a long time ago on KRE, right? Bouncing off, hitting that breakout. What a great move. Then coming in, respecting, breaking out. This is an interest rate story. We had the CME Fed rate tool up. It's 65%. We could check it again. It was 65% for a quarter point, 35% for half a point. So we'll see. If they get the Fed rate cut, 25, I think that's the more healthy cut. The reason why, they've been going quarters back and forth, well, just up. Hopefully this time they go down. If they slash half a point right now, that might fear monger some traders. Just like maybe the economy's worse than we thought. Why are they doing half? It was always supposed to be a quarter. So we'll wait for that date to come. But next Wednesday is what's going to be exciting, and it is going to be Nvidia earnings. Let's get this party started right now. It's Trader Talk. Hello, Andrew.
Look at these two wonderful traders in the building.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Adara and yourself. Two wonderful traders.
I excluded you, Sean. My bad.
Right. That's all. I mean, that's why we're here, man. That's why we're here. Thank you for joining me on this Friday. And what an exciting Friday. There they are. Hey, Adara, there. You should there's Adara and Raider. We've lost our ways here on a Friday, Andrew, but we're here to talk about stocks and have some fun at the same time as well. What's your go-to Friday night munchie food? Let's start off right now with that. I like tacos.
I've been always a big pizza guy. You know how I am with pineapple pizza sometimes. Neo has some strong opinions against that. Right. But typically I do go for, some southern food. I like some chips con queso. I whip it out. Yesterday I had some tacos and I plan to have some tonight too. So
yeah, you look very Spanish over there. So shout out to Raider Trader. We love that queso, man. I like that gets a little Chipotle action going on there. Look, you nailed some of these calls, man. What about that IWM? We were just talking about that. Good retracement back up. Any thoughts about this as we get that sort of all clear from Powell today on Jackson Hole? Anything you take away from anything that happened today in the market?
Yeah, so especially today, we saw a lot of those, like you said, rate-sensitive names pop. We saw KRE, regional banks; those are very rate-sensitive, as well as some solars. We saw ENPH, FSLR having 5% days. In a lot of these rate-sensitive names, again, we've kind of been hitting a bunch of these names that you guys need to be looking at these opportunities moving forward. And more specifically, I mean, with the markets right now, you're gonna get there is bearish seasons into September, but there are some easy money trades to the long side, and those often are. Just a little quick hack for you guys moving forward. Sure. And you can write this down. For anyone who's looking to see easy money trades right now, go look at stocks, get a screener or something, go pull up your screener, go look for stocks that are nearing or breaking their 52-week highs.
Right.
Those are going to be like your solar names, KVU, even LTH, CART, even if you look at Cava today, these IPO style names, these 52-week high names that are breaking out, they're all going to start doing really well.
I was even indicating even a bigger cap name as well, like a Walmart. I mean, some of these
big consumer staples will do wonderful. Yes.
Bang. A lot of these names continue to go higher. And are we talking about consumer staples and stuff like that because as interest rates come down, hopefully there's more money in hand and the credit card bills seem to be a little more payable? Is that sort of what we're talking about here?
A lot of those names, especially like energy, materials, industrials, these type of names will start to do well along that same thinking, yes.
I was thinking as well, and I tweeted this out yesterday because I know a position that you talked about. We had JC Peretz on the show as well, liking XLE in the energy spot. And I believe you also mentioned Chevron, and then XLP was one of your favorites here. Does anything change today as Powell does come out and is very, very confident about, the path moving forward? A little bit nervous about the job market, but I don't feel like oil or energy has really too much to worry about as we move forward. Anything change with your opinion? I mean, it was just a couple days ago we were talking about XLE.
Yeah, no, literally, I mean, I just took positions yesterday in CVX as well as XOP. So definitely those ones to the long side within energy, especially smaller cap energy names, be looking into some of those. Again, I'm going to do a lot of research this weekend. I typically do the week after every monthly expiration. I tend to do a lot of research to gather information for the next month because that's often where a lot of that information actually comes in. And you might go, well, what is that information? I'm going to be looking for, the tendencies. So if you want to look at my chart real quick,
sure.
Even looking at things like this, like understanding a week after, this is just a Koyfin chart. It's a free service you guys can have. It's literally free. But if you look at since the 16th, which was the monthly expiration, what were the rotations? What were the rotations coming after all that money on that option expiration expired? And it seems a lot of them are pouring into these rate sensitive names. You look at real estate, you look at clean energy, KRE, which we've mentioned, home builders as well. These type of names will probably start to keep doing well, especially those 52-week high names, which home builders and these type of names are breaking into their 52-week highs. So while there is a lot of doom and gloom during September, like, hey, the markets are going to crash, yada, 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 there are some easy money trades to the upside. And I think if you want to be a professional trader and think like one, you have to separate yourself from the crowd, and it's going to be away from shorting and finding those long opportunities there.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. One area that you just mentioned that I have some more questions about here has to do with home builders. Another thing we got today were those very strong home sales for July. So are there any specific names in this area that you like as we have those pretty strong numbers? We know we did get earnings from some of those names.
Typically, the ones I stick with have decent spreads. So DHI, LEN, URI, these type of names are home builder related, and they typically do better. While I don't like to play necessarily the ETF, the ITB, which is just kind of the general play, I try to see which one of the DHI, LEN, or URI is outperforming. Given if you look at that setups, I believe URI has not made a new high, so I'm going to stick with the one that is outperforming, which is LEN and DHI.
Thank you.
We do have a little breakout here, and you tell me what you think about this stock. I recently bought Roblox, and it wasn't that recent. It was at the beginning of the summer because I just played it simple, man. I have young kids, and I'm thinking like my one guy is just chilling at home all day, sitting on Roblox, playing that, and loving what's going on Roblox. And he tells me, Dad, the graphics are great now. There's this, there's that. And I'm distributing $30 a month into the Robux account as well. But here it is. Come over to my screen just real quick, and I'll give you a chance to look at it yourself. We bought it on this kind of breakdown here, breaking through this sort of garbage. You said, get that out of here at the beginning of the summer. Take that out. Watching out for 34 break. But right now, as I zoom back out, I mean, look at this. Back coming up through $50. I mean, if we get that break, giddy up right there. But my thesis, and this is what I'm going to talk to you about, because I know that you talked about seasonality. I don't want to hold this too much because I feel that as kids go back to school, obviously, some of the turn might come into Roblox as they get less and less daily active users. Is that some of the stuff that you think about? Not necessarily Roblox specifically, but as you talk about seasonality over and over again on our show, do you kind of think about that kind of stuff? Like maybe get into Home Depot come springtime or anything like that? And if so, is there anything you're thinking about now with back to school or anything?
My thinking, while I do mention seasonals a lot on here, my thinking is a little more mechanical. Well, you'd be surprised, Sean, how many adults like yourself and your kids would find a way to be on Roblox during school even.
Right.
But, I don't necessarily think about that. But, I mean, when we talk about Roblox, this is a name that has been heavily beaten down. It's in this massive accumulation phase from, even December. And like I said, 52 weeks high, the Roblox is coming up towards those 52 weeks high. And I think that this is going to be one of those names that's going to present that opportunity, especially with that recent strength. So if you're someone like Sean and you're a father or even a mother who's getting their weekly allowances drained into Roblox, Robux to get their favorite skibbity skins that Sean partakes in, then those type of names, you can trade those. But I think about it more mechanically, like, hey, not necessarily that springtime is when you get into Home Depot, but more so is it beaten down? Is it actually time for these industrials to start moving? And does that seasonality make sense? Sometimes it just doesn't make sense. For example, you could have a very bad news catalyst during a good seasonal period, and therefore it's no longer really that good to trade. So in this case, no, I would absolutely still be bullish on Roblox. That goes with the thesis, yes.
I can't believe you're going to make me say this, that I only want the Sigma skins, not.
So, this is where we
This is where we get lost. Right now, you mentioned yesterday on the show AMC. To have a quick look at.
Sure did say that.
Yeah, and we have September 4th. Have you ever thought about, and maybe we asked you this yesterday, but again, we have a new audience right now. What about GameStop? They're reporting September 4th.
Potentially, speculated.
Potentially, Adair is saying potentially reporting. We have the report of September 4th. You like to do anything with this? I mean, it looks like it right now. Talk about barcoding and not doing anything. GameStop has done absolutely nothing. I can't even zoom in enough to make this look any better, but done nothing now for days and days and days. Any thoughts on this? I assume that the options chain isn't looking too exciting right now on GameStop. I just know that there's some people in our audience looking to see about your opinion on GameStop.
So I will say shamelessly that I've already entered GameStop as it is over $5 for 920 calls. Now I'm no roaring kitty here. This is Raider the dog or something. I don't know what my name would be, but meowing dog. How about that?
Okay.
So I'm not the meowing dog, but what I would say is that I believe that, yes, a lot of we've mentioned previously on the last episode that a lot of these garbage stocks, as we call them, some say meme stocks, whatever, they actually start to do pretty well when the markets actually start to slump a little bit. So when you get this kind of phase where you're in between this bearish seasonal and what we're coming from a bull market rally, you actually start to see rotations into these beaten down names, these meme stocks, if you will. These are when you typically see the short squeezes. And if you don't believe me, just go look at the last short squeezes on AMC and GME. They were around a similar time during that rotation from a pullback. So as far as this right here, yeah, I'm actually bullish on AMC. This is one of those trades where you enter with 1/3 of your position size to start with, and you forget about it. You absolutely do not look at the chart until you are either at zero or green. There is no in between. So with that trade, again, being options, I'm going to wait till this thing gets going, and if it doesn't, well, I sold, and I'm not going to add to it. So that's my game plan with AMC.
Yeah, as you said, 9/20, of course, the third Friday there in September. Looking for that, so we'll see if there's any sort of action coming in to that play. All right, we really respect your opinion here, especially on longer-term trends and what you just mentioned there on breakout. So immediately, I thought of something that I don't think you and I have mentioned that much, and maybe it's not something that you look at, but what a run it's been in gold. GLD, I mean, a huge move up right now, really good support. We see some little smiley face action down here, coming back in and now whooping back up. Gold right now looking like it wants to take 52-week high. I mean, we could come in here on Monday and it's through that again. It just keeps on taking these highs. Anything here on any of the precious metals at all? Silver, gold, copper, anything interesting? Are you in a play now? You thinking about anything here related to metals?
Yeah, so actually one of the better names I'm going to be looking at, gold and materials. Of course, materials as a sector, we look at miners, we look at things like NEM, these names coming up to their highs. And I think a lot of the material names will come back into play, a part of that idea. And what we're going to see, especially, I'm actually looking at silver. While I think gold has run majority of its course and will continue to likely be strong, I think there's a better trade idea in silver. So SLV is typically the trader I stick to. Yep. And you can look anything into 920, but those are what I'm going to be seeing. I'm going to expect a silver breakout here within the next 2-3 weeks, and we can catch that. But also the miners, NEM, these type of names in material names, XLB, NUE, these kind of names are going to be what I'm focusing on.
I really like all that, and here's silver, and I guess that's just a catch-up trade, right? I mean, it's not really.
Yeah, let me pull up silver. I was on some random NEM chart. Right
that's
here.
okay. I got it. We can talk about Newmont or whatever you want, but at the end of the day, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, coming up towards those highs. And again, I think with that recent dip, you want to talk about max pain and when it's a good time to enter. Oftentimes when you do see that capitulation, as they say, that is after the best time to enter. So we have the least resistance to the upside. So I'm going to keep playing that.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Here we went over a bunch of different sectors, man, and you really showed up here today. So thank you so much for that. We got to cut this day short. It normally ends around 4:30. I got to scream. We got a big Little League game going here today.
Okay, Sean. Okay,
my daughter's last one.
What's your batting average, Sean? Are you stepping into the T-ball?
It's Little League, so I am coaching, but my batting average this year is a perfect 1,000 because I have 0 at-bats and 0.
That makes sense. Okay.
I would think I'd be more. I think I'd be like around the 310 or so. Probably 30 stolen bases, something like that. You know.
So you pitch in the 97s to 8-year-olds, right?
Something like that. Yeah, they're really impressed. Okay. I got to impress somebody around here. So have a great weekend. Any plans quickly?
Yeah, so I've been trying to get my car tuned. That's been a headache. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to fix that. So yeah, that's going to be the fun project for the weekend. I might blow up my car and it might come out okay. So we'll see what happens.
Well, be safe and we will check you next time. Thank you so much. Everyone can go find this guy over Raider Trader 101 and on Instagram. Thank you, Andrew. That's Trader Talk.
Bye, Sean.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, without any further ado, man, we could talk about, basically the trade that was missed today by me. I didn't even log in. I already know what this trade is. It's going to be Nvidia. We had this 227 long break, or sorry, 127 long break right there, and we just got shaken out of it. And that's too bad because we just got a little bit sort of off kilter there. We'll end the day pretty flat, but at the end of it all, that move there, we should have had that Nvidia long. It was the number one trade idea. We had also TQQs, so we actually were on that a lot, especially near the end of the day. So I feel like pretty strongly right now about Nvidia's ability just to keep on going, especially into earnings. And then we see what happens on Wednesday, man. This whole trade gets flipped on its head. I promise you that, Adara.
I'm excited.
Let me put it this way. I really feel like on Wednesday, all hell's going to break loose. I'm telling you right now, you're going to see volatility. If Nvidia warns one bit, this market is going to absolutely crank to that downside. Maybe that's part of why I was thinking short today. I'm super happy. I'm still hella long. I mean, my long-term account, I basically trimmed nothing. I still think Nvidia, the chances are that they beat. I don't think Nvidia is going to miss. It's just watch out for some of that warning signs. We've already seen AMD well off its highs. AMD's 157, highs 227. We already talked about that. That's a huge pullback. Yep. Micron's pulled back a lot. ARM has pulled back a lot. The only name that's really still at these highs, we talked about a little bit of Broadcom. I mean, do we have to talk about Intel? Are they still even a public company? I mean, just joking. That's $20. But their high is $55.
Yeah, that's pretty
$20.
Yucky.
So if Nvidia doesn't have any clothing, then the emperor goes bye-bye.
There's also CrowdStrike on Wednesday, too.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about CrowdStrike. You know, CrowdStrike basically sent this world on its head there a couple weeks ago, and they've battled back okay. All right, thank you so much to everybody. I want to thank Andrew Rader for joining me again here on a Friday. I want to thank Adara for staying in, for coming back and doing this. You didn't really have to do that, but I appreciate that. Thank you for doing that for sure. Thank you to Michael Westrick. He said, dude, you killed it today, Sean. Wow, much appreciated with that one. Stacks as well is here. This is roll call, by the way. Did I hit that button? I think I did. Bongzilla, Streamlabs is here. Bears vs. Bulls, Stacks is here. Ryan Faluna Wait a minute, is that the Ryan Faluna?
Yes, it is. It was talking about Lily, so yeah, we know it's Ryan Faluna.
Okay, so Ryan Faluna is in the chat right now. Yes, Wednesday is the day. I agree with that one. Maybe we'll have Ryan on and we'll talk about it that day. There's Ryan again. All right, Timon is here. Raider Trader, thank you so much, Raider Trader, for that one. There again, great day for him to come through as well. Michael's here. Retired Shenanigans, Pitchbull, Huang family, Blue Arrow, and Trey only. Look, what a great week it's been. I only had about 3 or 4 heart attacks live on air, so that was a lot of fun. But yeah, it was great. We had a lot of stops get triggered. We had a lot of moves going to our favor as well. So violent week, I feel like, but those are the funnest ones. We're here for volatility and not volatility.
Well, I'm here for volatility and volatility.
You're for both.
Oh my gosh, $100 super chat from Raider Trader saying roll call. Thank you so much, Raider Trader. There,
that means a lot. Thank you.
Please does punch with that. Thank you very much for that support and for being.
We'll have to put some of that money towards a big pineapple pizza.
Yes,
for our friend Neil, like the biggest one we can find. Thank you, Raider Trader. I got to get out of here, man. I still got to write the lineup on our little dry erase board, so I'm going to get out of here right now. It's Hydration Nation. Stay hydrated. Everyone, have yourselves a great weekend. That's Adara. I'm Sean. We'll catch everyone on Monday morning at 8:30. Have a good one. Ciao, everybody.
Yeah.